gorgeous she was. But until tonight, he hadn't seen it. What was she doing with Liam? Who was not nice? Not really. He shouldn't think these damning thoughts. He'd turn into his father. Johnny had been partnered with one of the other 6, a Hollywood producer, but he had Jessie under constant surveillance. She'd been paired with Liam, and although she was joining in with the general mockery, he knew she had a reservoir of cold rage set aside just for him, to be delivered at some later unknown date. Christ, how hard would it have been to do this properly? Jessie wasn't generally high maintenance. She didn't expect regular flowers and expensive presents. Yes, she spent a lot of money on holidays, but it was nearly always on group activities. This was her 50th birthday, and she had hinted, heavily. She'd basically told him what to do, and he hadn't obeyed. Could he put something else together quickly? It was way too late to organise a proper murder weekend thing. That chalice was poisoned forever. How about taking her to Paris? But she'd know it was a bodge job. Actually, she didn't even like Paris. She said French women were scary bitches. Wasn't gone on Italian shop assistants either, he remembered. Something about someone being snotty in the Versace shop in Milan. Where else did people go? Barcelona. Everyone loved Barcelona. But it was a gastronomic hotspot, and she'd probably start pestering chefs if they were there for more than half an hour. When everyone had been paired up and given cryptic clues to solve, Inspector Pine said, 1 hour! We must find this dastardly murderer before he, or she, strikes again. We meet back here at 11 and we will pool our findings. Then he left to do the washing up. High up in Switzerland, Nigel and Cara were looking at their clues. One of the rooms must have a Swiss theme. It's obviously outside, Nigel was insistent. It's got to do with the nearby hill. It's someone's room. They've planted incriminating things in people's rooms and we've to find them. No, it must mean a mountain. Come on, outside. Her broken tooth throbbed. Her throat was raw. Her ribs ached and her job was in jeopardy. Seeing as you are so great at this, she spoke quietly, why don't you just do it on your own? She made for her bedroom, where she had a wheelie case half full of chocolate under the bed. Everyone would be busy for the next hour. She'd closet herself in the bathroom, where she could release the terrible tension in her chest. Ferdia and Nell were on the first floor, following a clue about the Empress, when Nell's phone beeped. She took a look and exclaimed, That's 3 now. 3 what? I texted people last night, putting feelers out for work on the theatre festival. 2 directors got back today. Now it's 3. She'd been half convinced no one would ever want her again. From nearby came an odd noise, stumbling, followed by a hard bump. What's that? She asked. Another murder? But that first bump was followed by several smaller rhythmic bangs, followed by a cry. They looked at each other. Nell blushed. Is it? It sounds like 2 people. Colour crept up Ferdia's face. God, should we just leave them to it? Maybe, I don't know. Whose room was that? Cara's. Another faint cry reached them. I don't think it's shenanigans, Nell said. It sounds different. Should we go in? If it really was people having a quick ride, he would die. He knocked, and when there was no reply, carefully opened the door. No one was to be seen. But when they pushed into the bathroom, Cara was on the floor. Her eyes were closed, her body was spasming, and her legs were banging a plastic bin against the wall. Nell! Ferdy was on his knees beside Cara. Help me turn her onto her side. Frozen with fear and confusion, Nell then snapped to it. Kneeling beside Cara's thrashing body, Ferdia trying to contain her, they gently moved her. It's a seizure? Nell asked. A boy at school used to get them. Bring some pillows, protect her head. In the room there were lots of pillows, because there were lots of beds. They all managed to be both flat and lumpy, but they'd have to do. While Ferdia cradled Cara's skull, Nell arranged the pillows around Cara's head and face. "I'll stay with her," he said. "Go and get Ed. Ring an ambulance." Nell raced down the stairs calling, "Ed! Ed!" A scatter of gaudily dressed guests, Ed included, flooded into the hall, gleefully energised by the new turn their night had taken. "Ed, you need—" "I'm Stampy Mallowan." Oh God, he was jarred. "Ed, Cara's not well. Someone call an ambulance." "Dr. Basil Theobald Montague at your service." Johnny shouldered his way forward, then bowed with exaggerated courtesy. "No, struck off though I am with my reputation in tatters, I believe I may—" "Johnny, stop. This is real." Nell twisted around desperately. "Clifford, Maria, call an ambulance, please. Cara is sick." Maria looked terrified. "Sick? Some sort of seizure?" That word had the desired effect. Ed scooted up the stairs. Jessie rang 999, and Clifford conducted an urgent muttered conversation with Maria. "That mozzarella was out of date." "Only by 2 days. But you said—" "Maria," Jessie thrust the phone at her. "Talk to them. Tell them how to get here." Nervously, Maria took the phone. "The quickest way is to turn off at the— That's it, aye. No, keep going. You'll come to a burnt-out tractor. Keep going past a sign from Molly's Hollow. You'll be thinking you've gone too far. You haven't. You'll come to a new bungalow. A man will run out into the road and shout after you. That's Howard. Pay him no heed. He just likes the lights. We're in there on the left. If you pass the stony goats, you've gone too far." "Goats? Made of stone? Aye." She took the phone from her ear. "They'll be here in 15 minutes. With rustling yellow clothing and crackling radio mics, the paramedics were up the stairs and within moments had Cara efficiently strapped onto a stretcher, while everyone watched in silence. She was being taken to a hospital in Belfast, and only Ed could go with her. "We'll follow you," Johnny promised, as the door slammed shut and the van drove away. But the idea of getting a taxi to Belfast made Maria and Clifford almost shriek with shock. "The cost! You could be looking at £60. More high, and the same back again." After a long, thick pause, Clifford said, "There aren't any taxis. There's one in the town, but he won't come up here. We had a—" Nervously, Clifford looked at Maria for the right word. "Disagreement. But one of you could drive to the hospital. That lassie there," she pointed at Nell. "She drank almost nothing. She must be near sober. Are you?" Nell nodded. Jessie seemed hurt. "Why are you sober on my birthday?" "I'm not really a wine person." "She drinks cider." This came from Liam, who sounded slurry and almost accusatory. "I'll come too," Ferdia said. "Johnny will go," Jessie overruled him. "Ferd, you're only a kid. Ed needs his brother." "Ed needs his wife. And I'm not only a kid. I took care of Cara. I'm going." "He's right," Johnny said. "Ferdia should go." Chapter 61. Dr. Colgan marched down the corridor in Belfast's Royal Victoria Hospital and crooked a finger at Ed, who hopped up from the moulded plastic seat. They'd been waiting for almost 3 hours. 3 long hours, in which their costumes had generated interest from all but the most badly injured of patients in the waiting room. "Full moon tonight?" "Break out from the nut house." "The 19th century called. It wants its clothes back." "Just the husband," the doctor said, as Nell half rose from her chair. Ed followed Dr. Colgan into a makeshift room behind a curtain. This was exactly the sort of room where they broke terrible news. But if Cara was dead, wouldn't Nell and Ferdia be here too? The percentage of deaths from bulimia was 3.9, Ed knew. In other words, very rare. But someone had to be in that number. "Sit down." The doctor was harried but sympathetic. "She's stable. She can leave soon. Just the paperwork. So, Mr. Casey, did you know your wife was bulimic?" Ed had thought it would be a relief to have the problem out in the open. Instead, he felt overwhelmed. For as long as it had lurked underground, he had hopelessly believed there was a chance it would go away by itself. Now it had to be addressed. "I guess I did. She had a bout years ago. I suspected she'd started again. Will she be okay? From her blood work, the state of her teeth, she's packed a lot of purging into a short time. But it's impossible to know exactly how much. Can we ask her? She's likely to lie. Not to me. A sympathetic look from the doctor made him twitchy with fear. She knew more than he did about Cara, about what she'd been doing. And Cara had been lying to him. Lying by omission was still a lie. In my experience, the doctor said, Cara will need residential care. Wait, what? A hospital? You said she was stable. A treatment centre for addiction. Yes, it's an addiction. I can give you a leaflet. But how long would she have to go in for? It's generally 28 days. And then she'll be fixed? I can recommend a couple of places in Dublin. I'd ring first thing in the morning, get her on the wait lists. And then she'll be fixed? You can see her now. Fancy dress party, was it? She'd had a sense of bumping and moving at speed. Bright lights were shone into her eyes. She knew Ed was there, others too, but Ed was the only one she needed. Unfamiliar voices were asking and answering short, urgent questions. What's going on? Her voice was hoarse. Ed's face was very close. You had a seizure. Why? His face was blank. You tell me. No. It couldn't be. That was too crazy. It must be stress, or some neurological thing that had only just appeared. This could not be her fault. Then they arrived at a big, busy hospital. Ed was no longer with her, as she was wheeled into a small curtained space to be examined by a succession of people in blue scrubs. I'm okay now, she kept saying anxiously. Excellent, I'm just going to... Then she was hurriedly hooked up to a drip, attached to a heart monitor, and had 4 vials of blood taken from her veins. Really, she pleaded, I'm fine, can I see my husband? After your CAT scan. A CAT scan? Cold horror overtook her. If she'd triggered all of this medical expertise and expense from too much chocolate and puking, the guilt would kill her. And to think she'd done it on Jessie's special birthday? As she lay on her back in the tight white machine, for a moment she hoped the scan would show that she had a real condition, like epilepsy. Then shame kicked in once more. When she got out of here, she would take a long, hard look at things. Perhaps she could see a hypnotherapist to help her stop. The curtain of her cubicle swished aside, and in came the doctor, followed by Ed. She tried to smile. No neurological issues, Dr. Colgan said. You can leave shortly. How long have you been bulimic? Cara flicked a look at Ed. I'm not. You've a chronic eating disorder. The doctor was clearly in no mood for nonsense. You can see the results of your blood work. Your electrolytes are acutely out of balance, and your tooth enamel shows signs of recent acid erosion. All of her secrets were written in her body. How long? The doctor repeated. 3 months. She shook her head. Longer than that. I swear, only 3 months. Well, you've certainly packed a lot in. This isn't your first bout. This mortification would never end. No. I'd recommend inpatient care for at least 4 weeks. What? No, I can't. I've a job and 2 children. I've seen this before. You could die if you don't stop. It's unlikely that you'll stop on your own. I will. She was scared shitless. Bulimia is an addiction. That wasn't true. She'd just been eating too much chocolate, and now the very idea of it made her feel sick. The drive back to Gulban Manor was in silence, but as soon as they were in their room of many beds, Ed rounded on her. You should have told me. He was furious. What's the use of this, you and me, if you can't tell me about something so important? It was only for a short time. I was going to stop and... I thought you were going to die, he said. Can you imagine how that feels? I'll stop. I'll do it with your help. You'll go into a residential place. You do what the doctor said, for a month. Her guts seized with fear. Oh, no. There's no need, Ed. I've scared myself so much that I'll never do it again. She gave me a leaflet. Bulimia is an addiction. You need to go to a place. What about my job? You won't be much use to them if you're dead. Ed, I won't be dead. But honey, you might. The sadness that was hiding beneath his rage was suddenly obvious, and her heart turned to jelly. Ed, sweetie, you got a fright. I got a fright. But I've stopped now. It'll be okay. The doctor knows what she's talking about. I'll ring the place in the morning. Ed took professional advice literally. It was something she had always found endearing, but not now. Chapter 62. Cara knocked on Jessie's door, and a voice shouted, "Come in, unless you're Johnny the arsehole Casey." Cara tentatively stepped into the room, Ed behind her. Jessie was in bed, in her pyjamas, Saoirse asleep beside her. The curtains were open, letting in dull morning light. "Jessie, I'm so sorry for ruining your birthday." Breezily, Jessie said, "You haven't ruined it, you big idiot. Johnny did that all by himself. But I'm worried about you. Is it true? Bulimia?" Cara burnt. This must mean that the whole house knew. "I'll be fine," she tried to smile. "It was just a blip." "We're going to head off now," Ed said. "Cara has an appointment this afternoon at St. David's." "The nut house?" Jessie's eyes flared with something. Glee. "On a Saturday?" "The psychiatric hospital," Ed corrected. "To see if she'd be a good fit." Sure, do whatever you need to do." Out on the landing, Cara said, "Where's Johnny, do you think?" "Probably Saoirse's room, if Saoirse stayed with Jessie." Johnny was indeed in the camp bed in the small kitchen. His doctor's accoutrements were flung about the room, the top hat balanced on the kettle. He radiated exhausted, manic conviviality. "Sorry for ruining the weekend." "Not at all!" he shrugged extravagantly. "Everything is my fault. Don't even think about it." "I need to apologise to Ferdia and Nell too," Cara said, "and thank them." "This reminds me," Johnny was talking too loudly, "of the day after Ed's stag night. I had to apologise to every one of my neighbours. Would you stop? I banged saucepans against their doors all night long, marching up and down the stairs singing rebel songs, drinking rum. Never again, ha, never again." Johnny was clearly still a bit drunk and very distressed. Cara managed a polite ha-ha at his story, but everything was dismal. "Off you go," he said. "Good luck at the loony bin." As they made their way to the car, Cara felt the eyes of the house on her. She was a fuck-up, a weak, greedy person, and everyone knew. She'd never in her entire life felt as low as she did right now. "Jessie's thrilled," she said. "Oh, honey, not in a mean way. She's just excited about having an interesting family." Compulsive overeating is a mental illness. Verena, the admissions officer at the hospital, was clear. So is bulimia. But Cara knew that the only thing wrong with her was simple greed. She wasn't a mad person, and she didn't want to be treated as one. "I can stop on my own." "Have you tried?" "Yes, not really, but it's different now. I've scared myself." "If nothing changes, nothing changes," Verena said. Cara didn't even know what that meant. She just wanted to return to her ordinary life and put all of this behind her. "I can stop on my own. I'm sorry for the inconvenience I've caused everyone, and thank you for your time." "But," Ed was white. "If you're bothered by the stigma of being in a psychiatric hospital, we could take you as a day patient. It's not ideal, but I can stop. I've stopped. It's in the past." Bouncing the end of a pencil against her desk, Verena appeared deep in thought. "Maybe you can stop on your own. Time will tell. Having a seizure is generally a red flag that bulimia is at an advanced stage. However, as your life isn't in immediate danger, you can't be compelled to come in here." "But," Ed said again. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Casey," Verena said. "I cannot help you if you don't see the need yourself." Out in the corridor, ecstatic that she dodged a bullet, Cara whispered happily, "It'll be okay, honey, I promise." Ed regarded her coldly. I mean it. Everything is going to be different. I'm glad the seizure happened. Well, not glad for upsetting you, but finally I feel free of the food. Ed saw the traffic light up ahead change to amber, and he floored the pedal. By the time he roared the car through, the light had been red for at least 2 seconds. Irate beeps sounded. Fuck them. Honey, Cara said with soft alarm. More bullshit up ahead. Some fool in the wrong lane, trying to turn right, holding up the whole road. Fucking move! Ed! He ignored her. In his entire life, he'd never been as angry as he was now. Not just with her, but with himself. He'd been complicit. Throwing out all the chocolate in the house. Holding some back for the inevitable emergency. Worst of all, for not asking her about the chocolate he'd found that time in the unused bathroom cupboard. He really should have said something when he'd found the empty ice cream carton in her wash bag. Why hadn't he? Because she'd have lied. Lied. To him. Cara, his best friend, his wife. If soulmates existed, he could have been persuaded to believe that that was what they were. She had in fact already lied to him by hiding her cravings, her behaviour, her shame and her fear. Perhaps he'd been waiting for things to become so serious that they were undeniable. Which said precisely what about him? That he was a coward. Because she could have died last night. She'd become a danger to herself, and she still wouldn't admit she had a problem. Plenty of frustrated rage was reserved for the admissions officer at St. David's. Cara was obviously unwell, sick, whatever the correct word was. It was the job of the medical profession to help people like her, and they hadn't. Should we swing by Mum's and pick up the kiddos in Baxter? Cara asked. No. If the kids were with them, they'd have to park this. It was too serious to sideline. It would be great to have the weekend together, just the 4 of us. A normal weekend, where we pretend you didn't have a seizure last night. Hey, don't yell at me. He took a breath and tried to calm his frantic heart. Cara, think about this. Last night you had a seizure. A mild one. You could have died. The boys could be motherless right now. I could be without you. That could still happen. I won't die. I've stopped. You've been offered help. There's a lifeline for you to get better. Cara, please take it. I don't need it. What do you want to do about dinner? Ed came into their bedroom, where she was scrolling through Facebook. They were alone in the house. On any other evening, they'd have loved this unexpected freedom, but tonight they were barely speaking. Ed had never yelled at her before today. In the last 13 years, she'd seen him angry a literal handful of times, and never with her. Dinner, he repeated. Oh, I'm allowed a dinner. I thought I had an eating disorder. You have to eat. We could get a Deliveroo. Should a person with an eating disorder be getting a takeaway? Anyway, how could I enjoy it with you watching me eat? How about afterwards you drive down to the garage, buy 10 bars of chocolate, eat them in secret, then make yourself puke? He asked, in a hot blurt of rage. It shocked her into silence. I shouldn't have said that, he said. I'm scared. I've been reading about bulimia. Where? Dr. Google? You should know better than to believe that stuff. The leaflet Dr. Colgan gave me last night says the same things. He produced it and pressed it on her. Can you take a look? Irritably she scanned it. Secrecy, escalating behaviour, lifelong problem, body dissatisfaction, severe self-criticism, eating very large amounts of food, often in an out-of-control way, in a short space of time, avoiding social activities which involve food, thinking about food all the time, abusing laxatives, over-exercising, a constant sore throat. I don't abuse laxatives or over-exercise. But you do some of the other stuff. She read from the leaflet. Avoiding social activities which involve food? I don't think so, Ed. You might not avoid them, but you hate them. So why make me do them? It's your family. My family is different. None of my real friends put me through that sort of misery. I'm sorry. Good. Moving on. She took a breath and strove to sound reasonable. Ed, please, sweetie, can we forget this happened? It'll never happen again. No. This surprised her. What's up? You just want to get your own way? It's because I'm worried. Abruptly, she said, I don't want any dinner. I don't want anything. You're absolutely sure? Well, okay. 40 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Then came the sounds of Ed talking to a person at the door. Someone called, Thanks. The front door slammed. Then a motorbike started up outside. He hadn't. She thumped down the stairs and into the kitchen. He had. The utter bastard had got an Indian delivered just for himself. Why didn't you get me something? You said you didn't want any. She thumped around the kitchen and made herself a bowl of muesli. To punish him, she slept in Vinny's bed. When she woke on Sunday morning, everything that had happened seemed far less dramatic. Clearly, she'd been really stressed at work and finding it hard to adjust to Ed being away Monday to Friday. Whatever had happened to her in that mad hotel, and it probably hadn't been an actual seizure, was the result of stress. Everyone had overreacted because they were drunk. She and Ed were not falling apart. Everything just needed to be made normal again. In their bedroom, Ed was asleep. Even in slumber, he looked worried. Ed? He jumped awake, looked frightened, then his face softened into a smile. Honey, we should talk. Okay, right, he rubbed his eyes. I'm afraid, Ed. I don't want to have a label. I don't want to have an eating disorder. But you have a label. You have an eating disorder. She hadn't been expecting such a spirited comeback. I can think myself better. I don't need all this hospital stuff. You do need it. Frustration rose. In the past, Ed's willingness to follow the instructions had seemed like a cute personality trait. But now he simply seemed willfully stubborn. Seriously, Cara, if you won't get help, I can't stay. Incredulously, she asked, Are you threatening me? I guess I am. He couldn't be serious. On the pillow beside his head, his phone vibrated. I've got to take this. Startled, she listened. What could be so important? Scott, Ed said. Thanks for calling back. He listened to whatever this Scott said. You can? That's great, man. Mostly loud. I'll email you the brief. He listened some more. For a week anyway, maybe longer. We can touch base on Friday? I'll have a better idea then. Yeah? Great. Thanks, I owe you. He hung up and Cara said, What the hell, Ed? Did you just get someone to cover your work? A freelancer, yep. Why? You're staying here to spy on me? Ed, don't be such a prick. She'd never before spoken to him in that way. Tomorrow, I'm going to work as normal. You need to go into hospital. You just want a skinny wife who doesn't give you any trouble. Why would you say that? He sounded distraught. When have I ever? Cara, I love you, and you're unhappy. I wish you were happier, not for me, for you. She didn't know how it had happened, but they were on opposite sides of an unsolvable problem. Fuck you, she clambered off the bed. Just fuck you, Ed. All morning they avoided each other. She ironed her uniforms and the kids' clothes, but picked out everything of Ed's and left it wrinkled in the basket. Had Ed gone actually insane? It was impossible to understand why he was making such a thing of this. But his mind worked in straight lines. Everything was black or white. There was no room for nuance. Is this the hill that we die on? She wondered. Then, this can't actually be happening. Hanging her crisply ironed shirts in the wardrobe, she was infused with sudden happiness. In far less than a second, a scenario played out like a movie. Tomorrow morning, leaving for work 15 minutes early, stopping off at Tesco in Bagot Street, scooting around the aisles, picking up her favourites, sitting on her bench, visiting her bathroom, then showing up bright and breezy to start work at 10 a.m. It was astonishing. After Friday night, her decision had been final. There would be no more of that behaviour. But the thought had popped back into her head, ambushed her, despite her iron resolve. This was Ed's fault. All his talk of eating disorders had half convinced her that she had one. Hand on heart, she had to admit that she could no longer be 100% certain that she wouldn't buy chocolate tomorrow. How utterly mortifying would it be to pass out, have a seizure, whatever it was, at work? They'd have to sack her. And what were her chances of getting a good reference? For several minutes she remained in the bedroom, trying to recapture the rigid resolve of earlier that morning, but it remained out of reach. No matter which way she thought about it, the desire to overeat wouldn't go away. "Ed!" she yelled down the stairs. "Ed!" "Yes?" In tears of frustrated fury, she said to him, "Tell me about the day patient option." "Right." He took a few moments to compose himself. 4 weeks, Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. You'll have one-on-one every day with a counsellor, go to lectures and be under the care of a dietitian. You'd get an eating plan. They'd prefer if you were residential so they could monitor your food. But this is better than nothing. Starting when? Tomorrow. Okay, but only because you forced me. You'd better ring Henry and break the happy news. You ring him. You have to take responsibility for this, he said. Despair surged, but she picked up her phone and stared at Henry's number. This was so difficult. Then, taking a nervy breath, she hit call. Chapter 63. 50 years of age today. A half-century, surely old enough for all of her struggles and worries to be long behind her. So where was her lovely life, her happy marriage, her feelings of contentment? Why was she in bed, alone, the curtains drawn, with no intention of getting up? After poor Cara had been ferried off in the ambulance on Friday night, Jessie had hoped they could knock the whole sorry shambles on the head and go home early. But Rena and Kaz were insistent that no, the murder mystery weekend could be salvaged. They thought they were helping. It just meant that Jessie's agony was prolonged by another 36 hours of great fun. During the excruciatingly long hours of Saturday and Sunday, she didn't address a single word to Johnny. Because she was having such fantastic crack with the others, she reckoned nobody had noticed. That mattered. She had her pride. Johnny worried about money. She knew that. But it was her 50th birthday. That was surely a big deal. It was disgraceful to be that upset about spending a weekend in a crappy hotel. First world problem if ever she'd heard of one. But this wasn't simply a tantrum. Since forever, Johnny and the kids had behaved as if she was a bit of a tyrant. She gave orders, and after much complaining, they complied. Until now, she'd always felt it was affectionate. Not anymore. Now she was wondering if they despised her for real. It didn't take much to pitch her back into her younger self, always hovering on the outside, wondering if everyone was laughing at her. Johnny had said some very weird things during that horrific weekend of his parents' wedding anniversary. He talked about feeling hollow and worthless. She'd been concerned, but when the Hag and Klein drama had blown up, she hadn't had time to address it. With the benefit of hindsight, it had sounded like the beginnings of a confession. Over the past 4 days, she'd been visiting and revisiting the possibility that he was seeing someone else. He really could be, and the idea was horrible. She should ask him. But maybe she didn't need to. Maybe his behaviour was proof enough. As soon as they'd got home from Gulban Manor, she chucked his razor and toothbrush out of their bathroom and onto the landing. Let him figure out that meant he should sleep elsewhere. When Monday morning had rolled around, she drove herself to the office, leaving him to make his own way. The entire day had passed without her speaking to him. Several couriers showed up, bearing orchids or bottles of wine from various business acquaintances. In other circumstances, she'd have loved the whole circus. Now it was Tuesday morning, her 50th birthday, and she couldn't face going to work. This had literally never happened before. Even after Rory had died, she'd shown up every day, unless there was an emergency with the kids. "Mum, are you awake?" Dilly stuck her face up close to Jessie's, then darted off the bed. "Mum's awake!" she shouted down the stairs. Oh, here we go. In they came, her 5 children, singing happy birthday, their faces radiant in the light of a cake bearing 50 candles. Bringing up the rear was Raccoon Man, Johnny. The whole scene could have been lifted from a movie about a happy family. This was Johnny's transparently pathetic attempt to fix things. He'd probably had to bribe the kids to be nice, because let's be honest here, none of them gave a shite about her either, except Dilly and Saoirse, and maybe Ferdia. "Happy birthday, Mum! Blow out the candles!" As she did, a tear escaped. Trying to be discreet, she wiped it with her knuckle. Johnny made some gesture to Bridie, and she stepped forward. "Happy 50th birthday, Mum! Here's my gift!" "Thanks, Bunny." She tried to make a big deal of the unwrapping, but more tears were threatening. "Perfume!" Bridie declared as Jessie opened the box. Johnny had obviously bought this, probably on an emergency department store dash yesterday lunchtime. If he took any interest in her, he'd know that she never wore perfume. It just wasn't her thing. And she was disproportionately upset that Bridie hadn't picked out the present herself. Last year, Bridie had bought her a whistle, in case of emergency. Thought had gone into that. She braced herself for the next present, Dilly's this time. Same wrapping paper as Bridie's. Her money was on red satin knickers in the wrong size, and a matching bra from TJ, no doubt. "Mum, are you crying?" Dilly asked, appalled. "No, Bunny, no, I'm just..." "Guys," Ferdia sounded super cheery. "You know what? Let's leave Mum to enjoy her birthday rest. We'll finish this later." Confused, everyone except Johnny trooped from the room. "Jessie, I know, you're sorry. I have a gift for you." He proffered a fancily wrapped box. She knew about the Fendi bag, like of course she did. Mary Lane's instructions to Johnny had come directly from Jessie. "I don't want it." He swallowed. "I don't blame you for being angry." "I'm not angry. I'm hurt." She burst into a storm of noisy tears. "No, get away. I don't want your smelly, selfish hands on me." Her face was drenched from crying. "It's not just the weekend. What was going on last month in Mayo? What were you trying to tell me?" "No, nothing." "Johnny, look, I can't stop thinking terrible things. Is something going on? Have you met someone else?" "No, I swear." "So what's up with you?" "I was trying to save money. I was worried, but I picked the wrong thing to worry about. I work hard, Johnny, easily as hard as you. But you all think I'm just some bossy gobshite who pays for everything. Nobody cares about me." "It's not true." "It is. Look at how you all treat me. That insane fucking weekend in that insane fucking place. That's what you thought I deserved. I didn't know it would be as mad as it was. You bought all those shit presents from the kids. They didn't bother. Ferdy and Saoirse bought theirs. Other mothers get homemade presents, papier-mâché things that thought and love have gone into. Instead, my children's dad has to buy generic, pissed-off wife presents on a department store trolley dash. Is there any way I can salvage this? I'll do anything." "You're asking me to help you fix your fuck up with me? That says it all. Fuck off, Johnny, just fuck off. I'm going back to sleep. For ages he hovered, curled into a sad, angry ball. She couldn't see him, but his nervy breathing was audible. After a while the sound stopped, so she concluded he'd left. Though she craved oblivion, it was impossible to sleep. Instead, to self-soothe, she went through the permutations of leaving him. He could live in his Airbnb flat in the city, and she'd stay here in the house with the kids. Although right now she didn't want them either. Maybe she could live in the flat, with the dogs. Johnny could stay here with the children. That would fucking show him. Their finances would have to be disentangled, of course. PIG had only 2 shareholders, herself and Johnny. Pulling those separate strands apart might be messy. But she didn't want to fight over money. For all his faults, Johnny had given a lot to the company, and he deserved his stake. She would shame him with her magnanimity. Although continuing to work together in the same space could prove a problem. What about his brothers and their families? Would they remain close? She'd like to. With Cara and Nell anyway. And Ed. She liked Ed. Liam, she could take her leave. Yes, maintaining those relationships would require some manoeuvring, but something would be sorted. Especially because she was going to be irritatingly mature about the whole business. She noticed that her mood had shifted. Planning to leave him was cheering stuff. What was most heartening was imagining how sorry he'd be that he hadn't treated her better. They'd all be sorry. Downstairs, Johnny lurked in an agony of uncertainty. Going to work would compound Jessie's conviction that none of them cared. Sitting on the stairs, ear cocked for any movement from above, he rang the florist with whom he'd placed a last-minute order yesterday, and begged them to intercept the driver, so that the ginormous bouquet could be delivered here instead of the office. Then he rang the expensive restaurant and cancelled the lunch reservation he'd pleaded for yesterday. Objectively speaking, he must have felt this awful at some other point in his life, but he couldn't remember when. Spurts of panic kept erupting in his stomach. What if she never forgave him? Worse than the fear, though, was witnessing her pain that he'd caused. Soppiness had never been their thing. Instead, they demonstrated their love by making fun of each other. They were both resilient, but she had always seemed almost unhurtable, and that had fooled him into complacency. The long and the short of it was that this was a big, big birthday. Jessie had survived so much. She supported them all. She deserved a song and dance. Tightening their belts was a commendable objective, but Jessie's 50th birthday was the wrong time to launch it. He couldn't remember them ever before having a bust-up like this. Countless times when they were tired and had too much on, they'd snapped at each other, even had a bit of a rant. But it had been out of short-lived frustration rather than a deep wound. When the flowers arrived at the house, he was both grateful and terrified to have a pretext to pester her. He climbed the stairs and knocked lightly on the door. She lay on her back, her eyes open. "Hi," he said. "How are you now?" "Thinking about leaving you." He had to press his hand against the wall. "Jessie, please don't. Let me make this up to you." "How do you think you'd get on without me? You'd be grand, wouldn't you?" "I wouldn't." He swallowed hard. "Jessie, I'd be lost. I'd be heartbroken." "You'd miss me bossing you around running your life, but that's all." "Seriously, Jess, that's the last." "What's going on, Johnny?" "You were upset and weird in Mayo. What was up with you?" "Just Dad and that. And I felt sad and old." "Why?" "Maybe because I am. Old, anyway." "Look, are you having an affair?" This was the moment, the chance. No. Affair was the wrong word. "Then what's going on? Is it my fault?" "Nothing's going on." Johnny, if you want us to stay together, you'd better tell me what's up with you. Okay, a breath. I'm worried about money. We spend so much. And after the Hagen Klein thing, yeah, I know you rescued it, but it could have gone so badly wrong. I think Mason and Rihanna are right about the website. Oh. Her voice was once more cold. You asked. If I'm emasculating you, you can work for someone else. Who's talking about you emasculating me? Oh, Jess, you promised not to read the comments. Well, I did. I do. So off you go. Get another job. I don't care. I don't want another job. I love you, but I'm very bad at showing it. I promise you I'll do a lot better. I'll stick these flowers in a vase. I can think of somewhere else you can stick them. Chapter 64. Mum? Someone was knocking on the bedroom door. Dozily Jessie came too. It was gone 6 o'clock. She must have fallen asleep. Mum! It was Ferdia. He stepped around the door. Can I come in? You're already in, she said. Have you my present? He seemed startled, but handed over a flat A4-sized parcel. A framed photo of Ferdia and Johnny, their arms around each other, looking like they were the best of friends. I'm sorry I've made it so hard, Mum. With Johnny, I mean. He's a good guy. He always was. My behaviour has been heinous. A day late and $1 short for it. I'm leaving him. What now? Mum, are you serious? After a long pause, she said, Probably not. But thinking about it is making me feel nice. Do we not grow out of that stuff? Doesn't look like it. They both laughed. Will you come down for dinner? He asked. They're all morto, the girls. And Johnny, of course, he added. Good enough for them. But what the hell? She'd got bored holding the grudge. In the kitchen, at the table, everyone looked sheepish. We're crap children, TJ said. We don't really get enough pocket money to buy you something good. This from Bridie. But we love you, Mum, Dilly said. I think you're aces. And I actually bought you something myself. Saoirse slid a small parcel across the table. It's a dream catcher. Thank you, Saoirse. Bunnies, it's all grand, Jessie said. I'm sorry I cried earlier. Are you going through the change? Bridie asked. The what? TJ said. It happens to ladies of Mum's age. They dry up and act weird with their loved ones. Dry up? TJ looked confused. I am not going through the change. Well, maybe she was. I was upset because I felt no one loved me. What dries up? Their vagina. Bunny's not now. If you sing happy birthday again, I'll blow out the candles. That's bad luck. Dilly seemed spooked. Doing it twice. No, it isn't. It isn't? Oh, grand so. After dinner and the cake, the kids peeled away until only Johnny and Jessie were left at the table. I really am sorry, Johnny repeated. I'll never let anything like that happen again. I'm sorry too. I was being a diva. I shouldn't have wanted to go to the Spency Hotel in the first place. Who do I think I am? But look, can I apologise for something else? At your parents' anniversary shit show, I knew we needed some alone time. Then the Hagen Klein thing blew up. I was firefighting and, yeah, I off the ball. I'm sorry. I accept your apology. His smile was fake grave. You still want me to change the business to the website? Well, to think about it. It would be so much work and chaos. We'd have to buy storage facilities, take on packers and couriers, new staff. It would cost tons of money, which we haven't got. That's what banks are for. Jessie was afraid of banks. Banks had made her shut down 8 of her stores during the crash. Banks wouldn't loan money without taking a good old rummage in the Casey's personal finances. Banks had the power to withdraw their generous overdraft at a moment's notice. They'd want a guarantee, and the only thing we really have is the house. If everything goes tits up, we'd have no business and no house. It won't go tits up. But it might. There are lots of websites, Johnny. What would make ours different? The PIG name, the goodwill. He didn't get it. Nobody seemed to get it except her. Goodwill counts for nothing on a website. It all comes down to pricing, and we wouldn't have the purchasing power that bigger companies have. We can stay as we are, though. But why not? They worked hard, but they had a nice life. What was wrong with staying exactly as they were? 7 weeks ago, late August, Tuscany. Chapter 65. Oh my God! Nell darted towards a low sideboard, its teal blue colour polished to a dull sheen. The workmanship! She ran her fingertips along the shallow carving on the drawers. The detail! She admired the patternwork of scrolls, so faded they were barely visible. That's definitely not Italian IKEA. I think Nell likes the villa, Ed said, carrying a suitcase up the stairs. Nell loves the villa, Nell exclaimed. After the shock to the system early morning flight, the car hire hell, and the difficulty of sat-navving narky Liam through the snarl of Florentine traffic, Nell's day had dramatically improved as soon as they emerged into the Tuscan countryside. Every 5 seconds there was something new and beautiful to exclaim about. The sun-baked slopes, the sandstone fortifications perched on a steep hill, the green and beige drills of grapes. Like, this is totally amazing. In the back seat of the car, Saoirse and her new best friend Robin were being world-weary and unimpressed. She's cute, Robin deadpanned. How come you've never been to Italy before? Saoirse asked Nell. Never got the chance. As they turned off the road towards the villa, Nell was newly astonished at the size of the estate. 7 acres, Saoirse said. Those are olive trees, grapevines there. That's the vegetable garden. Totally wow. This from Robin. Abruptly, Saoirse shut up. Surrounded by cypress trees, which looked like moss-covered stalagmites, the villa appeared. A solid, handsome house with sloping roofs of terracotta tiles and distempered walls of pale yellow. Shutters painted ivy green bracketed each deep-set window, and the heavy front door stood invitingly open. It's perfect! Nell could barely breathe. Like an 18th century painting. Don't think they had satellite dishes in the 18th century, Liam muttered. Up the stone steps, Nell passed from blazing sunshine into a cool, dim, tiled hallway, and from there into a huge sitting room. Light poured in through 6 statement windows. Everything was perfect. On one wall, a fitted wooden bookcase painted a gorgeous dusty sage reached the ceiling. The other 3 walls were distempered in a warm, almond rustic finish. 2 giant L-shaped linen sofas shared space with sturdy little armchairs in a colour Nell decided to call celery. At seemingly random points throughout the room, there were low tables made from gently distressed oak or finished with a tile mosaic. Proportions, balance, colour. This was a room so right that it thrilled her. Nell, Jessie called. What was the rush? Are you okay? We saw you running in. Dilly was hot on her heels. Do you need the loo? I'm fine, sweetie. But Jessie, this place is amazing. Thank you for inviting me. You're more than welcome. Jessie lit up with pleasure. Mum! Bridie was inside and heading for the stairs. I don't want to share with Dilly. Charming, Dilly said. How old is it? Nell asked Jessie. The house. 250 years, something like that. Then, no! She raised her hand to Bridie. No, it's agreed. You're sharing with her, and that's that. Nell, Liam called. Am I to bring in our stuff all by myself? More and more Caseys were gathering in the hall, dragging bags, bumping against the people ahead of them. Liam, let her be, Jessie said. She's in raptures about the house. Raptures, Dilly cried. Saoirse and Robin, you're over in the barn. Jessie shooed them away. The barn, they heard Robin say. Seriously? It's super cosy. Saoirse sounded anxious. Little bitch, Jessie whispered to Nell. The barn is the best place. Come on. She took Nell by the arm. Come and see the kitchen. I'm not Bridie's biggest fan either, Dilly chatted away to herself, but I didn't tell her. Regarde, Jessie breathed. The kitchen was a large, light, rectangular room. Dominating the centre was a giant slab of amber-veined marble, over which sheaves of lavender hung from a suspended potholder. Decoratively carved cupboards painted a creamy apricot, opened noiselessly to reveal bread, pasta, breakfast cereals and condiments. Where did all the food come from? And drink. Jessie pointed out gallons of water, slabs of beer and boxes of wine. Pre-stock of groceries. It was another world, a rich people's one. It'll all be gone by tomorrow, Jessie said, but it's handy not having to head to the supermarket the minute you arrive. 3 French windows opened onto a long dining table, which could probably seat 20, under a pergola woven through with wisteria. Just past it lay a herb garden drenched in sunlight. Jessie smiled, as if she were gazing at a basket of puppies. Most days I think I've fallen out of love with cooking. Do you? Nell was surprised. Ah, yeah, you know yourself. Cooking for kids would kill anyone's joy. But this kitchen always rekindles the magic. This sink, Bridie had come in with Robin. You should pay attention too, Nell. This sink is where you rinse off the dishes. See that giant hose? Use that. You must never prepare food in this sink. Bridie, you're mean. Dilly sounded like she'd rehearsed this. I'm not your biggest fan either, but I didn't want to hurt your feelings. Jessie, Johnny stuck his head around the door. I'm going down to Marcello before he starts work and get some practice in on my espresso drinking. She came to kiss him on the mouth. Bonne chance, mon brave. Don't drink too many. Then, Nell, would you like to see your bedroom? Yes, please. Accompanied by Jessie, Dilly, and now Bridie and TJ, Nell was led upstairs. OMG, the bedroom. The walls and an arched ceiling were stippled a parchment colour. On the floor was wide planked white oak. 2 walls, 2, had beautiful deep-set windows which fastened with ornate silver hasps, giving views over the olive grove, then to the hills beyond. The furniture, once a pale blue but now faded to near white, was unadorned and impeccable. The bed had a simple fabric headboard in a muted silvery grey. Oh, wow! Nell ran her hand along the bed linen. Jessie, I love it. It's luxurious, but not a bit nouvy. Nouvy? Jessie asked. Short for nouveau riche? Bougie nouvy, Jessie. No, I didn't say. Look it, if the cap fits. The more Nell spotted, the more impressed she was. Everything worked. The plug sockets were in exactly the right places. You didn't need a degree in advanced mathematics to figure out the lighting. But when she saw the attached bathroom, a vision in white and cobalt blue marble, her face changed. Feeling guilty? Jessie asked. No. Then, sorry. Well, this is the best bit. I've been dying to tell you. Little story. We came here 5 years ago, booked through an agent, and yeah, it wasn't cheap. First 3 nights we went to the same restaurant in the village, run by Loretta and Marcello. We hit it off, stayed late, having the chats, free limoncello, the usual. I invited them to us on their free night, said I'd cook something Irish. I was pissed, like, you know how it is. Bougie. And nouvy, obviously. No, Nell, I love that word. So they came, we had a great night. I mean, they're lovely people, it's not hard. Turns out that Marcello's brother owns this house. Giacomo's his name. Scary. Different kettle of kippers from Marcello. He's all a bit, do I amuse you? But scary or not, he must have liked us because he said to book direct with him if we ever wanted to come back. Now we get it for 1/3 of the price we paid that first year. Does that make you feel any better? Giacomo fancies Mum, Jilly said. Daddy says. He always calls around when Dad is out. This from TJ. With Grappa. He tries to get her liquored up. Bridie spoke. Dad says that if Mum has intercourse with Giacomo, we'd get the house for free. And he didn't say intercourse, he said sex, which is hardly appropriate for us children to hear. Shush now, Jessie said. Daddy's just joking. Bridie sighed. Daddy would really want to sort out his sense of humour. Chapter 66. Ferdia, he heard Jessie's voice outside. Are you in here? I just brought Nell to see. Ferdia opened his door. Jessie, Nell and Dilly stood outside in the blazing sunshine. Oh, Bunny, sorry. Jessie took a step back. Sorry, just I'm showing Nell around. I thought you'd be at the pool. Come in, you're grand. No. Nell was reluctant. We'll come back some other time. It'd be worse to have you poking around if I wasn't here. He'd been aiming for jokey, but instead he sounded narky. Seriously, come in. He made himself smile. Welcome to the old granary. Cautiously they entered. Nell's face was full of wonder. The low ceiling, the exposed beams, the stone floors, 2 stories. She marvelled. Very rustic. Hey! She suddenly noticed something. Is Bertie not here? Shit. How many times would he have to answer this? Yeah, he didn't come. Busy, you know. I only realised now. She laughed at herself. Shows how awake I was at the airport. That's too bad. Bertie's the crack. You think? So poor Ferdia has no one to play with, Jessie said. What about Seppe and Lorenzo? I can play with them. Then to Nell, Marcello's sons. She nodded, not interested, still all about the decor. Look at this beautiful stone archway. He'd never noticed it before, and this was his 4th visit. The archway opened to the shallow stone steps leading to his upstairs bedroom. Can we work away? Tap-tapping up the steps, they crowded into the small, light bedroom. Best Wi-Fi in the whole of Santa Laura, he said. In the shade of the town square, Johnny was drinking espresso with Marcello. He didn't like espresso, and this late in the day it made him feel slightly sick. You like something else? Marcello urged. Nah, I'm practising. For when I run away and come to live here. The other men won't let me sit with them if I'm drinking a caramel frappuccino. You're a big idiot. Jessie had taught him that word. I learned to play draughts. I'll sit under the arches in the company of other men, and life will be peaceful. You must understand, Marcello said. We work like dogs for 4 months to earn money for the other 8 months of the year. But you live in this beautiful place. You can walk to work, and you don't have to go to trade fairs in Frankfurt. We should exchange lives for a while. The stress would kill you. My life is not so easy. Another drink? Please, my friend, have something different. No, another espresso. I have to build up my endurance. Ferdia, Saoirse called. We're ready. Wow. It was barely gone 6 p.m, but Saoirse and Robin were dressed for a nightclub. Short, shimmery dresses, spindly-heeled sandals, and stripes of shiny stuff on their faces. Contouring, Saoirse informed him. Will you be okay in those shoes? He asked Robin. 10-minute walk uphill to the town and cobble streets when we get there. I was born in high heels. Maybe so, but by the time they arrived in Il Gatto Umbriaco, he had a girl leaning on each arm. Marcello's kids, Seppe, Lorenzo and Valentina, were at a table overlooking the sun-baked plain below. There were warm hugs and double kisses. Briefly, Ferdia forgot about Bertie. What's everyone drinking? Aperol Spritz. Valentina indicated the orange drink in front of her. 2014 called. It wants its statement drink back. Robin gave Ferdia a malicious smile. He slid his eyes away, embarrassed. So, 6 Aperol Spritzes, he said, and went to the bar. It was passeggiata. Family groups, some just of 2 or 3 people, and others much bigger, wandered past the bar. They were mostly Italian, with only the occasional cluster of tourists. Jessie should have been Italian, Ferdia thought. They were all about family. Hey, There went Cara, Ed, Vinny and Tom. Ferdia watched Cara. She was holding hands with Tom and Ed, and she looked okay, normal. But she'd always looked normal, and it had turned out that she had bulimia. It was weird how they were all acting like she hadn't had a seizure and scared them sideways. Was it hard for her here, surrounded by so much great food? Or was she cured now? "Orders from on high," Bridie announced. "We have a reservation at Loretta's restaurant for our dinner. We leave at 7:15 sharp. Don't be late." Nell had a shower, washed her hair, dried it, and put on a red cotton dress. Her electronic toothbrush was buzzing its way around her mouth when she heard Liam coming up the stairs. She tensed without knowing why. The toothbrush had been a gift from Liam, given at a time when everything he'd said or done was bundled up in his love for her. Then it hadn't seemed like an insultingly practical thing to receive. It was just one more sign of his devotion. The correct way to use it, he had informed her, was to spend 30 seconds on each quadrant of her mouth, instead of roaming randomly like she was doing now. "Hi, just changing my shirt." She moved into the bathroom out of his way. It was only a small thing, a very small thing, but she wanted to brush her teeth the way she wanted to brush her teeth. "A start-up grant from the government." Sepe was telling Ferdia about the small e-commerce company he'd just started. They would like for Arezzo to become a hub for gold. "Yawn," Robin said loudly. Ferdia made an apologetic face at Sepe, and Sepe smiled to show he understood. Sepe had just finished university, and while his career path wasn't what Ferdia was aiming for personally, he was heartened that Sepe saw a future for himself. It was hard to earn a living here in rural Tuscany, far harder than in Ireland. "What about you?" Valentina asked Ferdia. "You have one more year in college, and then what?" "Yeah, well." He was keen to discuss his recent venture, but Robin cut in. "Blah-de-blah-de-blah. When are we going to have some fun?" Saoirse's phone beeped. "It's Mum, we're late for dinner." "We better go. Catch up with you later?" Ferdia, Saoirse and Robin hurried through the narrow brick-paved streets, under sandstone archways and past cave-like grocery stores. Dinner was in Loretta and Marcello's place on the other side of the small town. They passed an old-fashioned apothecary, then a shiny little jewellery shop, its wares aimed firmly at tourists. "Oh my God!" Robin pointed at glass-beaded bracelets. "They're the cutest! I want to try." "We're late," Ferdia said. "The bracelets will still be here tomorrow." "I want to look at them now." "OK, work away. Saoirse, you know how to get to Loretta's. See you there." "You're not waiting with us?" Robin pouted. "I don't want to be late." He strode on. "What an utter bastard," Robin said loudly. "I fought the law," Johnny sang. "Ha ha ha, I sound like an opera singer." "A baritone," Liam said. "Marcello, are they the deep voice ones?" "Si." Marcello rolled his eyes. "Cafone." Cheeky Italian prick. Cafone meant something like ignorant peasant. "And the law won," Johnny sang on. "Listen to the reverb on that." It was late on Saturday night, and they were playing pool in the basement, which had freakishly echoey acoustics. Liam took a swig from his beer bottle, hit his chest and belched. "'Cause girls like you," Ferdia cut in, "run around with boys like me." Sepe and Lorenzo chorused, and the three of them fell around the place laughing. Call him paranoid, but Liam suspected they were laughing at him. He didn't know what, but there was some subtext here. He was drunk enough and feeling reckless enough to... Ed stepped in front of him. "All right?" Taken by surprise, he said, "Ah, yeah." "You sure?" Now Johnny had blocked him in. "I'm grand." "Right!" Johnny moved off, then bellowed, "I fought the law!" Nell woke into darkness, her heart pounding. Where am I? She was in bed, but not at home. Slightly panicked, she stretched out a leg and discovered she was alone. Where was Liam? Pawing around, she hit a switch and suddenly she could see. She was in the beautiful room, in the beautiful house in Italy. There was her phone. It was only 1:23 a.m. Liam was probably still playing pool. Then she remembered her dream. It was what had woken her. God, it had been horrible. In it, she and Liam didn't love each other anymore. They'd made an abnormally calm decision to break up. "We got carried away," he'd said. "Getting married, that was mad stuff. You'll have to move out." "That's grand. I never liked the flat anyway." It had been awful, and it didn't make sense. She loved Liam, and she loved the flat. She really needed him to hold her and hug away this shaky fear. But she couldn't go sneaking around the house at this hour of the night trying to find him. He'd be embarrassed. And so would she. Would it be okay to send a text? "Baby, I had a bad dream. Can you come to bed? I love you. XXX. Knowing she'd see him soon dispersed the last few smoky threads of the nightmare. She waited and waited, until after a long time she felt sleepy again and decided it was safe to go back to sleep. Chapter 67. "What about Mum?" a voice whispered. "Let her sleep." Another voice. "Ed's." Cara opened her eyes. Italy. Tuscany. In the world's most comfortable bed. In the world's most perfect bedroom. In the world's most beautiful house. Ed, Vinny and Tom were up and dressed and peering down at her. "Hi, Mum," Tom whispered. "It's 8:10, but that's Italian time. It's only 7:10 in Ireland. We're going to pick fruit for breakfast." "I'll come." Cara was suddenly energised. Throwing on a loose dress, she slid her feet into sandals and followed them down the stairs. Outside it was still cool, and dew sparkled on the leaves. The sun, a long way from its height, cast a pale yellow light. Carrying their wicker trugs, they made their way to the orderly rows of ridges and trees, where colourful butterflies swooped and fluttered. "What fruit is here?" Tom asked. "Cherries," Ed said. "Peaches, probably. Tomatoes." "Tomato isn't a fruit." Vinny was always ready with the scorn. "Actually, it is," Ed began. "No, one of Dad's explanations." But everyone laughed. Someone looking on, Cara realised, would think she lived a perfect life. To be fair, it was all here. The beautiful setting, the good man, the 2 beloved children, enough food, enough love. It was just that she couldn't feel it properly. Since this whole drama had kicked off, it was as if the real Cara wasn't entirely aligned with reality. Her outline kept slipping, like a wonky contact lens that wouldn't sit on the iris. When other people were around, she could do the back and forth talk, but lately it felt like muscle memory rather than genuine engagement. Now and again, both herselves overlapped perfectly, clicked into place, and suddenly she was there in the moment. Intense feelings would surge through her, both good and not so good. Then her outline would detach again. She was living her life a short distance from herself. And what had this to do with eating too much and making herself sick? If what her counsellor Peggy said was true, she'd been doing that to change her mood. Now she had no way to alter her feelings, and she had to make sense of them again. But, as she kept telling herself, it was early days. It would be a mistake to try to understand everything now. She should just keep treading water, keep living, until things became clearer. "I want to pick the cherries." Tom ran towards a ladder under a tree. "I'll get the peaches," Vinny said. "I'll get tomatoes," Cara said. "They're not fruit," Vinny insisted. She laughed. "They'll do for lunch." While Ed instructed the boys on how to know if a fruit was ready to pick, Cara tried to pluck the tomatoes mindfully from their vine, feeling their firm weight in her hand. Something Peggy had said came back to her. The purpose of food is to feed your body, nothing else. Unexpectedly, she had one of those rare moments of alignment. These plants had come from the earth to keep her alive. Briefly, she knew her place in the cycle of life. It happened again when Tom and Vinny displayed their baskets. The pale pinky-orange fuzz of the peaches with their distinct sweet smell, and the shiny purple of the cherries were beautiful. Maybe everything would be okay. Back at the house, the French windows were thrown open. Dilly and Nell scurried back and forth, carrying stacks of plates to the long table under the wisteria trellis. Jessie, in a floaty caftan, was cooking something hot and spitty on the stove. Saoirse and Robin blitzing smoothies. Johnny and TJ manned the coffee machine, while Bridie was busybodying about, and Ferdia decanting what looked like home-baked granola into a heavy ceramic bowl. The only person missing was Liam. "Look at you, my little hunter-gatherers," Jessie exclaimed when she saw them. "You're like an ad for wholesome living. Photo, where's me phone?" Examining the contents of the trugs, she lavished praise on Vinny and Tom. "You've got great stuff. Look at these peaches." To the room she called. "I could do fried peaches with honey. Have we honey? Course we've honey. And pistachios?" "Bougie!" Bridie yelled. "I'm with Bridie," Johnny said. "Settle the head." "I just want Nutella," Vinny said. "I could easily eat that giant jar and not even feel sick." Nervous laughter rose, and suddenly no one was looking Cara's way. They must be thinking Vinny had inherited whatever was wrong with her, the overeating part anyway. It was mortifying. But early days, she reminded herself. Early days. "So what can I cook for people?" Jessie asked. "Cara?" Immediately everyone cocked an ear. 2 egg omelette, please," she answered politely. "With tomato." "Cheese?" "No thanks." Jessie was about to start twisting her arm. As a feeder, it was her automatic reflex. Then she remembered. Coming up! The daily food plan, drawn up by the hospital's dietitian, was meant to stop the dips and spikes in Cara's blood sugar levels that apparently led to binges. Maybe it was working, because she'd had no cravings for sweets or chocolates for the last few weeks, which was the maddest thing ever, because in those months before Gulban Manor, it had been literally her every thought. What chocolate she'd buy, when she'd buy it, when she'd eat it. Now she seemed to have freedom. But who knew that freedom could feel so flat? Chapter 68. Robin was a mean girl, Jessie observed. Saoirse's gratitude towards her for being her friend was painful to witness. It reminded Jessie of her own teenage years, a time she never wanted to remember. Robin was also lazy. She'd scarpered when the breakfast clean-up needed to be done, then appeared poolside in a bikini, where the bottoms were pulled right up her bum. "What's that about?" Jessie asked Johnny, as they stood by the window washing the pans. "Why didn't she just buy a thong?" "It's the look, I think. They were doing it on Love Island." "But what if they all fancy her?" "So what?" "But what if they all, get turned on?" "So what?" "But what if they get erections?" "Who?" "Well, you." "Don't. That's horrible." Doubtfully she looked at him. "I think all men are dirty yolks, raring to go day or night." "I won't get an erection." He looked towards the pool where Ed was in a splashing war with all the younger kids. "And neither will Ed." "Liam?" "Time will tell if he ever appears." "Ferdia?" "Ah, yeah, of course, he's that age. Where is he anyway?" "Knocking something down with Seppi and Lorenzo. A wall, I think." "That's all very wholesome." "Look at the bunnies," Jessie said indulgently. "Little Dilly." She was the cutest thing, small and sturdy in her mermaid swimsuit with the ruffles on the bum. And Bridie, ever the catastrophist, in a yellow float suit. "What's the deal with Bridie and the flotation tubes?" Johnny asked. "She can swim." "She says you can never be too careful." Robin stood up to rearrange her bikini. "Why's your woman's bum bothering you?" Johnny asked. "I just want everything to be nice. Because I'm Nuvi, Nell says." She added, "I really love Nell." As if Jessie had summoned her, Nell popped up into their line of vision, wearing a white bikini. "God!" With a soapy hand, Jessie clutched Johnny's bare arm. "Look at Nell." "Now I've an erection." though it seems like you're the one with the boner for Nell. Johnny, don't say boner. He was squinting at Nell. What's different about her? The hair. Not pink anymore. Look at it there. A blonde cascade tumbling down her back. Oh, here we go. Robin, maybe threatened by Nell's clean-cut sexiness, stood up again and tucked her bikini bottoms even more tightly between her bum cheeks. There's no more room up there. Where does she think she is? Jessie demanded. Nikki Beach. This is a family holiday and there will be no erections. I'm going to patrol the side of the pool with a metal pipe. I'll be the erection police. Any evidence of Twitchy Mickey, I'll hit it a whack with my pipe. Johnny laughed. Twitchy Mickey. You're the very best. Oh yeah? His smile faded. Oh yeah. He slid his arms around her waist and pulled her hard against him. Whoa, what's with the sudden mood change? My sexy, beautiful wife. Am I indeed? Hey Johnny, is that? Twitchy Mickey, your fault. Going to whack it with your pipe? I'll deal with it another way. Come on. Seriously? They'd been so much nicer to each other since the terrible row over her birthday. But daytime sex hadn't happened in years. They're all in the pool. No one will miss us. Let's go. 1:23 p.m. Lunch. Salad, 1 tablespoon of dressing, half a medium avocado, 2 medium sliced sourdough, small bunch red grapes, sparkling water. Cara typed it all into her phone to report later to Peggy. When Cara had first seen her food plan, she'd panicked. There was so much. She'd put on tons of weight. Apparently, so Peggy said, her body was so confused by all the food restricting then binging she'd been doing that it needed to relearn that a regular, steady supply of nourishment was guaranteed. In addition, Peggy insisted that many of Cara's binges had been triggered not by cravings, but by actual old-fashioned hunger. Maybe there was something in that. She'd always skipped breakfast to cut her daily calories. But by mid-morning she'd get such a voracious need for food that she ate much more than the average breakfast. In their first few sessions together, Cara had found Peggy far too bossy. She reminded her of a primary school teacher with her air of absolute conviction that she knew best. Now, though, Cara liked it. It was a comfort to be in the care of a counsellor with such confidence. Now she needed to input her mood after eating. No need to even think about it. Horribly self-conscious. For the first time in forever, she was in a swimsuit, without a sarong concealing her hips and thighs. It was a sturdy navy one-piece with a built-in stomach flattener, a million miles from Robin's day-glow little bikini, but still. Maybe if only Ed and the boys were here, it would be okay. But with all these people around the pool, especially Robin, Cara could read her mind. The girl's expression veered between disgust and pity for Cara. She could almost see Robin deciding that she would never become a dumpy woman with cellulite. And maybe she wouldn't. Not everyone was weak like Cara. Oh God, here came Liam, another person who made her feel vulnerable. She suspected his judgment of her thighs was savage, but it gave her a small gleam of pleasure to know that her judgment of him was equally unforgiving. There he was behind his sunglasses, thinking no one could see him checking out Robin. Johnny's opinion she worried about far less. He was all talk, and actually a very kind person. Jesus! With an involuntary suck of breath, she almost choked on her own epiglottis. It was Ferdia, shirtless, in a pair of board shorts. She took in his long, lean body, his hair dark against his pale skin. His shoulders and arms were adorned with various tattoos. A fuzzy dark line led from his belly button down to his waistband, and it was just all a bit much. "Swits, woo!" Dilly yelled at him. Ed looked up. "Ah, here." He laughed softly. "I suddenly feel incredibly inadequate." "Where were you all morning?" Bridie demanded of Ferdia. "Knocking down a wall with a lump hammer," he grinned. "It was cool." "He thinks he's all that," Robin said. "It's cute." "What does that mean?" Dilly asked. "It means Robin fancies Ferdia." "He looks like a man from a magazine," TJ declared. A model, Bridie said. Don't tell him, Jessie pleaded. He'll rear up on us. It was too late. They'd grabbed Jessie's Vogue and found an ad for Armani aftershave. Ferdia! They tapped the page with wet fingers. You look like him. No, his hair needs to be wet. Dilly was studying the picture. And he needs water drops on his bosoms. Get in the pool, Bridie ordered. You need to have swimming pool on you. Ferdia obliged, then sat on the edge as they fluttered around, styling him, using their fingers to comb his wet hair back from his face. Vinny grabbed the magazine. You have to sort of half close your eyes. Yes, like that. You look so stupid. Urgently, Tom said to Cara, Mum, can I have your phone? Thanks. Then, Ferdia, make love to the camera. Tom clicked off picture after picture. You need to lift one of your legs. Like this? Ferdia hoisted one leg high into the air and the kids dissolved. No, your foot on the ground and your knee bent. Yes, like that. Glorious! Dilly cried. We're in raptures. What's this aftershave called? Nell asked. Pooh! Dilly shrieked, then laughed so much she tumbled onto a lounger, where her small, solid body convulsed with hilarity. Smelly! Tom cried. Smelly poo! Fart! Vinny called. Fart face! Gobshite, Liam suggested, but apart from a barely audible "ah now" from Johnny, he was ignored. Fart face! Ferdia declared, then gave a wildly overdone, smouldering look. By Armani. The kids screamed with delight, so helpless with laughter that they decided to tumble on top of each other. When so many children had climbed onto Jessie's lounger that she was balanced right on the edge, she got off and shoved two together. Now there's room for all of us. Dilly, TJ and Bridie clambered onto her, their damp little bodies squirming until they were comfortable. All that could have made Jessie happier was Saoirse joining them, but Saoirse was temporarily lost to her. There was no point even thinking about Ferdia. Ferdia was a man now. Any room for me? Johnny asked. Course! Fresh squirming started as everyone got comfortably tangled again. Whose leg is that? Jessie rubbed her foot against someone. It feels really hairy. Is it Daddy's? This prompted screams of laughter from the girls. That's Dilly's leg. And she's not hairy. This is all I want, Jessie thought. All I ever wanted. Sorry, Mum. TJ accidentally elbowed Jessie in the ear. Are you okay? Fine, fine. Happier than I could ever have imagined. Chapter 69. Late afternoon, as the heavy air vibrated in the heat, Cara was halfway between awake and sleeping when her phone chimed softly. What's that? Saoirse raised her head groggily. Nothing, sorry. It was time for the second of her 3 daily hospital-mandated snacks. She had to eat every 3 hours to keep her blood sugar level steady, thereby foiling any ambush attempts by cravings. But eating when nobody else was felt embarrassing. Even the word snack made her uncomfortable. It was what kids in kindergarten got given, not grown women. Worst of all, she wasn't even hungry, which felt like the greatest waste of calories ever. In the kitchen, searching for her bag of raw nuts, she opened a cupboard and stumbled across a stash of Italian biscuits. In fright, she slammed the door shut, but not before she'd glimpsed images of thick chocolate, mini marshmallows and crunchy hazelnuts. Her heart was thumping. She hadn't been looking for biscuits. She hadn't even known they were there, but still she felt guilty. Processed sugar wasn't part of her eating plan. Not yet, and maybe never. Shocked with herself, she moved away. How come she'd opened the very cupboard that was packed with biscuits? Was she trying to sabotage herself? Peggy hadn't wanted her to come on this holiday. It was too soon to put her into an environment she couldn't control. Cara had been confident that she wouldn't lapse. Now, though, she understood Peggy's concern. What? Ed had walked in. Her lips felt numb. What's happened? His eyes flicked over and around her, as if he was expecting evidence of a binge. A terrible thought occurred. Did you come up here to spy on me? They still hadn't fully recovered from the terrible things they'd said after her seizure. They were polite and pleasant, but it felt to her that they were both acting. I came to see you were okay, finding your snack and all. He looked surprised, then wounded. Suddenly she felt ashamed. Sorry, sweetie. Johnny appeared, followed by Dilly, TJ, Vinny and Tom. More people were straggling behind them. All at once the entire household was passing through the kitchen, drifting back to their rooms for a snooze. Ed moved towards Cara, but she slipped away. I'd better ring Peggy. He had to let her go, because Peggy was the person Cara trusted to keep her on the straight and narrow. Nothing could get in the way of that relationship. As his wife disappeared up the stairs, Ed stood in the kitchen, wondering if he'd ever felt so lonely before. For the last 5 weeks, terror had invaded his dreams. Cara could have died. It rocketed him into wakefulness with a gasp and a pounding heart. She's dead. His life had become like sliding doors. In one version, the real one, Cara was still alive. But in the other, she died on that Friday night. He was experiencing this holiday through the prism of the second version. Even though she was here, alive, he understood how close death was. Everyone was attached to life by the most slender of threads. It was just crazy good fortune that they didn't snap, 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 one after the other, sending people tumbling into the void. He couldn't stop watching Vinny and Tom. Vinny creating mayhem in the pool, Tom reading under a tree, and thinking how different this holiday could have been. Your mum could have died. You'd still be here, and she wouldn't. Not that he could tell her any of this. She was trying to get better. He couldn't burden her. Are you okay there? Johnny was looking at him with concern. Come up to town. We'll have a drink with Marcello. Man stuff. Well, we can pretend. Liam, are you on for it? No espresso, Johnny said to Marcello. If we're talking about our feelings, we need beer. Ah, stop, Ed said. I can't spill my guts to order. Besides, these men wouldn't understand. He and Cara were different from Johnny and Jessie, from Liam and Nell, from any other couple. Before he'd met Cara, all 3 of his long-term girlfriends had dumped him. He wasn't serious enough about life, about his career, about them. In the early days of our relationship, he'd be lauded for his easygoing attitude, but eventually that would curdle into angry charges that he was too detached and too independent. He'd always been okay in his own company, even as a kid. Growing up, he had idolised his older brother Johnny. But when he'd noticed how hard Johnny worked to make everyone love him, his hero worship had mutated into something nearer to pity. As an adult, he was comfortable going on solo holidays. He'd strike up conversations on trains, in bars. He talked to anyone and he was always okay. By the time he'd met Cara, he was 32 and had the reputation of a nice guy who was not to be taken seriously. All that had changed when he climbed a ladder at a house party. That night, the higher he got, the more frightened he became. Then the woman at the foot of the ladder had called up to him. I've got you. You're safe. Out of nowhere, Ed felt something totally new. He craved the safety she promised. From the word go, he had thought Cara was extraordinary. But when he'd been extolling her qualities to his brothers, Liam had laughed and said, True what they say, right? Love is blind. After his fury had abated, Ed got it. To most people, Cara was unremarkable, but she'd unlocked his capacity to love. With that heart rush of devotion had come matching vulnerability. He'd never wanted anyone else. Cheating happened, he knew. Some of his friends were loyal. Some had lapses. Some were habitual fuckboys. He had his suspicions about Johnny, not that he would ever ask. If Johnny was cheating, he did not want to know. Himself, though, he was a straight arrow. The beers arrived, and Ed filled Marcello in on his and Cara's story. Say something, Johnny said. We think you're very wise because you have a deep voice and a foreign accent. She is doing a rehab? Marcello asked. This is a positive. But it wasn't. Ed had hoped some childhood trauma would quickly be identified and plucked out. restoring Cara to instant normality. Instead, the hospital's recovery plan seemed to be a trial and error process, where his wife gradually reforged a relationship with food. Worse still, she'd become secretive about her recovery. All these years, he'd been her partner in crime in her overeating, hiding chocolate, retrieving it. Now when she was, allegedly, getting well, she'd cut him out. It hurt him and it scared him. It felt that they were further away from each other than when she'd been throwing up several times a day. Outside the villa, Nell waved her iPad above her head. Seriously, the Wi-Fi here was shite. It was the worst to bitch about Wi-Fi when you were in actual paradise, but she needed to FaceTime Lorelei to see how things were going on set at the Liffey Theatre. She'd got the job designing Human Salt just after the murder mystery weekend. It had done a huge amount to restore her confidence. "What are you doing?" It was Ferdia at the door of his little house. "Trying to get a signal." He opened the door wide. "My bedroom has the best Wi-Fi in the whole place." She felt awkward about going in there. He was a young bloke. God only knew what he'd been up to. Ducking into his living room, she ran up the shallow stone steps to his bedroom and tried not to look at his sheets or the clothes strewn on the floor. It didn't smell too bad. No smell of feet or sweat or self-pleasuring. Suddenly she wanted to giggle. "What's so funny?" His head had appeared round the doorway. "No, nothing." "You like a drink? I've cider." "Sure." Why not? It was nearly 6 o'clock. Ferdia was right about the signal. She connected immediately. "Lorelei, sorry about the lateness. Crappy Wi-Fi. How's it all going?" "We can't have the giant water tank. Health and safety." "Ah, shite." She'd feared as much, but Nell was ever the optimist. "But we can have 5 smaller ones in a line. We've done a mock-up." "Show me." Lorelei demonstrated the line of smaller water tanks. "Taken together," she said, "it could still look like the sea." Nell wasn't sure. It was frustrating not to be there. "Let me sleep in it. Maybe something will come to me. Thanks, hon. Talk soon." "Any time you need the signal," Ferdia said, once she was back downstairs. "Come over." "So you're working again?" "Yep, I got back on the horse." "Like I said." He sounded pleased. "Oh, it was you, right? Yep, got a gig for the theatre festival. Not as big as the one I was working on in Mayo. Much smaller budget. But the work is interesting. I'm excited about it." "It must be frustrating being here and not there." "Yes." She caught herself and flushed. "Who wouldn't want to be here? The most beautiful place ever. And Liam and I are going to the Uffizi on Tuesday. Does it get any better?" "I wasn't throwing shade. I was just being nice." "Yeah," he grinned. "Being nice. That's new." The grin vanished. "I've been behaving differently for a while now." He sounded hurt. "More mature." Now that he mentioned it, he didn't seem as touchy as he'd used to. Must be Perla's good influence. And he'd been great that night in Gulbin Manor, helping Cara. "You are different," she said. "I'm sorry," she added. "I'm too caught up in my own stuff." Encourage the lad, why not? "You coming up to the procession later?" Santa Laura was having some religious festival. "Sure," he said. "Wouldn't miss it." She looked at him carefully. "I mean it. I'm not being sarky." After dinner, when all the kids had run off, Jessie set her elbows on the table with purpose. "OK, can I talk to you about a thing? Last weekend in September, Harvest." "What is it?" Nell asked. "Festival," Johnny said. "A new one. Only been on the go for the last 2 years." "Is that the one in a forest in Tipperary?" "But it's really—" "Noovie," Jessie jumped in. "Yes." "I was going to say upmarket." Ferdia laughed. "It's not Noovie. It's cool, boutique, eco-friendly." "Grown up," Jessie insisted. "For people who can't hack hardship, the tents have actual beds." "But the bathrooms are shared." "All the same, they're so clean." Jessie's face took on a dreamy expression. "They've outdoor showers, wooden bathtubs in the forest fed from hot springs, fairy lights strung through the trees." To Nell she said, "You'll love it." "What? Am I going?" "If you'd like. Here's the deal. Jessie said. Pop-up PIG cookery school with René Redzepi's ex-sous chef doing free demos. I need volunteers. To do what? Liam sounded sceptical. Lure people in, pass around the food, then data capture. Basically, persuade people to give up their email. There's going to be 12,000 well-off notiony types gathered in one place. Ideal customers for the cookery school. I've a lot going on, again from Liam. Doing my course plus pretty much managing a busy bike shop for shitty pay. No one's making you, Jessie said, a hint of vinegar to her tone. The guys from work would kill to come, but family gets first dibs. You'll have plenty of time to go to gigs or have your chakras realigned, or smoke some really strong blem and lie flat on your back outside your caravan, looking up at the stars and talking shite for 6 hours. This last part was directed at Johnny. You can take an acting workshop, Ed said, or listen to Angela Merkel talking to the head of the IMF, or go swimming in the river. Nudie swimming, Bridie had reappeared. It was only one nudie woman, Jessie said, and I think she was just confused. It sounds amazing, Nell said, even the non-nudie swimming. And all your accommodation would be free. Is that when we stayed in the caravan that looks like a cottage? Dilly had also slunk back to the table. Oh, Nell, you must come. It's glorious. The kitchen table turns into a bed. It's magic. Bridie says it's unhygienic. It is unhygienic. Are you going? Nell asked Cara. She shook her head. I love the music, but I don't do well in the outdoors. Camping, even glamping, it's not for me. And it's the same weekend as my friend Gabby's birthday. Ed goes though. Lineup is always amazing. Ed was scrolling through his phone. This year they've got, wow, Hosier, Janelle Monáe, Duran, are they still alive? Laurie Anderson, Halsey. Someone usually does a secret gig. Jessie, count me in. And me, Fergie said. I'm going anyway. Me and Perla. What? Jessie jumped on this information. Since when? Since a few weeks ago. I'm on for it too, Nell said. You'll be working. This from Liam. Last weekend of September. No, my play will have opened. I'm in. Won't it be cold though? Amazingly, no, Johnny said. The last 2 years it's been blazing sunshine, like they have their own microclimate. Maybe they get some fighter planes up there to burst all the rain clouds, like Putin does before a big parade, Ferdia said. Maybe. Jessie was thoughtful. To Ferdia she asked, Are you sure it's not Nuvi? Chapter 70. What if I have a heart attack? Johnny asked. You won't, Liam scoffed. It was Monday morning, another shiny yellow day. Johnny, Liam and Ed were gathered at the breakfast table, consulting a big fold-out map. Nell arrived. I'm having one more coffee before the pool. Nell, Johnny said, protect me from your husband. He's making me go on a killer cycle tomorrow. Tomorrow? Nell suddenly had a very bad feeling. What do you mean? He's making us cycle 55 kilometres up steep hills in the heat. Johnny's tone was cheery. But tomorrow, she checked. Tomorrow, Tuesday. Liam had looked up from the map. What? Trying to sound jokey, she wagged her finger. No cycle for you tomorrow. You've a date with me in the Uffizi. Dumbstruck, he stared at her. Remember, I booked tickets. It's in our planner. He grabbed his phone and checked. Shit, sorry baby, totally forgot. Lucky you have me to remind you. She forced a smile. Will it be like the Prado in Madrid? Maybe even better. Oh baby, no! Now she was dumbstruck. Eventually she managed. I thought you loved the Prado. You said you did. I've literally never been so bored in my life. She was shocked beyond words. Jessie, with her radar for drama, had emerged from the kitchen. I went because I love you, Liam said. He seemed to be waiting for her to let him off the hook. But I thought you... Nell was still in shock. Ah, Liam, Johnny scolded. I did it because I love her. It was a good thing. But the deal is, you can never drop the act, Ed said. You take it to your grave. Everyone weighed in with the same opinion. The tone was jokey, but the mood was tense. It's okay. A wobbly smile inched across her face. I'll go on my own. I love it. You can't go on your own, Jessie cried. Seriously, I'm super excited. It's all good. Before anyone could say another thing, she abandoned her coffee and turned back upstairs. She lay on her bed. So, this was not good. A bump at the bedroom door heralded the arrival of Liam. Nell, I'm really sorry. I'm a dick. She sat up. Yep. You know what it's like. Start to something. You'd agree to anything so the person thinks you're cool. Everyone does it. Do they? Yeah, of course. Everyone. He was energetically defensive. I get it. You feel humiliated. It was a lot worse than that. I'm wondering who I married. He groaned. Oh, Nell, don't make a thing of this. It's not important. It's important to me. Oh, seriously, don't be a bitch. You're better than this. Do you still want me to come? Are you insane? That would be the literal worst. Baby, I fucked up. But I haven't done anything that every human on earth hasn't done at one stage. You could look at it another way. And what way is that? That even though you're passionate about something I don't understand, that I actually can't stand, I still love you. No way. You don't get to say anything like that ever. I didn't lie about who I am. I didn't lie either. Nell, let's stop this. Come on, let's go to the pool. You go. I'll be down in a while. I just need to process. You'll be okay, he said. She probably would. But how many more discoveries would she have to make about him? Was this how it was for everyone? Was this what they meant when they said marriage was hard? One disappointment and shock after another. Ferdia, you in? Can I use your Wi-Fi? He opened his door. He was eating an apple. Sure, go on up. He spoke through a full mouth. You okay? I heard about the art gallery cluster. Grand. Just looking for a cheap hotel in Florence for tonight. My Uffizi ticket is for 9:45 a.m. tomorrow. Local bus can't get me there on time. So I'll go this afternoon, stay the night and bam, be on the spot when I wake up. Except everything's fully booked. Late August, he said. Tour Central. Why can't you drive? It's only an hour. She hesitated. Don't judge, but I'm nervous about driving into Florence. There are loons on the road here, and there's all these rules. You need a permit for the centre of Florence, and I can't do it, not on my own. I'll come with you. Another fool. Seriously, who had she wronged in a past life to deserve this visitation of fools? I'd like to see art. Sammy said I was a cultural wasteland. There's a Da Vinci museum as well, with some of the machines he designed. That would be cool. Hey, he stalled her protests. I'm not being nice. I want to go. There's a spare ticket, so let's go. I can even drive. I don't know. I better talk to Jessie. I'm 21, nearly 22. I'm not a kid, Nell. If we're talking to my mum, shouldn't you talk to your husband? She scoffed and rolled her eyes. Seriously, I need to okay this with Jessie. Then I want to okay this with Liam. With a swaggery walk led from the hips, he said in a deep, dorky voice, Hey Liam, seeing as you're such a selfish arse to your wife, I'm guessing you won't care if I drive her there. Haha, that'd be gas. You don't like him, do you? Nell, I utterly fucking hate him. A thought occurred. Ferdia, no. Are you doing this to get back at him because of Sammy? I'm totally not. I want to visit the gallery because I want to visit the gallery. Nothing shady. She felt mistrustful. You might get bored. I don't want to have to stop mid-tour because you've had enough. If I get bored, I can leave. We have phones. I'll wander the streets of Florence without a plan like in a movie. You might meet a girl who's leaving Florence on the 5 p.m. train. You could fall in love for the day. I'm so there for that. But basically, you can stay in the gallery until they kick you out, okay? Nell was still feeling doubtful. I need to talk to Jessie about the car. I don't think you'd be on our car insurance, so you'd have to borrow Jessie's. Okay, let's do it. With a flourish, he ushered her to the door. Andiamo. If it's the driving you're worried about, we could get you a car and driver, Jessie said to Nell. Do I amuse you could probably sort it out. I couldn't deal. I wouldn't know what to say to the man. I simply couldn't. Okay, Ferdia can drive you. But Ferdia, Jessie was stern, you can't change your mind half an hour in and start whinging that you're bored. Nell expected him to kick off, but he simply said, Maybe Nell could bring colouring books and crayons for me. Which was so unexpected that Nell exploded with laughter. So it's decided, he said. Right, I'm off to be waterboarded by Vinny. Jessie held Nell by the arm until he was fully gone, then hissed, Find out what happened between him and Barty, will you? Good girl. Cara was standing at the marble food sink, washing lettuce leaves for lunch, when Johnny appeared. How's things? She asked. He seemed uncomfortable. Grand. Are you okay? Look, I want to apologise. We've asked a lot of you, me and Jessie, doing our accounts and that. If all the stress pushed you over the edge, you know. She'd been hoping for a chance to extricate herself. Here was her opportunity and she needed to be brave. After a breath, she said, Would you mind if I stopped doing your monthly accounts? I feel slightly uncomfortable, knowing all that stuff about your money. Sure, grand, of course. Johnny looked mortified. Sorry for... She put a hand on his arm. Let's not make a thing of it. Anyway, she managed to smile. The pair of you never even look at them. But we knew if we were in terrible trouble you'd tell us. So, with the Airbnb, could you give me a lesson in running it? I'm okay to keep doing that. It nearly runs itself. Hassan does the heavy lifting. All I do is throw an occasional eye over it. Well, that'd be great. But if it ever gets too much, I will, I promise. After an awkward pause, he blurted, It's going great, isn't it? The apartment. He sounded so proud that she had to laugh. Yep, booking's nearly all the way to October. November, he said. I checked earlier today. Barely a day free between now and then. Congratulations. I keep refreshing the calendar to admire it, he said. I feel so, would the word be validated? Reading the nice reviews, I feel, warm on the inside. When they say the location is great, I think how smart I was to have bought it all those years ago. I feel like a savvy businessy man. So that's all okay then, is it? Thanks, Cara, thanks. Full of smiles, he left the kitchen. Cara resumed her lettuce washing, her hands trembling slightly. That went okay, she thought. She'd been brave. But poor Johnny. Then, what is he planning to do with all that money? It wasn't much later when Jessie came in, dumping her old-fashioned shopping basket on the worktop. Do you know what they have in Fausto's grocery store up the town? She exclaimed. What? Fuck all! Pure fuck all! Jessie cast an anxious look about. Any of the bunnies here? Am I a bunny? Tom popped out from the pantry, where he'd been holed up, reading. Course you are. Jessie grabbed him and planted several quick smackers on his head. But you don't judge. It's just a word, Tom said. The F one. It's got no moral value in itself, Dad says. That's grand, Cara said hastily. But you're still not to say it. I'm not saying Fausto's shop isn't lovely, Jessie said dreamily. It's like a movie set. Soft yellow paper sacks of semolina flour, dusty cans of chestnut puree, 4 gazillion jars of preserved lemons. But a box of Rice Krispies? Not a chance. I managed to get bread, wine and ice cream, all the major food groups. But we need a visit to the big supermarket on the Luca Ring Road. We'll be grand with bread and cheese for lunch today, salad from the garden, and we're making pizzas for dinner. They'd been there less than 48 hours, but they'd already slipped into an easy routine. A late breakfast, followed by pool time, a light lunch, more sunbathing, a snooze, then dinner, usually up in the town. I'll go to the big supermarket tomorrow, Cara said. Good woman. Chapter 71. In her bedroom, as Cara hit Peggy's number, her first morning checking into St. David's came back to her. Date of birth? The female admissions clerk had asked, then stopped typing and looked up as the office door opened. A man in a shirt and tie had come in, looking flustered. Peggy wants her letters. Those. She pointed with a pen at a pile of paper. Thanks. The man took a sheaf of pages and hastened away. Sorry, give me that date again. When all of Cara's details were input, the clerk pressed an intercom and spoke. Can someone come and get one of Peggy's? Then to Cara. You're with Peggy. Who's Peggy? She seemed surprised. Peggy Kennedy, your counsellor. The way Peggy was being spoken about implied she was important. A security woman materialised. "I'm here for one of Peggy's." Cara was led along shiny lino corridors, through set after set of double doors, en route to this Peggy. The hospital looked clean and well maintained, but it was old and austere. I should be at work right now. Instead, I'm a patient in a psychiatric hospital. It was impossible to believe. "Everyone seems scared of Peggy," she said to the security woman. She'd expected, at the least, to get a smile out of her, but the woman said stiffly, "She's very highly respected." Cara burnt with embarrassment. She'd only been trying to make small talk. "Here we are." The guard ushered Cara into a small room, then promptly left. Cara sat in one of the two armchairs. Apart from a low table, the room contained nothing else. What am I doing here? What's gone wrong in my life? How could I have avoided this? In came a short woman with curly hair, probably in her late 50s, wearing an A-line skirt and a pale pink blouse, the kind of woman who might be described as cuddly. "Peggy Kennedy." She extended her hand and gave a quick, brisk squeeze. "You're Cara Casey? So what has you here?" Haven't you been told?" "I'd rather hear it from you." "Oh, okay. So, on Friday night, I had a small seizure. It looked far worse than it was. It was just a bit unlucky. But my husband panicked, so here I am." She paused. "Everything feels a bit Kafkaesque, to be honest." Peggy looked blank. "I mean, as if I've been incarcerated for something I didn't do. I know what Kafkaesque means. Tell me about your bulimia." Cara revised her opinion. Peggy wasn't cuddly. At all. "It wasn't really bulimia. It was just a temporary thing, and I've stopped now. I hadn't realised people were so worried about me." "So, fear of food and love of food, hatred of your size, overeating when you're angry, anxious, stressed or lonely, eating in secret. Once you start eating sugar you can't stop, guilt after overeating, promises to yourself to eat normally. How's that sounding?" Defiantly, Cara said, "I barely know any woman who has a normal relationship with food or her body." "But not every woman has a seizure as a result of her disordered eating." "Yes, but it wasn't really a..." "You could have died," Peggy enunciated. "I couldn't have. You could have. You still could if you carry on like this." "I've stopped. You'll start again without proper help." Peggy raised her palm. "Don't tell me you can control it. You can't. I know a lot more about this than you do. Now you're thinking you know yourself better than I do. Once again, you're wrong." A cold trickle of fear leaked through Cara. Peggy's confidence was a worry. What if she was right? But she probably wasn't. Every weekday for the following 4 weeks, Cara had seen Peggy for an hour and had had every one of her preconceptions shot down in flames. When Cara said, "Eating disorder to me means anorexia," Peggy had responded with, "Eating far more food than your body can digest, then making yourself sick, that's an eating disorder." When Cara said, "I ate too much because I'm a pig with no self-control," Peggy said, "You've an illness. You became addicted to the dopamine your brain produced every time you overate. It's exactly like being addicted to drugs." When Cara said, "Don't eating disorders happen because of traumas?" Peggy was blunt. "Not necessarily." Peggy was opinionated and non-negotiable. She wasn't entirely unsympathetic, but she didn't pull any punches. As well as daily one-on-one time with Peggy, Cara had sessions with a dietitian in which she had to dismantle all her dyed-in-the-wool beliefs about food. Carbs were not the work of the devil. Skipping breakfast wasn't a great idea. She was shown videos on how craving cycles worked, how willpower was useless. She learnt about the chemical changes in human brains when a large amount of food flooded into the digestive system. She was told that it was an act of self-hatred to fill her body with food it didn't need and couldn't digest. Sessions with a cognitive behavioural therapist offered her healthier ways to manage her stress and anxiety. Every day that month, she was loaded up with so much information that she was too tired to resist all the parts she didn't think applied to her. 5 weeks later, She still didn't like Peggy, but she trusted her. Peggy wanted her to get well, even though Cara still didn't really believe that she wasn't well. Chapter 72. Nell necked a triple espresso in the silent kitchen. No one else was up, not even Jessie. Outside, grapefruit-coloured mist hung like gauze in the air. The sun, barely risen, was just starting to warm the land. Ferdia, in a pair of cargos and a crumpled shirt missing half its buttons, was waiting by the car. "All right?" "Yep." "Music on?" "Too early." For about 40 minutes the road stayed empty. Nell leant against her window, stunned by so much beauty, watching the fuzzy edges of the world burn away in the heat of the sun. Without much warning, they reached the surprisingly horrible outskirts of Florence. Traffic slowed almost to a standstill. "Don't worry," Ferdia said, the first words either had spoken. "We'll be there in time." "Okay, maybe they would. What could she do anyway?" "When we get to the gallery," he said, "we start at the top floor. It's where all the best stuff is. Then work our way down, okay?" She smiled. He'd obviously read TripAdvisor too. "Every time you see a ladies, use it. They're few and far between." "What if I don't need to go?" He flashed a grin. "Try anyway. We can't bring food or drink in. I've got protein bars we should eat before we start." "You've done your research." "Up all night, making the most of my high-quality Wi-Fi." As they advanced on the centre of Florence, winding through ever-narrowing streets, the traffic was a snarly, beeping nightmare. Every centimetre of road space was aggressively contested. Ferdia was doing his best to hide his anxiety, but his face was white, and his hands on the steering wheel were so tense she thought his bones might break the skin. A car from a side street inched its way into their path, its bumper almost touching theirs. Nell was braced for some sort of showdown, but Ferdia laughed and held back. "Go for it if it means that much to you." Her shoulders slumped with relief. Not long afterwards they descended a slope into an underground car park. "We're here! Wow!" "See," Ferdia said. "Driving is no bother." "They're terrifying, those Italians. I couldn't have done that last bit." "I wasn't scared," he laughed, "apart from when I was." "Only because you're young. The young feel no fear." "Nah, it's because you're used to driving with an old man. An old man who's an arse." She gave a wobbly smile. "Ferdia," she eventually said, "Liam's my husband. He's going through painful stuff with his kids. I know you've issues with him, but can we not?" "You're over him forgetting about today?" "Yep." It was complicated, but she no longer blamed Liam. It was the fault of her own unsustainable expectations. "Okay," he said. "I won't say anything again." "Are you pissed off with me?" "No," he sounded surprised. "Why would I be?" People think this is a fake because her beauty is so modern. Different standards of beauty in the 1400s. Caravaggio painted people from life's margins. He used a sex worker as a model to paint the Mother of God, and his patron went bananas. At first look, it's a painting commemorating a great battle. But see where the spears are pointing. At a hunting scene. There wasn't any battle. It was a lie, and this painting exposes it. Art being political. From room to room they went, Nell deconstructing dozens of paintings for Ferdia. "Am I talking too much?" she asked. "No, I'm enjoying it. Maybe not the way you are. Dilly's phrase, 'You're in raptures,' right? But it's interesting." "You're sure? Grand. Oh my God, it's Primavera. Very famous work by Botticelli. Look at the flowers. Can't you almost smell them? Literally 500 different plant types in this painting. Botanists come to study plants that are now extinct. Ed might be interested." "Ed's interested in everything." As they moved into the next room, Ferdia nodded at a crowd clustered around a painting. "What's that?" "Oh," she took a breath. "Botticelli's Birth of Venus. Even I've heard of that." He moved closer to get a better look. "She looks a bit like you." "What the fuck?" "I didn't mean the no clothes thing," he blurted. "I meant..." What had you meant? "Her hair, Her hair reminds me of yours. Okay. Her look was wary. And of course, the giant shell attached to her feet. Ha ha, grand. It was all okay again. We keep going? Oh, cool. Here's Tishan. See this one? Some rich dude commissioned this of his wife and... Same doggo as an earlier painting, so definitely the same woman. See the difference in Michelangelo's palette? Much more vibrant than Botticelli's. It revolutionised colour. You're sure I'm not talking too much? Stop asking, he said. If I've had enough, I'll wait in the cafe. Keep at it. Caravaggio painted people who actually looked like people. He didn't flatter his subjects. Abruptly, the stream of information stopped. Nell said, her tone awestruck, "In the next room is Caravaggio's Medusa. I've loved it since I was 15. I'm so excited right now, I can't even." She took a deep breath. "Okay, let's do it." He followed her towards a round painting protected by a glass case. Nell stood before it, silent for a full minute. "Tell me," he said. "The emotion, the horror in its eyes. He, or it might be she, has just realised that it's dying. It thought it was invincible. Can you feel it?" He could, actually. The poor bastard. "Yeah, but it went around turning people to stone. It's just had its head cut off." Ha ha ha, right. Then she was back to staring in wonder. The realism of the snakes. Over 400 years old. "Okay," Nell said. "I'm done. Let's get some food." In a nearby cafe, Ferdia asked, "Did you enjoy it?" "Oh my God," she exclaimed. "I loved it." She would have preferred to be there with Liam. She'd never again have a day in an art gallery with Liam. That was already in their past. But beauty helped heal the wound. "So what next?" Ferdia asked. "The Da Vinci Museum? If I see any more art, my eyes will burst. Come on, let's walk it off, see Florence." Out in the crowded sunny street, a man was playing an accordion. After a moment, Nell recognised the theme from The Godfather, and her soul withered. She and Ferdia skimmed a look off each other. They were clearly thinking the same thing, that Florence was like a stage set, that this man had been paid by the Tuscan Tours Board. "Your man looks," Ferdia said. "I know. But look at all these statues." In the street, raised on marble plinths, stood several sculptures. Ferdia stood before a male nude in white marble. "Is this the statue of David?" "A reproduction," Nell said, "but yes, that's him." They studied the statue. Nell gave Ferdia a cheeky look. Echoing what he'd said earlier, she said, "He looks a bit like you." "Oh yeah? The nudiness? Ah, it's the hair, right?" And the giant lump of marble stuck to his foot. "He's had a bit of manscaping done by the looks of things." And Nell was looking at the small genitalia. It must have been cold the day it was sculpted. Then, embarrassed, "Come on." They started walking, heading away from the centre, with no plan, past 7-storey buildings in every gradation of yellow, from buttercup to straw, tottering over narrow pedestrianised streets. Chapter 73. Johnny and Ed exchanged a look. For God's sake, don't laugh. But it was difficult not to. Liam had pushed the pace all morning. Ed had kept up, but Johnny loitered far behind, huffing and puffing and hating every second. Then, about 10 kilometres from home, Liam gave a sudden howl and skidded to a halt, claiming to have done something to his back. They helped him, wincing and swearing, to the shade of a tree. Johnny flung himself down beside his brother. "I might never be able to get up again," Liam mumbled. "At least you can cure yourself," Ed said, distributing bottles of water, "with your massage stuff." "No, I fucking can't. How would I reach? How could this just have happened out of nowhere? I wasn't doing anything to my back." "It's just the way of things," Ed said. "You try to disaster-proof your life. But the thing that causes all the trouble is something you'd never even thought about." "How do you mean?" Johnny sounded anxious. I worried about money, about being away for fieldwork, about Vinny being a bit wild. Any of them could blow up our lives, I thought. But Cara having a seizure because of an eating disorder? Never saw that one coming." "Thought we were talking about my back," Liam said. How did this conversation become about you, Ed? She's getting help, Johnny said. She'll be fine. You know your friend, is it Andrew? Ed asked Johnny. With the alcoholic wife. Grace? Yes. No wonder Johnny sounded wary. This was not a story with a happy ending. Andrew had been, everyone was agreed on this, very good to Grace. He was the one who'd rung around in the mornings after, making Grace's apology when she'd made a drunken show of herself the night before. To alleviate her need to drink so heavily, he'd taken her on holiday, got extra child-minding help, and tried to remove all stress from her life. After years of her trying and failing to get things under control, Andrew had left her. Then she stopped drinking. Andrew stayed gone. She stayed sober. Moral of the story, he was enabling her, Ed said. My second worst fear is that if Cara doesn't stick to this, if she starts again, I don't think I can stay with her. But she's not well. Johnny was horror-struck. You can't abandon a person who isn't well. If I stayed, she'd think there were no consequences. She'd probably keep doing it. What's your first worst fear? Liam asked. That she dies. Yep, Liam said. Could happen. But probably won't, Johnny said quickly. Things often get worse before they get better. But think positive. That's what you do. People were always telling Ed that he was a positive person. But right now, hope was in short supply. Early afternoon, the villa was quiet. Johnny, Ed and Liam were on their crackpot cycle, Nell and Ferdia in Florence, Saoirse and Robin at a day spa, and Cara, Vinny and Tom had gone to the big supermarket in the real town 9 kilometres away. Mom? Jessie was on her way to the pool when she was summoned by Dilly, who was in a head-to-head conference with TJ and Bridie. Are Violet and Lenore still our cousins? Of course, honey. Could we FaceTime them? Now? Jessie didn't see why not. Admittedly, it had hurt that the two girls hadn't come to Italy, but she and Paige had always got on. In the early days of the separation, Jessie had wanted to maintain their friendship, but Liam had asked her not to. I feel like an even bigger failure, her being nice to you but not to me, he'd said. That had been hard, but out of loyalty to Liam she'd backed off. This was different. This was about the children. Their relationship mattered. Violet and Lenore are at camp this week, she reminded Dilly and TJ. Maybe they're not at home. Can't we try? What time was it in Atlanta? 7:39 in the morning, Bridie had read her mind. OK, Jessie had decided. I'll message Paige and see what she says. Within seconds, Paige had pinged back, Sure. OK, Jessie exclaimed. We're on. They went to Ferdia's bedroom and dialed up. Then there they were, Violet, Lenore and Paige, their smiling faces filling the screen. A clamour of talk broke out, everyone speaking at once. Why didn't you come to Italy? Bridie demanded. TJ, Violet called, do you still wear boys' clothes? Because so do I. No way! Lenore, I got a unicorn squishy. Dilly waved it at the screen. I could get you the cupcake one with my holiday money. Dilly, I have the cupcake one, Lenore squealed. Jessie filled up with a painful mix of love and sadness. This was what happened when people split up, but obviously the bond was still there between the kids. Jessie! Paige beamed. What a surprise! Is everything okay? Totally. Just we missed you guys. I'm so sorry we couldn't make it work with the Italy dates, and maybe I'm out of line here, but would you maybe think about the girls coming to Ireland for Halloween? Excuse me? Oh God. Boundaries. Backtrack. Sorry, Paige. It was just an idea, so that the girls could see their cousins, but it's not my business. I'm sorry. Jessie? Paige tried to cut through all the voices. Jessie, we've got to go now. Nice talking to you all. Say goodbye, girls. The connection was cut. What? No, wait! Bridie, TJ and Dilly erupted in confusion. What happened, Mum? What happened? Ring them back. They had to go. Jessie strove for the right words to restore calm. They only had a few minutes before they went to their camp. How do you know that? Bridie was very suspicious. Show me the message. She doesn't say it in words, but it's an adult thing. It was implied. TJ burst into a storm of weeping. Oh, Bunny! Jessie gathered her up. They don't want to be friends with us anymore. They do. They were just busy. Jessie had no clue what had just happened. Had she been out of line in suggesting the Halloween visit? That must have been it. They probably already had plans. Me and my interfering control freak ways. As soon as she got some privacy, she'd apologise to Paige, try to patch up this omni-shambles. If she parked the bunnies at the pool, what was that? She'd spotted something or someone through the trees. Then it came into full view, a man in dark clothing. Sweet Jesus! She felt the blood leaving her face. It's Do I Amuse You? What? Giacomo, coming up the path. Muttering to herself, worried we were getting too relaxed, so he's here to remind us what fear feels like. It was no surprise that Giacomo was visiting now, when Johnny was many hard-cycling kilometres away. He's scary, Dilly said. Don't I know it? Then, he's not. She couldn't frighten the bunnies. It's just his way. But whatever you do, kiddos, don't complain about the Wi-Fi. What might happen? Let's not find out. Bridie, get the bottle of Bailey's. It's up in my room. She looked out again. Christ, he was nearly upon them. How did he do that? He seemed to relocate from spot to spot at enormous speed, but she never actually saw him move. Standing at the front door, the girls lined up behind her in the dim hallway. She wondered if the discount in the rent was actually worth this. Ah ha ha ha! Giacomo! What a sorpresa! Entrez-vous, venite! Whatever the feckin' word was. Buongiorno. Bella signora, Jessie. Poker-faced, he bowed his head and gave her the bottle of grappa that she'd come to dread, then bestowed a double kiss. Stepping over the threshold, he removed his black cap and looked down at the girls. Le piccolo signorine, he he he. He gave a warmth-free smile. Buongiorno, signor Giacomo, Bridie said. We are having a nice holiday in your house. The Wi-Fi is very good, TJ blurted. Ah, Giacomo studied her coldly. Bella ragazza, he he he. He pinched her ear as she gave Jessie a terrified look. Good girls, Jessie's voice was high-pitched. Off to the pool now, don't drown. To Giacomo she said, Come in, sit down. Although it's your villa, you can sit where you like, ha ha ha. May I get you a drink? When Cara returned from the supermarket, Jessie was lying on the couch. I've been Giacomo'd, she said weakly. How did he know to come when no other adult is here? His network of spies, she groaned. Cara, I'm jarred. I had to have 3 glasses of grappa, which was disgusting. My head is spinning and my muscles ache from fear. A razor blade of guilt, yet another, sliced Cara's soul, cutting into the crosshatch of recent raw wounds. The things you do for us, she said. Don't think we're not grateful. If it wasn't poor Jessie being pestered by Do I Amuse You in order to get a cut-price holiday for all of them, there were countless other reasons for Cara to feel guilty. Weighing heavily was all the financial damage she'd done with her food drama. To her intense relief, the Ardglass had continued to pay her during the time she'd been sick. But Ed had got Scott to cover for 2 weeks so that he could support her, foregoing half a month's salary. Worse, though, was the cost of her treatment. Their health insurance would pay for about half of it. The rest they'd have to cover themselves. In addition, she'd be seeing Peggy once a week for the next year, and that would have to be funded from her own pocket. She desperately wished she hadn't let any of this happen. Chapter 74. Mid-afternoon, Ferdia and Nell bought gelato, ate it in a shaded park, and uploaded a gazillion photos to Instagram. Then Nell lay under a tree, resting her head on her satchel. Right, I'm just going to close my eyes for a few minutes. Within seconds she'd fallen asleep. When she woke up, the shadows were lengthening. What time is it? 20 to 7. Sorry. She'd been asleep for too long. We should get going. Have we any water? As he passed a bottle, she spotted some lines of script inked onto his inner forearm. What's that? It says, I owe you 1 red pastille. Love, Dad. Dad wrote me that note a few days before he died. The inkman copied his handwriting. You gave him your best flavoured sweet, but he promised he'd give it back. That's lovely. What was he like? She stopped herself. Sorry, I'm not awake properly. Too personal. It's grand. I'm good. Like I don't really remember him. Just kid stuff. He was big and calm. But he was stern too, much sterner than Jessie. Not mean or shouty, but when he said no, I knew he meant it. He shrugged. He was only human. If he was still alive, we mightn't get on at all. And maybe you would. You were 6 when he died. Did you understand what had happened? Not really. One day he went to work like normal and just never came home. Mum and Grandpa and everyone kept telling me that he was in heaven, but for the longest time I believed he'd be back. Then one day, just like all the others, I got it. He was coming back never. It was a shock. I felt like a train that had been knocked off the tracks. Oh God! For a while I wouldn't go to school. Then Mum said I'd have to repeat the year. I didn't want to be the poor sad boy with the dead dad, so I copped on, went back, did the work. All grand. You got back on the tracks? Totally. Slightly different, like a train with a dented wheel. But that's everyone. We've all lost someone or something. It's bizarre. My head knows he's gone, but I don't think my body does. How do you mean? You know when you're about to go out, but you're waiting for other people to be ready? How you get your muscles ready to move, like the backs of your legs, you sort of tense them so you can stand up quickly. That's how I feel about Dad. I'm braced, still expecting him. It's part of me now. I think it'll always be part of me. Oh God, that's so sad. Seriously, it's not. I'm fine. And we're all a bit buckled, right? Bella coppia, a wheedling voice said. Innamorati. Nell looked up. Oh no! An aggressively smiley man, wearing a wicker basket bristling with cellophane-wrapped roses, had descended on them. Bella signora! He plucked a rose from his basket and insisted that Ferdia take it. Per la bella signora! Ferdia was flustered. Rosa! The man persisted. E aumentato per amore! Quanto? Nell reached for her purse. A flash of 10 fingers, then Nell thrust a note at him. It disappeared with impressive speed, and the rose was being thrust at her. La bella signora. For him, she pointed at Ferdia. Bella signor. After a split second, the man rallied. A women's lib! A women's lib! Baccio! Baccio! No baccio! Nell thought this was hilarious. Grazie, signor. Arrivederci. Bella coppia, he said, and swung away, looking for his next target. Don't give out to me, she said to Ferdia. The poor man trying to earn a few quid. What's baccio? Kiss? Why would I give out to you? How come your Italian is so good? I downloaded a course, just the basics. Good on you. He was looking at his rose. He was slightly sheepish. I've never been given a flower before. It's nice, thanks. Right, let's go home. I'm starving. Do you mind if we get some food? He was her driver. She could hardly mind. Mum told me about a place just around here. The heat had gone from the day and the light was mellow. Ferdia led them through the streets, following his phone. Stopping outside a plain double door, sounding doubtful. It should be here. The door opened, seemingly by itself, and to Nell's confusion, a smiling man in a suit said, Signor Kinsella, Signora MacDermott, benvenute, welcome. They stepped inside and the noisy city disappeared. The floor was marble, the walls a yellow distemper, and overhead a multi-vaulted ceiling was adorned with frescoes. This was some sort of palazzo, restored obviously, but genuine. The smiling man led them to a madly baroque couch beneath an elaborate chandelier and said, Please, sit. I will check on your table. As soon as he'd gone, Nell hissed, Ferdia, this is too fancy, let's go. No, Jessie arranged this. But I'm embarrassed that there's this big effort to cheer Nell up. I'm good, and even if I wasn't, it's between Liam and me. Grand, be touchy if you want, but I need my dinner. This really isn't me, and I'm dressed all wrong. Nah, your giant shell is ideal, and I'm no better. He pointed at his loose, low-hanging trousers and thin, worn shirt. Come on, he coaxed. She means so well. Can't you do it just for her? Smiley Man had returned, and almost in a trance, Nell followed him along a black and white marble-floored hallway, past statue after statue, into a serene garden where fairy lights twinkled in the twilight. Invisible water pitter-pattered nearby. She had a sense of floating past many waiters who beamed and beamed, truly delighted for her that she was there. Jessie had probably paid them to smile, but still. Their table was next to an ornamental pond, in which a sculpture of a nymph floated on a giant ceramic lily leaf. Cider for the Signora. One of the army of smilers placed a glass before Nell. And orangina for the Signor. I can't function, Nell whispered. How did they know about the cider? Jessie, how else? Which means I haven't a hope of getting any alcohol. Have some of mine? Ah, no. His teeth flashed white in the half-light. I've to drive us home. Menu for the Signora. Nell took one look and exclaimed, Ah, here! Mine has no prices. I can't do this. I've only got €35 with me, and the smiles alone are probably going to cost us that much. I don't have prices either. Don't go bananas, but Jessie is paying. She put her face in her hands. This is the worst. My stuff with Liam is my stuff, and fancy food is wasted on me. I like Ryvitas, for God's sake. He scanned the menu. Look, there's normal stuff. They've lasagna. It's probably made with gold leaf. I'm happy with a cheese scone, and maybe a bucket of tea cakes. The Marks and Spencer's ones. In a perfect world. But I'm on an algae budget, and they're nearly as nice. Probably no cheese scones or tea cakes here, but try to enjoy it. Wow, I'm ungrateful. Then, what's going on with you and Barty? He blinked. That was some change of subject. You asking for a friend? Ha, I won't tell Jessie anything. But what's going on? We had a fight, me and Barty. A big one. About Jessie, Mum. Barty said about Auntie Izzy saying she was a slut. Nell's eyes widened. It wasn't the first time. But it's not what I think anymore. That's all I said, that I believe Mum. It kicked off World War III. Wow. Do you think you and Barty will work it out? He took a breath. Maybe not. Oh, Ferdia, you're not having a great time of it. Sammy gone and now Barty. I'm okay about Sammy. She's great, but we're not meant to be together. Barty, I'm not as okay. He shrugged. But at least Granny and Grandpa still love me. Suddenly she was curious. What are they like? The literal best. Grandpa Michael is the person I love most on this earth. He's not just my grandfather, he's my friend, and yeah, probably father figure too, all of that. Like, he's interested in me, and non-judgy. He doesn't try to solve my stuff, but just spilling it out to him takes the badness away. When I told him about the breakup with Sammy, he said, You'll be better by the time you're married. Exactly what he used to say when I was a kid and I'd fallen off a wall or something. He sounds great. Ellen's cool too. She's soft, like a granny should be. When I was about 8, I got the chicken pox. Mum couldn't take time off work, so I was sent down to them. It was like time travel. I stayed in Dad's old room. The TV only had 2 channels, and the food was, bread and potatoes and apple tart. We read lots of books. Granny said they used to be Dad's. Everyone should have grandparents like them. You'd want to meet Nana McDermott. Scary? I can't even. Yeah, but Granny Ellen could be tough too. Granny and Grandpa won't talk to Mum or Johnny. Izzy and Kiva won't either. Because of, he gave a dismissive wave, long ago and far away stuff. When Saoirse and me used to go down there, as kids, there had to be, what do you call it in diplomatic terms? An intermediary? A neutral party? Someone like Kiva's husband or Mrs. Tempest the neighbour. Mum would bring us to Granny and Grandpa's door, but Mrs. Tempest would let us in. That way Mum and the Kinsellas never came face to face. That sounds awful. Nah, we got used to it. It was 11 o'clock when they got back to the villa. Liam's face was like thunder. Where have you been until now? Florence, dude, Ferdia said. Doing what? Looking at art. Until now. We went for food. Where? What does it matter? This isn't cool, man. Jessie rushed in. Bunnies, you're back! How was Palazzo dell'Arte Vivente? Is that the name of the restaurant? Nell asked. It was utterly amazing. Wait, what? Liam demanded. You were at the Palazzo dell'Arte Vivente. But Jessie, Nell said, let me give you the money for the dinner. The Palazzo dell'Arte Vivente, Liam repeated. How did you get a table? There isn't anything to pay back, Jessie said. The chef is my friend. Well, maybe friend is overstating it, but... Oh, Jessie, well, I'll pay you back somehow. No. Jessie grasped her wrist. I owe you big time for, she mouthed, sorting out Ferdia and me. Have I got this right? Liam raised his voice. Jessie, Nell and Ferdia finally paid him some attention. You, he nodded at Nell, and him had a free dinner in Palazzo dell'Arte Vivente. In the silence that followed, Nell asked, in a small voice, Is that a good thing? A bad thing? Oh, for fuck's sake! Chapter 75. Liam seemed in better form in the morning. You had a good day yesterday? I loved it. I know it's not your thing, but it made me so happy. I think I'll go back and see. I didn't have a great day. His tone was pointed. Oh, his cycle. What happened? My back. Could be a pulled muscle. Could be something worse. Should you see a doctor? Ah, no. He waved away her concern. Well, he couldn't be that bad, so. I'm going back to Florence, to the Da Vinci Museum, probably tomorrow, she said. It's some of his inventions. They've been constructed from his drawings. Well, I read about that place. Sounds okay. I think I'll come with you. You don't have to. Ferdia says he'll drive me. I'll drive you. But Ferdia wants to go. And so do I. They couldn't both go. Not together. She found Ferdia by the pool. Ferd? He glanced up. You okay? Liam wants to go to the Da Vinci Museum. Oh, right. I'll give it a miss then. She was grateful he wasn't being a brat about it. I'm sorry. Nah, all grand. It's good he wants to go. Yep. Maybe he thinks Mum will sort him out with his dinner at the Arti Palazzo place. Ha, maybe he does. She smiled, then stopped abruptly. As she walked back to the house, her phone rang. It was Perla. Perla knew she was in Italy, so this was sort of weird. Nell, I apologise for calling you on your vacation. Are you having a wonderful time? Totally. Is everything okay? Everything is fine, but I would like to speak to Ferdia and his phone is powered off. Oh, okay. Let me get him for you. She hurried back to the pool. Ferdia, Perla for you. Oh, I must be out of coverage. Nell loitered, waiting for her phone. She would have liked to know what they were saying to one another. Yeah, she was curious, even if it wasn't any of her business. Thanks. Smiling, Ferdia bounded over and returned the phone. She could feel some sort of explanation coming, and she didn't need to know. Perla and I are good for you. The thing is, we're grand. She smiled at him, all grand. In the heavy late afternoon heat, all the loungers around the pool were occupied. The sound of cicadas filled the air. Jessie picked up her phone. She'd got a WhatsApp. Her heart beat faster when she saw it was a reply to her self-abasing message to Paige. I'll FaceTime tomorrow, 2 p.m. your time. Don't tell Liam. Don't have the kids with you. XX. She'd ended it with 2 kisses. That must mean Jessie hadn't totally destroyed things. Cara? Mum, everything okay? Fine, just ringing for a chat. They'd always spoken regularly, but her mum's calls had sharply increased since her seizure. I'm fine, Cara preempted the question. Don't worry. Worry? Me? Dorothy made scoffing noises. How's the villa and all? Fabulous? Fabulous, but it's the same one as the other 2 times. And you're okay with the food? Yes, Mum. She wanted to sigh. And you're all set to go back to work on Monday? Now she'd got her. This morning she'd woken at around 5 a.m, suddenly hit by the enormity of returning after 5 weeks off with the mystery ailment. "Oh, Mum, I'm mortified. I feel so embarrassed." "You shouldn't be," Dorothy said. "You're sick." "Mum," she cradled the phone and whispered, "please don't say that. I hate it. I'm not sick. I was just I lost control for a while. But even with everyone knowing that, I want to die of shame." People are very understanding these days, much better than they used to be. Maybe they were with proper conditions like bipolar or drug addiction. But with their propensity for overeating and puking, there wouldn't be the same kind of absolution. "And are you getting any urges with the gelato and all that?" "Honestly, no. Mum, there's nothing wrong. I don't really know, lost control for a while. But I'm fine now." "Well, that's great. How's everyone? The lovable eccentrics, my favourite son-in-law, and," her tone softened, "Jessie. All grand. Bye, Mum. See you next week." "So," Robin stood up and called out, "who wants to go to the designer outlet mall?" "The one near Sienna," Jessie said. "Not me. It's wall-to-wall junk." "Oh." Robin's tone was cool. "Saoirse and I need someone to drive us." She twinkled at Ferdia, who studiously ignored her. To everyone's surprise, Liam said, "I'll take you." "Oh, thank you, Liam." "You're welcome. Tomorrow, do you?" "It'll have to be Friday," Nell interjected. "We're going to the Da Vinci Museum tomorrow." "Oh yeah, Friday then." "You coming, Nell?" Robin asked archly. "To the outlet?" "I'm good. I'm not a shopper." "You don't say." Robin and Liam laughed, then Saoirse joined in. Sitting in the shade with her book, Cara wondered if she'd be invited. Nope, didn't look like it. She was literally invisible to Robin, not even worth mocking. It was sort of funny. "So maybe this afternoon we'll go back to the spa," Robin said. "Get a deep tissue massage." She ran her hand up and down her smooth thigh. "Hey, I can massage you," Liam said. "I need a guinea pig to practice on." Cara was stricken with shock. He couldn't possibly be serious. "Hey," Ed snapped. "Your back is injured. You can't massage anyone." "Yeah, but..." Liam looked irritated. Then he said, "I guess I can't." Cara flashed Ed a small grin, and they exchanged a silent conversation which went, "Can you believe that fool?" And, "You were a hero." And, "You didn't think I'd let him get away with it, did you?" Ed's answering smile was very sweet. For a joyous moment they were back to normal. "Mum," Dilly said to Jessie, "why is he massaging the guinea pigs?" "No, Bunny, he's..." The March of the Valkyries blared, startling everyone. "Jesus!" Liam yelped, holding his chest as Jessie grabbed her phone. "Loretta, cara mia, bene, sì, bene, fantastico, grazie mille." She ended the call and announced to everyone around the pool, "Haha, I spoke entirely in Italian. Loretta spoke entirely in English. Anyway, there's a wedding up the town at 5 p.m. If we're there for 5:30, we'll see the bride and groom coming out. We can gettare the confetti. Who's on for it?" "Ed," Cara said. Ed was a well-known lover of weddings. "Melt," Liam called. "Not ashamed," Ed replied. He insisted that making a public commitment before your peers was a defiantly optimistic act. Accidentally stumbling across a wedding always made him happy. Cara wanted to go too, but she was due a snack at 6 o'clock. She could bring something, maybe a banana, but having to eat in front of people would once again single her out as a special case. Was this what her life would be like forever? Having to plan everything, being a freak? Well, it would be better if she just made her peace with it. She had all her limbs. She could see, hear, talk. Something far worse could have happened to her. Only Liam, Saoirse and Robin stayed behind. Poor Saoirse, Cara thought. She was usually a sucker for an Italian wedding. Robin was a malign influence. As they approached the little stone church, Nell exclaimed, "Oh, so beautiful!" Her attention had been caught by the pastel blue, old-fashioned Cinquecento camper van festooned with white ribbons and flowers. "Is that the getaway car?" Ferdia asked. "I think it's called the wedding car," she laughed. "But yeah." Standing in the sliver of shade provided by the church, several pouty girls were dolled up to the nines in high heels, fanning themselves and looking pissed off. Quite a distance from them lounged a cluster of very young men, smoking and looking uncomfortable in their shiny new suits. "Why aren't they inside?" Cara asked. "Feck alone knows." Jessie's eyes were sparkling. "Italians are gas. It's where they were at a murder trial, not a wedding." Automatically, Cara checked out the size of the girls. Skinny, not skinny. There was one girl jiggling a grizzling baby, and she was really quite hefty. For a moment there was relief, then the familiar wave of judgment. She shouldn't do this, not to herself and not to other women. But she wondered, was it easier here in Italy? When you had a baby, was it acceptable to be bigger? Probably not. The Western world subjected all women to the same beauty standards. Suddenly a swell of organ music reached them, followed by a murmur of activity. The boys were extinguishing their cigarettes with elegant swivels of their new shoes. The pouty girls were no longer pouting, and a number of older women had appeared, seemingly from nowhere, carrying baskets of white paper petals. One of the older women gave Vinny a handful of petals. "Guitarre!" she urged, making throwing gestures. "Guitarre!" "Guitarre, my bumhole." In disgust, he passed them to Cara. The bride and groom appeared on the front step, young and beautiful. "Bella! Bravo!" Suddenly everyone had confetti and was flinging it joyfully at the newlyweds. As a blizzard of paper petals rained down on them, Cara watched Ed, his happy face, his eyes that gleamed with unshed tears. He was a great person. He was a brilliant father. He saw the best in people without being a doormat. His openness to life was remarkable, his positivity rare. Her feelings were in a mess right now, but she knew she loved him. As the last paper petal hit the ground, Vinny cried, "Gelato!" There was a surge towards the ice cream shop. Cara hung back and ate her banana. Chapter 76. Nell's eyes opened. It was the middle of the night, but she was suddenly fully awake. Beside her, Liam was still deep in sleep. She didn't know what had woken her. Then she did. Something was terribly wrong between her and Liam. The knowledge howled at her. Liam was almost a stranger now, a person she barely liked. He kept disappointing her. His every action was that of a much more selfish man than the one she thought she'd married. She kept disappointing him, simply by being herself. More horrible truths flung themselves at her. She'd ignored warning signs. She'd got married too soon. When her mum and dad had told her to wait for a bit, they'd been right. This couldn't be happening. This couldn't be real. It was like the nightmare she'd had a couple of nights ago, except that this time she was awake. Dark orange light gleamed under the shutters. The sun must be coming up all over that beautiful countryside. Here she was, in one of the most perfect places on earth, and the contrast between that and the wasteland within her was horrifying. Their love was lost, gone, dispersed. What could she do? How could she fix this? It was tempting to wake him up, to talk, but that would make it real. The next thing she knew, her face was being dotted with kisses. She must have gone back to sleep. Lemon-coloured light flooded the room, and there was Liam, smiling down at her. All of her fear had evaporated, and her relief was so great she was almost ecstatic. "Liam, I had a nightmare." "You should have woken me, baby. It was like a waking nightmare. I thought we didn't love each other anymore." "We totally love each other. But this is my fault." He looked sad. "Bumpy few days. I was such a dick about your museum." "It's okay. The fear is gone now." "I'm so sorry. I guess we know each other a little better." "I guess we do." "Bunny?" Jessie was at Ferdia's door. "I need your Wi-Fi." He stepped back, giving her a clear path to the stairs that led up to his bedroom. "Work away." Her look was wary. She was still suspicious of the new nice him, and he felt shitty about it. "I can just go on up?" she asked. "Sure. You need privacy?" "Ah, no, I'm just FaceTiming with Paige to eat humble pie. I was interfering again." Ferdia remained downstairs on his laptop. Jessie connected to Paige, and after a flurry of hellos, she said, "Paige, I am so sorry for sticking my oar in." Paige's voice, "Jessie, hold up. We need to talk about Italy. What did you mean about the dates not working? The girls have camp and couldn't come." "Come where?" "To Italy. To the house in Tuscany, where we are now." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Liam messaged you months ago, inviting the girls, but the dates didn't work." "Liam didn't message me one single thing about Italy." "But," Jessie was struggling to keep up, "if this were true, it was completely awful. How much could Ferdia hear of this? The bedroom didn't have a door she could close. Liam wouldn't commit to dates for the girls to come to Ireland, said his job is too busy." "Paige, I don't know what to say. I'm mortified. It was wrong for me to interfere, but we all love you." "Liam doesn't." "The rest of us, though, we love you and the girls." "But I don't know where we should go from here." "Okay." Paige gave a long, heavy sigh. "Liam and I need to have a conversation, and I need to process. We'll work it out. Thanks for caring. Love you, Jessie." "Love you too, Paige." Jessie ended the connection and sat looking at her hands. She felt lightheaded. "Mum, what the hell?" Ferdia had run up the stairs. "You shouldn't have listened. He never invited his kids." "No." "Then, do you think Nell is in on it?" "Nell? She hasn't a clue. She's all about protecting Liam because his life is so tragic." Jessie's head was a whirl. "I don't know what to do," she said. "How to fix this?" "Mum." Ferdia's tone was careful. "I don't mean this in a bad way, but it's between Liam and Paige." "But he's lied to all of us," Jessie sighed. "Maybe I shouldn't have invited the girls. It's just that the bunnies missed their cousins." "Your heart was in the right place. Ferd." She was suddenly urgent. "You can't tell anyone about this, okay? We shouldn't know this. I won't even tell Johnny, not till we're home. It would cause an atmosphere here, okay?" "I can keep my mouth shut." "Look at you, all grown up." She gave a sad little laugh. "Speaking of which, you want to know what happened with Barty?" "Well, yeah. It'll probably upset you. I'm sorry about that. Tell me anyway." He laid it out and she listened without comment. When he'd finished, she said, "I messed up so badly with the Kinselas. I'm sorry for how it's hurting you." "Ah, Mum, stop." "I feel strange," Cara spoke into the phone. "In my head, I know that I love people or that I should be happy, but my feelings aren't there. I sort of feel nothing." "You're numb," Peggy said. "You've been playing fast and loose with your brain chemistry. Now it's sorting itself out. Trust me, you won't be numb for long." "You're not exactly reassuring me." Peggy laughed. "Fight today's war today. Leave tomorrow's war until tomorrow." Nell marvelled as cogs began spinning, moving every part of the apparatus. This was a flour mill, but also here were flying machines, a tank and a water pump. Da Vinci's vision was incredible. He'd used techniques that nearly 600 years later were still relevant to her work today. Liam hovered at her elbow. "Look," she said in delight. "See how the drawings were so accurate." "You're having a good time?" "Oh God, yes." Then she realised that that hadn't been what he'd been asking. He wanted to know how much longer they were going to be there. "Are you having a good time?" "Yeah, just my back isn't great." Exasperation flooded her. Why had he come? Ferdia had offered. Ferdia had wanted to be here. "You'd like me to hurry up?" "That's not what I said." She tried to ignore his silent but evident impatience, but she had only so much stamina. "Come on, so." "We're leaving?" He sounded delighted. "After we've been to the gift shop." "You? Mrs. Anti-Consumerism?" Without answering him, She headed out, scanned the shelves and found what she was looking for. Just need to pay for this. What is it? A little flying machine, one of the designs, for Ferdia. What? To thank him for Tuesday. Oh yeah. Liam looked displeased. Not angry, but irritated. And where's my thank you? You want a thank you? Would you like a little flying machine too? She was being sarcastic, which wasn't like her. He gave her a strange look. Whatever. So what do we do now? I need to eat. We can take a wander, see if we stumble across a nice place. So, Palazzo dell'Arte Vivente? What do you mean? We'd have to book and stuff. Jessie hasn't sorted it for us. She was astounded. Not that I know of. Did she say she would? I don't know. I just thought if she did it for Ferdia, she'd do it for me. But, baby, she felt ridiculously guilty. I didn't know anything about it the other night. It was all between Ferdia and Jessie. I don't know what to say. Fuck it. We might as well go home. He stalked away up the street. Liam! 100 thoughts were tracking through her head. Should she ring Jessie? Was Liam right to be angry? Could she fix this? No, she decided. No, and no. On the drive back to the villa, Nell knew he meant her to be intimidated by his silence, or perhaps feel guilty that she hadn't made his day spectacular. But she felt neither. Liam was like a kid, nearly as bad as 10-year-old Vinny. When they reached the villa, he parked the car with jerky motions, then gave the door a hard slam as he got out and shot up the stairs. There was no one to be seen, so Nell went down to the pool, looking for a friendly face. "You're back early," Cara exclaimed. "How was it?" "Nice, thank you." Because it had been nice, bits of it anyway. "Do you know where Ferdia is?" "You could try his little house." She headed back up the stone path and knocked on Ferdia's door. He opened it immediately. "Hey, you're back. Come in. How was it?" "Amazing. What are you doing lurking up here like a vampire?" "Working. I'm doing I got you a little thing in Florence." "You did?" He sounded surprised. Shyly, she gave him the model. "It's only small, just to say thank you for Tuesday and sorry about today." He opened the box. "It's one of Da Vinci's designs," she said. "A flying machine. It moves and all." "Look at that. She gives me flowers. She gives me planes." He opened his arms wide, and uncertainly she took a step back. He's going to hug me. It was unexpected, and yet it wasn't. She let him wrap his arms around her. It was hard to know how it had happened, but she and Ferdia had become friends. Chapter 77. Late on Friday afternoon, there was a knock on Ferdia's door. "Ferd, can I come in?" It was Saoirse. "Course, what's up?" She crept towards the couch and sat down, curling her legs into herself. "I feel a bit..." Tears began to trickle down her face. "Robin, she doesn't like me." Saoirse was probably right, but he didn't want to add to her misery. "What do you mean?" "I get on her nerves, and she keeps saying she's bored. I don't know what she expected. I told her this wasn't shagaloof, but today was weird and horrible. Everything I tried on in the outlet, she said I looked fat." "You're not." "I actually know that. She was just being a bitch. But her and Liam, they were talking to each other and like blanking me. I'm sure they were laughing at me." Fury stirred in Ferdia. "Based on what?" She sat in the front of the car beside him. They were talking in quiet voices and laughing. But when I asked what was up, they said, nothing, in that fakey way. "Motherfuckers!" "What should I do?" He sighed. "Probably nothing. People like her, and him, if you call them on stuff, they'll full-on gaslight you. This is our last night. Just get through it. Stick with me. And when you're back home, just never see her again." "But Ferd, what about Liam? He's our uncle. I can't never see him again." Jessie waited until everyone had ordered before she said what she always said on the last night of their holidays. "Bunnies, can we go round the table and say our personal highlight?" A chorus of groans was her answer. "It was swimming," TJ said. "It's always swimming." "Excuse me," Tom said politely. But my highlight was actually not swimming. Swimming in gelato, Vinny shouted. Thank you, Vinny, Jessie said. I know you all laugh at me. I don't, Jilly said. It'll come, Bridie said. Tell us your highlight, Johnny prompted Jessie. Having all my bunnies together, our tribe of bunnies. There was one day when every bunny came down to the vegetable garden with me and we picked tomatoes. You don't know how happy that made me. Thank you all for that. Thank you, Mum, Bridie said, for paying for everything, for all the gelato and stuff. Daddy did too. Bridie's look was disparaging. Johnny, your highlight? I'm up to 6 espressos a day now without feeling like I'm about to have a heart attack. You really put the work in. Jessie felt great affection for him. And pride, yes, pride. You deserve the results. Ferd? Ferdia stared off into the middle distance. It was all good. But if I had to pick one thing... You do, Dilly murmured. Sort of like the total point of highlight. Bridie was lofty. I'd have to go with seeing the Medusa in the Uffizi. Really? Jessie was astonished, then alarmed. What if Ferdia turned into an art lover? She'd have to make herself into one too. I was going to say that. Nell was glowing. I've loved it here. So much beauty and cool people, thank you so much. But my very best bit was the Medusa. Ed said, It's been heartening to see Italian market gardeners turning away from pesticides. Ah, Ed. And the wedding, he added. That was brilliant. Cara? Not having to make fish fingers and chips 40 times a day. All the cooking you did, Jessie, seriously, thank you. Basically, having nothing to do except read and drink wine was just lovely. Gloomily, Liam said, My most memorable moment was the crappy Italian road banjaxing my back. Even though Saoirse was next, Robin piped up. Liam was my highlight. She slid him a sideways smile. Thanks for driving me to the outlet, so I could get Sergio Rossi fuck me slingbacks at 60% off. Language, Bridie snapped. There are children present. Quite, Jessie agreed. Whatever happened next year, Robin wasn't coming. Saoirse? Jessie was gentle. She suddenly felt the full extent of Saoirse's misery. She'd had a hard week. Just, Saoirse mumbled. All of it. The sunshine and that. Thanks, you guys. Her voice trailed off. Jessie's heart twisted. She knew exactly how her beloved daughter felt. Uncool and wrong. The object of a joke rather than a fully fledged human being. Saoirse's time would come, just as Jessie's eventually had, when she finally made real friends, when people saw her flaws as assets. But until then, Saoirse would feel lonely and foolish. She would get crushes on people who pretended to love her back, not because of who she was, but for what she could do for them. Jessie remembered it well. But then she'd met Izzy and Kiva Kinsella, and everything had dramatically improved. Chapter 78. From the very first Friday evening, so long ago, when Rory had taken Jessie and Johnny down home, Izzy and Kiva had been nothing but lovely. That night, the three of them had shared a bedroom, Jessie in one single bed, and the sisters topping and tailing in the other. They stayed awake until the small hours, talking about everything. Lying in the dark, Jessie related her stories of Burmese catman and amateur flute player, and was delighted to reduce them to helpless mirth. I thought I had the funniest story ever, Kiva howled, but you win. Then she told her about the local lad who'd sidled up to her and said, with heavy suggestion, I could do great things with your 3 acres. Anything going on with you and Rory? Izzy asked. Not a thing, because there wasn't, not back then. Or Johnny? Not him either. Hey, Johnny, Kiva said in a squeaky voice. How come you're such a big hit with the Goyles? Once again, the three of them burst into a storm of laughter. I don't even know why I'm laughing, Izzy complained. What's funny about that? It was an ad. You don't remember? For coke, I think. You're probably too young. Is Johnny a big hit with the girls? Izzy asked. Oh, yes. Don't be at him, Izzy, Kiva chided. Ah, Kiwi. She's a brat, Kiva said to Jessie. She flirts with every man she meets, but she's only leading them on. Having some fun, that's all I'm doing. Doesn't do any harm. Hey, should we get bickies? A shape that was probably Izzy swung herself out of bed. Kiva made a strangled noise. Careful, you lanky article. You kicked me in the face. Squeaking noises came from Izzy as she rocked with hilarity. Jessie felt tears of laughter trickle into her pillow. She hadn't enjoyed herself this much in, ever. It had been a turning point in Jessie's life. Less than 2 weeks later, Rory stood at Jessie's desk. Izzy just rang, he said. She says you're to come to Eris Lannan on Saturday night. Oh! A gorgeous warmth lit up her chest. Will Kiva be there? Will you be there? That's the idea. And Johnny. Well, great! As far back as then, the 3 Kinsella kids had already as good as moved out of home. Rory had his flat in Dublin. Kiva stayed with her fiancé Christy in nearby Selbridge 5 nights out of 7, and Izzy was already looking for a place in the city. But at least once a month, especially if they'd had a hard week, they rang around each other and descended on Ellen, Johnny and Jessie usually in tow, looking for some mothering. After they'd been fed, Jessie and Johnny would join in the tussling for the best spot on the couch. They'd watch films, maybe go to the local for a quick drink, and spend the following day visiting the pups or supporting Selbridge in the GAA. On those weekends, Izzy and Kiva always shared a bedroom with Jessie, lying awake until 4 in the morning, talking and laughing. Jessie was finally living out her teenage fantasies of having close friends, confidants to whom she could tell anything. As time passed, she began meeting up with Izzy and Kiva in Dublin without Rory or Johnny. Izzy rang one Thursday afternoon. Shops? After work? I'm looking for boots and I need you to ride shotgun. Humbly, Jessie said, I'm not great with fashion, but you'll give it to me straight. If I want to buy high-heeled boots that make my legs look like pipe cleaners, you'll tell me. Come on, Jessie. Jessie felt high with happiness, and in order not to disappoint, did exactly what Izzy had asked and said, pipe cleaners. When Izzy tried on a pair of pointy-toed boots, Izzy was slightly knock-kneed, as if her limbs were too long for her to manage. But, Jessie added, there's nothing wrong with pipe cleaners. I'd love long, skinny pipe cleaner legs. Nah. Izzy stared at herself critically. No good. I look like a spider. She actually did, with her shaggy dark hair and long thin limbs, but such a lovable, fun spider. Come on, so, let's go for a drink. And next time we're going shopping for you. Let me and Kiva know when you've been paid. Oh, OK. How about Saturday? Saturday it is. They met at 10 a.m. and Izzy told Jessie, We've decided you're not making the most of yourself. She decided, Kiva corrected. I think you look fine. You're just a bit, Izzy said. Too many suits, you know. You need new clothes, jeans. I have jeans, but they're too, what's the word, neat, polite. Stop ironing them, Jessie. You'd look great in a wrecked pair. Would I? She was breathless with a new daring vision of herself. Yes! Jessie looked to Kiva. Kiva was the voice of reason. Would I? You would. Also, can you change your hair? Would it kill you to get highlights? No, it wouldn't. Jessie was so eager to oblige. Where should I go? Over time, Jessie began to make more girlfriends, her flatmates, some people from work. She felt she'd finally become real, normal, just like other people. Izzy and Kiva had seen her potential and given her the confidence to be herself. They became even closer when she began going out with Rory. About feckin' time, Izzy said. We were afraid Johnny would get there first. Not that Johnny isn't lovely, of course. She wiggled her fingers across the crowded pub at him. With a dazzling smile she mouthed, Wouldn't kick you out of bed for eating tato, darling. Kiva was the best person in the world. She was solid, reliable and good. But Izzy was the one people noticed. High-spirited, spontaneous and generous, everyone wanted a piece of her. Straight out of college, she began working in personal wealth management, a banking job that required a lot of schmoozing and socialising. Informal and funny, she was nothing like her polite, polished colleagues and was a great success. Jessie was initially shocked, then impressed, at the rate with which she got through boyfriends. No sooner had she declared an interest in someone than she was reporting to Jessie, it didn't work out. Plenty more fish. Occasionally, when a man disappointed her, her spirits were briefly dampened, but never for long. It wasn't until she was 27, and Jessie and Kiva were already mothers of young sons, that Izzy met Tristão, a Brazilian banker who lived in New York. Tristão was stocky and immensely handsome. "What, I wasn't good-looking enough for you?" Johnny complained to her. Tristão was a big hit with the rest of them. He'd come to Lannan, eat Ellen's rhubarb tart, play with baby Barty and Ferdia, and spend Sunday afternoons standing on the side of a wet and windy GAA pitch, just like the rest of them. His English was perfect, and his sense of humour impeccable. Once a month, Izzy flew to New York for 4 days. Then 2 weeks later, Tristão would come to Ireland. The transatlantic thing seemed to work for them, probably because they both had so much energy. Izzy could get off the plane and go straight into work. Their holidays were always strange and amazing, travelling on a camel caravan through Uzbekistan, 10 days spent tracking polar bears in Alaska. "I thought I was very daring going to Vietnam," Jessie had said. Now and again there was talk that Izzy might move to New York permanently, but then she'd say something like, "Change my mind, I like Ireland too much." Over 4 years, she and Tristão split up at least twice, but always got back together. Their relationship might have been unconventional, but it suited them. Chapter 79. "Don't stop!" Jessie held on to Johnny's hip bones as he drove in and out of her with the speed of a jackrabbit. "Are you?" he grunted. "Not yet! Go faster!" Propped on his arms over her, his hair was dark and slick with sweat. A drop landed on her face and she touched it with her tongue. She was absolutely loving this. Why didn't they do it more often? They'd gone for a late drink to say goodbye to Loretto and Marcello. "So sad we will not see you for another year," Loretta had sighed, stroking Johnny's cheek. "Are you flirting with my husband?" Jessie asked. "Or just being Italian?" "Flirting," Loretta said. "He is a sexy man. That idiot!" "To me, he is not an idiot," Loretta said. "He is a sexy man. I love Marcello, but if I have one night free of my marriage, I would choose Johnny." "If I have one night free of my marriage," Marcello said, "I would choose Johnny also." "Lord save us," Johnny bellowed, embarrassed. "Is it swingers ye are?" "He charms me," Loretta informed Jessie. "And simply he is." She twirled her fingers around Johnny's face and torso, her Italian hands painting an eloquent picture. "Hot. Yes, he is hot." All of a sudden, Jessie agreed. Johnny had picked up a bit of a tan, which made his eyes brighter and his teeth very white. Unlike Marcello, a squashy bear of a man, Johnny seemed lean and strong. Not tall, but a lot of power in those hips and thighs. Seeing her husband through the eyes of another woman had her hurrying through the farewells and pushing him back down the hill into their bed for a no-frills fuck. "No!" she'd objected, as he'd planted a line of butterfly kisses from her stomach to her nipple. "No fiddly business! Get right to it, now!" He tore off his clothes and slid straight into her, and she let herself yelp, "Oh God!" with a rare abandon. "Tell me about it," he said, matching each word with a thrust. When he slowed down and began varying his strokes, she howled, "No!" She didn't want finesse. She didn't want skill. She just wanted to be fucked. Just keep doing exactly what you're doing. Tonight she wanted to come while he pounded away on top of her, but his breathing changed. He was making that sound that always indicated the end was in sight. "Hold on," she ordered. "Think about the dip in Kilkenny's profits. Are you nearly—" "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Afterwards, starfished across the bed, she murmured, "That was fucking fabulous." "Telling me." He rested his hand on her hair. "Worried your arms would give out," she said. "But fair play, you stayed the course." He made a noise that might have been a snore. "You always had good upper body strength," she said dreamily. On the last morning, Johnny lay by the pool, finishing his Lee Child. He loved Jack Reacher. Sometimes he wished he was Jack Reacher. Jack Reacher was afraid of nothing. What he found immensely satisfying was that the Lee Child book was always just long enough for his holiday. He was heading into the home stretch with both his holiday and his book. He'd finish it later this afternoon on the plane, shortly before they landed. How many other writers could promise that? None, he was prepared to bet. Jessie swished by and said, "Look at him there, happy out reading his book." "I am happy out," Johnny agreed. Nell too was lying by the pool. She wasn't really a sunbather, but she felt flat and disinclined to activity. End of holiday blues. Ed and Ferdia were in the water with all the kids, trying to shove each other off lilos. Ferdia seemed to be coming off the worst of it, although he was probably letting them win. "You're trying to kill me," he yelled, swimming to the side. "Recovery time!" Straightening his arms on the edge of the pool, he hoisted himself out with smooth grace. He shook the water back from his hair and wiped his eyes. When he saw Nell, he laughed, his teeth very white. "Little feckers nearly had me drowned." Putting down her book, she smiled into his face, his eyes, his spiky black eyelashes. A strange joy filled her. He got to his feet, and his shadow moved over her, while drops of cool water fell from his body onto her hot skin. Oh, holy fuck, the queues at Dublin Airport. It looked like the whole of Ireland had come home from holidays today and were ahead of them in the passport queue. Johnny's mood nosedived. He got out his phone to see if anything had happened while they'd been in the air. Jessie said, "Put that away. I've something to tell you." Words to strike dread into anyone's heart. "I don't know, babes," he said. "I'm feeling a bit post-holiday suicidal." "I was talking to Paige. During the week, I found out something bad." Succinctly, she laid it out for him. "Oh, God," he moaned softly. Jess, that's bad. Is it any of our business, though? I don't know." "I don't know either. I don't know what to do." "Nothing," he said urgently. "Do nothing." "Okay, you're right. There's another thing. I found out why Barty didn't come on this holiday." "Oh?" He was instantly alert. As Jessie related the details of her conversation with Ferdia, Johnny's dismay mounted. "Good for Ferdia, standing up for you. But how serious is it?" "Serious," he says. "They might never be friends again." "I'm sorry, babes," she said. "I know you're upset. I am upset too." His life, which only a day ago had seemed sunny and fulfilling, all of a sudden looked like an assault course. Children and dogs and planes and meetings and chefs and piss-ups and DHL and mystery shoes and jaunting cars and stern phone calls from the bank and a secret bank account which, despite all the people staying in the apartment, was filling up far too slowly. "Oh, there's ours!" Nell exclaimed as the suitcase emerged from the mouth of the conveyor belt. Contemptuously, Ferdia watched as Liam let her drag their bag off the belt. Liam's bad back seemed to ebb and flow to suit him. Now Nell was going from person to person, thanking everyone for an amazing holiday. Dilly, Tom, even Robin. She spent a long time with Jessie, talking and laughing. Then it was his turn. Eagerly he stepped forward, only to receive a brief, awkward hug. "Thanks, Ferdia. I'd a great time." Her eyes slid past him, and that was it. Crushed, he watched her leave. 6 weeks ago, Monday the 31st of August, Dublin. Chapter 80. Maybe the centre of Dublin might be shut because of a terrorist threat. Not a real one. Cara didn't want anyone hurt. But she'd really appreciate something to prevent her from showing up to work today. Since as long ago as last Wednesday, leaking anxiety into her final few days in Italy, she'd been dreading this morning. She'd have given anything to have this first day over and done with, to have had an encounter with every one of her colleagues and endured the unavoidable awkward hello. Even better, to be about a month down the line, when everyone had forgotten about her mysterious absence. Blow-drying her hair and doing her chignon took half an hour. She spent almost as long on her makeup. She moved from room to room, checking her foundation in different lights, watched by Vinny and Tom, their mood sombre. They didn't know the details, but they knew some bad stuff was going down. "Are there any bally bits on my face?" she asked Ed. "I need to look efficient and together." "No bally bits. So, breakfast?" Her stomach heaved, but she needed to eat. Peggy had warned her that being back in the situation where she'd done most of her binging might act as a trigger. "I'll make porridge," he said. But when she sat at the table, the steam from the bowl rising towards her face, her throat closed. She stood up. "Yeah, look, I'll go." Ed pulled her against him. "You're the bravest person ever. Today will be tough, but you're strong enough, and we're all behind you." "Do your best." Tom parroted what she usually said to him on school sports day. "Starting work again is a huge deal," Ed said. "One step closer to normality." Walking to the Lewis stop, her apprehension intensified. Cripes, and Lewis was already hurtling towards her. Couldn't it have had the decency to give her a few minutes? With a loud swish, the doors opened right next to her, almost as if they were making a point. She got on, feeling as if she'd boarded the train to hell. Within mere moments, or so it felt, she'd arrived in town. Most of the carriage poured out at the St. Stephen's Green stop. On rubbery legs, she walked the short distance to the Ardglass. Once she was inside, the hotel felt subtly different. During the last 5 weeks, it had been getting on with life, experiencing 1,000 tiny events a minute without her. Ducking her head, she hurried through the underground corridors, heading for the locker room to change into her uniform. A couple of people passed, a chef, an electrician. She nodded, gave half-smiles and kept moving. Outside the locker room she took a breath, praying it would be empty. Henry had phoned on Saturday, allegedly to see how she was doing, but also, she suspected, to check if she really was returning. He'd said that her colleagues at reception had simply been told she'd been ill. Anyone with half a brain would know that Cara's illness wasn't physical, not like pneumonia or cancer. It was obviously mental health related, and the shame was killing her. Full of foreboding, she pushed the door open. Ling was inside. "Cara!" She launched herself across the room and wrapped her arms around her. "Welcome back! How are you feeling?" Yep, yeah, totally. It was no big deal." She stopped. She'd been gone for 5 weeks, leaving her colleagues to pick up her slack. It would be all kinds of wrong to tell them it had been no biggie. "Sorry for leaving you guys in the lurch, but I'm completely better, back to my best." "Cool. Okay, well, see you upstairs." As the door swung shut behind Ling, fear overwhelmed Cara. She was a hard worker, a person who took their job seriously. This was the first time she'd realised how much she valued being seen as reliable, respectable even. Now that that part of her identity had been compromised, she was mortified. The door opened once more. This time it was Patience. "Welcome back, Cara. When you're in uniform, can we have a quick chat? Henry's office?" So, no cosy fireside chat with a silver coffee pot for this debrief. At least her uniform still fitted. That was something to be grateful for. Her stomach in knots, she went to Henry's office. Raoul was there, with Henry and Patience. "Shut the door and sit down. How are you feeling?" She sat up straight and smiled. "Fine. Excellent." Then she blurted, "I'm so sorry. I'm so embarrassed. It was a one-off, a blip, a moment of craziness." "More than a moment." Henry was smiling, but still. "I can't apologise enough." "You're ill. Henry said. You don't need to apologise for being ill. It's not an illness, not really. You were out on sick leave. Henry let that hang in the air. Oh. How can we support you, he asked, to prevent a relapse? I won't relapse. You've been out on sick leave, Henry repeated. We have a duty of care. Suddenly Cara saw the dilemma. The reason she hadn't been sacked was because she was ill, which meant she was a potential liability, prone to relapse. This was bad. I need to eat every 3 hours, she spoke very quickly. Only a snack. It won't take me away from the desk for more than a minute or two. I'll see a therapist once a week, on a Friday. If I can work through my lunch, can I leave an hour early? Henry looked at Raoul. Can she? Should be possible. And that's all you need from us by way of support. No more disappearing to the bathroom downstairs? Patience spoke for the first time. Feeling as if she might die of shame, Cara whispered, No. You were our best receptionist, Patience said. We would be sorry to lose you. There was no doubt about it. That was a warning. No, it was a threat. If anything changes, Henry said meaningfully, you will let us know immediately. It wasn't a question, and it wasn't concern. We won't throw you straight into the deep end on your first day back. Oh, but I'm keen to work hard. You can depend. For the next few days, you'll shadow Vihan, Raoul said. Vihan? Only 5 months ago, he'd been shadowing her. But she had to swallow the humiliation. Bit by bit, the new reality was dropping and clicking into place. She would never again be trusted the way she'd once been. She'd been so good at her job. It had given her a huge amount of pride. And it was gone. If she had come to work as normal on that Monday after her seizure, no one at work would ever have known anything. Now she was damaged goods, and she would be that way forever. Today was probably the worst day, Ed said, when white-faced and stunned she got home that evening. She nodded, too shell-shocked to speak. How can I help? He asked. Whatever you need from me, I'll do it, anything. He was all fervour. But he could never understand the immensity of her loss. You've got to let me help you, he said. I need to go to bed. That was all she knew. Go up, put on a hotel show, and I'll bring you some dinner. Chapter 81. Bing-bong noises alerted Liam to a FaceTime call from Violet and Lenore. I won't answer. But it was a couple of weeks since they'd spoken. Christ, though, these stilted chats were the worst. To his shock, the person on the screen was Paige. Despite everything, he was panicked. Were his daughters okay? What's up? He asked quickly. So the girls were invited to Tuscany, Paige said. And you didn't tell me? Fuck! Who were you talking to? Liam asked. Jessie, right? You lied to Jessie about me. Said I couldn't change their camp dates. I knew nothing. Not what I said. It totally was. Listen up, Paige. Jessie's trouble. Her fetish for having everyone together. She doesn't mind exaggerating to get what she wants. Paige sighed. I am so glad I am no longer married to you. Back at you. Why didn't you tell the girls? Because it was a bad idea. You wouldn't have come, right? Without you, those two kids are, well, they're basically pathetic. Hey, he spoke over her protests. No judgment. No judgment? They'd have been scared and shy, am I right? By the end of day one, they'd have been begging to go home to you. They would have been with their cousins. They love them. And you know what breaks my heart? They love you too. Spending a week with all of you guys in that villa, they'd have been over the moon. But you're too selfish to let that happen. I wanted them here, 100%. I missed them like crazy, but I knew they couldn't hack it. Better to shut the whole thing down before you paid for plane tickets. So nice to hear that you missed them. Because they're coming to you for Christmas. For how long? 4 days, maybe a week. I'll talk with Jessie. Paige, no. He couldn't have that. You need to discuss this with me. I'm their dad. So act like it. She hung up. He was furious with embarrassment, snared in a lie and affronted that Paige and Jessie had talked behind his back about his kids. Keeping his separate worlds entirely compartmentalised mattered. A medium-sized collision had just happened and he didn't like it. Nell really did not need to find out about this. This fucking family, why do they have to be so enmeshed? The situation with Jessie needed to be made right. An abject apology often went down well, but attack was usually the best form of defence. He rang Jessie. I hear you were talking to Paige. Oh, she sounded shocked. Yes, in Italy. The bunnies missed their cousins. Look, Jessie, couple of things. Paige was married to me. Her kids are my kids. My relationship with her is much more important than your relationship with her. You get me? A squeak of dissent escaped her. She's my friend. We're friends. We have a relationship. Second, he spoke over her. You got one version of things from Paige, but that wasn't the full picture. It's much more complex. After a pause, her confusion almost audible, she asked, What is the full picture? All due respect, Jessie, that's none of your business. That shut her up. 2 sides to every story, Jessie. Remember that. Nell obviously knows the whole story. He wanted that to have impact. Leave Nell out of this. There's no need for this to become a thing, like you're cool, Jessie, but maybe butt out of situations that you don't know enough about. Okay, gotta go. He cut the call. That should stop her shopping him to every single person in the family, particularly Nell. Things had been choppy enough lately. They didn't need another situation. After Liam had hung up on her, Jessie sat in silence for at least 60 seconds. She realised she was shaking. Yet for all Liam's self-righteous conviction, she still believed Paige's version. As for Nell, did she really know this maybe true, maybe not whole story? Hard to say. Was there even such a thing as the whole story? Maybe Liam was telling the truth. Even if he was lying, his relationship with Paige was more important than hers. Besides, Liam was the one who lived in Ireland, not Paige. Liam was the one she had to see at least once a month. You choose your battles. But Johnny needed to know. It was difficult, being caught in a situation between her husband and his brother, but she'd created it by interfering. Did it matter that her motivations had been good? Johnny, she ran down the stairs, need to talk to you. His face went white. What? Taking care to avoid judgment, she laid it out dispassionately. Liam is right, she insisted. I shouldn't have got involved. But Liam and me were good now. Well, they weren't exactly best friends, but it would be okay in time. Okay, Johnny said. Are you upset? No, I mean, Liam's a bit of a... but it's all grand. So, Peggy said, how are you? Cara got no further before she was overtaken by a storm of tears. She cried and cried, ripping tissues from the box and pressing them to her drenched face. Sorry. Her voice was thick. A fresh bout shook her. Whenever she thought it had run its course, it began again. It was hard to believe she had so many tears in her. After several minutes, Peggy asked sympathetically, Why are you crying, Cara? Work, she choked out. They're watching me the whole time. All week, Raoul, Patience or Henry had hung around reception under some flimsy pretext or other, but in reality assessing her, watching and wondering. The way they look at me! This made her cry even harder. Like in the movies, when a person is a traitor or a double agent and the person on the inside suspects. That's how they look at me now, like I'm a traitor. And this makes you feel heartbroken. I'm grieving for the trust they once had in me. You're no longer numb. I've too many feelings now. You know what they made me do all week? Shadow Vihan. I trained him, and he's as embarrassed as me. How are you getting on with the other receptionists? She tore another tissue from the box. They must have talked about her, wondering where she'd been during those missing weeks. But no one had asked, and she didn't know how to tell them. All those unspoken questions and explanations, it's so awkward, and I've become so bubbly. I'm adding a gazillion invisible exclamation marks to every sentence, so I'm all, no problem this and no problem that, and it's exhausting. Chapter 82. When the front door slammed, letting her know that Liam had left the apartment, Nell exhaled shakily. Being with him was excruciating. Since that last morning in Italy, only 6 days ago, although it felt like a lifetime, her head had been a war zone. 2 separate terrible things had happened. Terrible thing 1, Liam, her husband, the man she was meant to love. She suddenly couldn't stand him. He had a mean streak a mile wide, and every bad thing in his life was someone else's fault. It had been the weekend in Mayo that had broken them apart, she admitted to herself. What he'd done to Sammy had been so insulting that even though Nell had tried to condense it into something small enough to hide from herself, it wouldn't disappear. The spite on his face that night haunted her. Even though he'd been drunk and upset, it felt as if she'd seen the real Liam. Even before Mayo, he'd been weird. In the fancy hotel at Easter, he had made jokey comments about how much she drank or how gross her second-hand clothes were. And it had been downhill from there. The second terrible thing was, she'd got a thing for Ferdia. More than a thing, borderline obsession. Ferdia, a kid, her nephew, sort of, even if he was actually only a step-nephew by marriage. She took her iPad and Googled inappropriate relationships. Several stories popped up. My husband made a pass at my daughter. My husband had an affair with my son's wife. Nell scrolled past these. I'm in love with my stepson. This one. She clicked the link and devoured the details. The woman in the piece was 13 years older than her stepson. Nell was less than 9 years older than Ferdia, so this woman was worse than Nell. The stepson was 18. Ferdia was nearly 4 years older, and 4 years was a lot at that age. Whenever the age difference she read about was bigger than the one between Ferdia and her, she felt like less of a pervert. 9 years, though. Next Friday was his birthday, and he'd be 22. So then she'd only be 8 years older than him. But playing those games was bullshit. She knew that. She just wanted to pretend for a while. The only thing keeping her from totally losing her mind was her job. The day after they'd got back from Italy, she'd gone in and worked for 13 hours straight. Every day since, same. As a project, it was not easy. But when she was engrossed in trying to work things out on set, she wasn't beating herself up for being a terrible person. Plus, double bonus, it was keeping her out of Liam's way. When, though, had this crazy crush on Ferdia started? Because for the longest time, she just thought he was a spoilt fool. Was it in Mayo that she'd first felt weird about him? Just after Liam had blown bubbles in Sammy's face? Ferdia, like some hot romantic lead, had been holding Sammy in his arms, murmuring soothing, tender words into her hair. And Nell definitely remembered feeling a pang then. Then jumped to that crazy murder mystery country house when Ferdia had been so great about helping Cara. Between the two of them, they'd maybe saved Cara's life. That had to be a pretty intense bonding experience. It must have been then that she decided he was sound. But the wheels had come off good and proper during the sun-filled week in Tuscany. Even then, she thought objectively, he was hot, but fancy him? No way! It wasn't until that last day, when in a single heartbeat he'd shifted from being a kid she was fond of to a man she was lit for. Her fingertips literally throbbed from needing to touch his face. She wanted to taste his beautiful body with her tongue, to kiss him full on the mouth, for the palms of his hands to slide along her skin, and for his voice to say her name again and again. Stunned was how she'd felt. Confused, ashamed, afraid. It had been the literal worst. Saying goodbye at the luggage belt, she was so scared she'd lunge and start eating the face off him that she couldn't even look him in the eye. What she needed to remember was that these feelings couldn't be real. Sure, they felt real, but they totally, absolutely weren't. 4 weeks ago, Friday, the 11th of September, Ferdia's birthday. Chapter 83. Jessie? She was trying to jam another bottle of beer inside the door of the fridge. Is Bertie coming today? What? Concerned, Jessie switched her attention from the beer to her husband. No, babes, they still haven't made up. But it's Ferd's birthday. Johnny looked woebegone. Helplessly she gazed at him. Since they'd come back from Italy, almost from the very moment they'd landed at Dublin Airport, all their recent closeness had just vanished. Sweetie, she kept her voice gentle. Are you all right? I'm grand, all grand. He obviously wasn't grand. He was morose, maybe even depressed. But Johnny didn't talk about stuff. He could be contemplating jumping off a bridge, sitting on a girder staring down into the choppy water, and he'd still be insisting he was fine. Johnny, she said tentatively, you can tell me anything. I'm your friend. Yeah, he said, sounding vague. I know. I'd do anything for you. That wasn't exactly true. She'd implied that she'd think about changing their business model, and she hadn't. Okay, she was scared about making changes, but the time had come. She hadn't a notion, though, where to start. However, her friend Mary Lane, who knew more about running a business than Jessie ever would, could probably advise her. No time like the present, she grabbed her phone. ML, how are you, missus? Meet me for a drink after work on Monday? Quick chat about business stuff? Okay. That wanky new bar in Smithfield? Oh God, no, we're too old. They'll laugh at us. Mary Lane remained silent. Mary Lane wanted to go to that bar, and Mary Lane never blinked first. Oh, all right, Jessie said. 6:30? See you then. Sorry I'm late. Cara sat down opposite Peggy. Sorry. Peggy's face was pleasant but quizzical. After a period of quiet had elapsed, she said, Is there a reason for you being nearly 15 minutes late? Getting away from work wasn't easy, then across town through Friday rush hour. You know how it is. But no one had prevented her from leaving work on time. She hadn't wanted to come here today, that was all. Peggy was eyeing her with interest. How are you, Cara? Fine. What sort of fine? Oh, you know, just fine, good. The thing was, during the week she'd realised she couldn't do this anymore. Be the woman with the mortifying illness. She'd already lost far too much from this whole debacle. She wanted her life to return to the way it used to be, cutting ties with this hospital and stopping seeing Peggy. And after enough time had passed, nearly everyone would forget this blip had ever happened. How was work this week? Peggy asked. Good. Fine. Last week you felt sad and angry because they felt they no longer trusted you. This week's been a lot better. It hadn't. The humiliation of shadowing Vihan had stopped, but there was still a mood. Horrific levels of perkiness from both her and the other receptionists as they tried to obscure the strange fact that she disappeared for over a month with a mystery illness. She was still being watched by Raoul, Henry and Patience. Whatever they'd been hoping for from Cara, they clearly hadn't seen it yet, which had become manifestly clear yesterday. The Spauldings were the couple from hell. Before her sick leave, Cara had been the only one trusted to wrangle them. Admittedly, she'd been nervous as the time of their arrival approached. This was the first real challenge she'd faced since her return to work, and if they were particularly mean, She couldn't be sure how she'd cope. Standing at the front desk with their iPad and keys, she discreetly did one of her breathing exercises to try to calm down before their arrival. In for 4, out for 7, in for 4, out. Raoul appeared, followed by Madeleine. Who has the Spaulding keys? Here. So, Raoul picked them up along with the iPad and gave them to Madeleine. Keep smiling, say yes to everything, off you go. Vihan's head jerked around to stare. Ling gasped, and Zachary's eyes bulged with amazement. It seemed to happen in slow motion, and Cara felt her face freeze with shock. Madeleine avoided looking at her, but it was clear she was embarrassed. Trying to calm her breath, which was quick and shallow in her chest, Cara realised she'd never actually been told that the Spaulding check-in was hers. But because it had always been her job in the past, she'd assumed it still was. The humiliation was almost enough to crush her. That was the moment when she decided that this had gone far enough. Peggy was watching her with the same intent focus. That's a big change between last week and this week. Cara smiled. All back to normal. How's your eating plan? Cara sat up straighter on much more solid ground. Good, like great. Seriously, it's been 7 weeks since the seizure and I've stuck to the plan. I don't even want chocolate or sweets. I'm finding it really easy. So easy that the conviction there was nothing wrong with her had strengthened. If she was really a compulsive overeater, surely she'd never have lasted that long. You might need to keep an eye on that, Peggy said. You wouldn't want to get complacent. I'm not complacent, she said. I'm saying your plan works. Peggy shook her head. What you're trying to say is that there's nothing wrong with you. I don't think there is. Nobody wants that stigma, Peggy said. You're right. But by now she was almost convinced she hadn't an eating disorder, and it felt dishonest to be a patient of this hospital. How are you and Ed? Peggy asked. Cara flinched. It was impossible to put it into words. Sometimes she was angry with him for setting this whole circus in motion. Mostly, though, they couldn't seem to connect in their old, effortless way. They were trying to communicate, but it was as if they were both sealed inside individual soundproofed bubbles. Peggy, can we finish here for today? I'm absolutely shattered. 20 minutes early? Peggy gave her another of those gimlet-eyed stares. So, next week? I can't. Vinny has an appointment with the specialist about his possible ADHD. Let's fix another time next week. Sorry, I can't. They've been so good to me in work, and it doesn't feel right to ask for more time off. After a silence weighty with disapproval, Peggy said, Addiction is a disease of denial. It tells you that you don't have it. Uh-huh. This time 2 weeks? Absolutely. This time 2 weeks. As she got up to leave, Cara felt a pang. Peggy had been very kind to her. She felt sad that she wouldn't be meeting her again. See you tomorrow, Nell called to Lorelei. Where are you going? It's only 6 o'clock. Nephew's birthday dinner. So you take a half day? Ha ha ha. She was so nervous. Bye. It's cool, she thought. I've totally got this. Just show up, say happy birthday, give him the gift, then go play with the kids. No one will guess anything. At home, she let herself in. Hey, she called out to Liam, let's go. But he looked bedded in for the evening. You're really going to that prick's birthday? He said. She took a breath. Liam, their family. Not yours. He'd been trying to hurt her. If only he'd known. I'm not going, he said. Well, I am. He frowned. What? Really? Driving or cycling? Bus. She felt too wobbly to chance driving, or more insane still, cycling through rush hour traffic. Wow. His back was still tricky after the holiday. I'd love to be able to jump up on the bike and get a good cycle in. You'll be better soon. Since when were you a doctor? Hurry up, Mum, Vinny said, as Cara let herself into the house. We're ready to go to TJ's. Hello, sweetie, Ed kissed her. How did you get on with Peggy? You know, Ed, this could be a good time to drop it lightly into the conversation. There's no need for me to see her. I think I'll stop. I'm feeling fine. I don't need to keep going. Honey, he looked haunted. She's your lifeline. You absolutely have to. But I'm doing so well. No compulsions. I'm back to normal. Please don't stop. Not yet. Sticking with Peggy will give you a much better chance of not relapsing. She wished he wouldn't say words like relapse. He made it sound so much more serious than it was. Honey, I love you so much. He looked dog-tired. But if you start with the food again, I'd have to leave. If I stayed, I'd be enabling you. That's not going to happen. But today was clearly too soon to change his mind. When she'd skipped a few sessions and was still sticking to her plan, she'd have proof that she really was better. She'd tell him then. Outside Jessie's house, Nell faced facts. Perla would be here. Since this insanity had kicked off, she'd become crazy jealous of Perla, but she could not let it show. A deep breath, a slow exhale, then she was okay to ring the bell. The sound of running feet came thumping down the hall. Nell's here! The door was wrenched wide, and Nell was swept into the kitchen by a flotilla of the younger cousins. There he was, taller than everyone else. She couldn't look at him. No sign of Perla yet. Nell, Nell, Nell! Jessie grabbed her in a hug. Have some wine. Hey, where's Liam? His back is still bad. She made herself focus on Ferdia. He says sorry. Covering his ass? He smiled. You do know you're way too good for him. Her face flooded with heat. Happy birthday. She gave him a chunky box. She focused on his fingers as he carefully unknotted the ribbon and slid his nail under the sellotape. Every movement of his beautiful hands had her mesmerised. What's in here? Easing away the sellotape, he gave her a quizzical look. Methodically, he peeled the wrapping paper off the box and removed the lid. Inside was a hand-carved toy car, a sleek walnut Chevrolet, which kicked off a clamour of awe. Where did you get it? Jessie cried. Summersgate Market. She'd spent too many hours there when she should have been working, trawling the curiosities at the stalls, looking for something special enough. So you've given me a plane, Ferdia said, and now a car. It's from Liam too. Ha, Liam didn't even know about it. Ferdia ignored that. Birthday hug? She had to step into the circle of his arms, as if he were as safe as Dilly. The heat of his chest travelled through the thin fabric of his shirt, then through her top. Tentatively she touched his back, but when her fingertips felt the knobbles of his vertebrae, she stepped too quickly away from him. To her relief, the arrival of Ed, Cara and the kids shifted the focus. Still no Perla. Not even when Jessie laid several platters of Korean dumplings on the table and there was a sudden scramble for chairs. Maybe she wasn't coming. Jessie wouldn't have dished up the grub if they were waiting for more people. Patrolling with the wine, Johnny stopped at Ferdia. More? No, pacing myself. Big sesh tonight? Ed asked. Gig in the button factory. You should all come. His glance skimmed around the table and snagged on Nell. My gig days are long behind me, Cara said. If I don't have a seat, my suffering is unquantifiable. Old age comes to us all, Ed said. And we're too young, Bridie piped up. But Nell could go, Dilly said. She's the right age. Do, Nell, Jessie insisted. Do, Ferdia said. Ha ha. She didn't know if she was being humoured. I've got to work tomorrow. On a Saturday? All the days right now. Only 11 days till opening night. Anyone wants free tickets, let me know. How's it going? Jessie asked. Good. She paused. I think. If nothing goes badly wrong between now and Tuesday week, we'll make it. Once she'd made her escape from Jessie's, she rang Gar. Where are you? Meet me in about 40 minutes? What's up? Tell you when I see you. I'll be in the long hall. When she arrived, Gar had a drink waiting. She hardly knew how to get into this. I feel like I don't love Liam anymore. The great thing about Gar, maybe about men in general, was that they didn't start telling her what they thought she wanted to hear. Trina, for example, she'd have said, "Of course you love him, it's just a phase." "Did something happen?" Gar asked. "A few somethings, but I don't know that they're deal breakers. Maybe I just know the real him now. This is awful, but I actually don't like him. I married him too quickly, Gar. It was bullshit. Nana McDermott was right, and it's not fair to him." "Talk to him." "I've tried. He says we're just getting to know each other better, but the more I know him, the less I like him. I feel like a terrible person." "You need to tell him what you've told me." He paused. "Not word for word. Maybe ease up on the negative stuff. You can probably fix this." "You think? I feel so guilty about his family. They've all been so sound. Like, I love Cara. And Jessie too, even though she's stone mad. Ed is great and Johnny is gas. And the kids. Dilly, TJ, Vinny and Tom. Even Bridie. Saoirse is a sweetie. And..." She stopped abruptly. "What?" Gar asked. She couldn't speak. Gar's face was all disbelief. "Nell, Jesus Christ, is something going on between you and the young lad? The son, your nephew?" No way, no." "Nell, what?" "Gar, it's horrific. I'm sort of obsessed with him." Tears were pouring down her face. "I'm scared out of my mind. Am I mentally ill? Is this a thing?" "But what age is he? 19? 20? 22. I'm nearly 9 years older than him, Gar. But it's not illegal falling in love with your nephew. I looked it up." "Oh, Nell. Let me ask, which came first? Going off Liam or getting a thing for the nephew?" "Going off Liam." She needed that to be true. If she'd lost interest in Liam because she'd got a thing for Ferdia, what kind of a person was she? "Do you fancy your man, or..." "Fancy isn't the word, Gar. I want him so much it's insane. I think he's good. His heart is good. He was an Edith and now he isn't. And he's gas and lovely." She cleared her throat. "Anyway, he has a girlfriend." "Stay away from him. I totally mean it. Stay the hell away from him and sort your shit out with Liam." "Thanks, Gar. I'll do that." The button factory was dark, crowded and very noisy. Had she lost her damn mind? Besides, she'd never find him in this chaos. But there he was, pushing through the people, his gaze intent on hers. "Nell!" His eyes glowed. "You came!" He took hold of her face, the palms of his hands rough and soft against her cheeks. Moving so close that they were breathing the same air, he asked, "Are you on your own?" She could see the pores of his beard, the slight chapping on his lips, how his dark eyelashes clumped spikily together. "Let me get you a drink." She was seized by fear. "Freddie, no, sorry, I should go." The surge of panic propelled her through the crowds and out of the front door. In the busy street she dodged and swerved, putting distance between them, her heart hammering. Her phone buzzed with a text. "Please come back." She moved faster, trying to breathe away the anxiety in her chest. Her phone began ringing. She shouldn't talk to him. She couldn't go back. This was scary and dangerous. What had he been doing, holding her face and looking at her like that? Maybe he was drunk, stoned, just being friendly, looking to get one over on Liam. Anything was possible. The important thing she needed to keep remembering was that as of right now, at this exact moment in time, she'd done nothing wrong. "I'm safe. I'm still a normal person. I haven't done anything bad." If she crossed the line, she'd create a whole world of pain and regret, not just for herself but for other people, especially Liam. He deserved better. Walking fast, she focused on Gar's advice to sort her shit out with Liam. They needed to talk about the expectations they'd had of each other. They needed to adjust to reality and maybe be honest about their disappointments. Communication was vital. Everyone was always saying that, when they weren't going on about marriage being hard work. There was also the matter of his baggage. Liam had 2 daughters whom he never saw. That had to be eating away at his self-esteem. By the time she'd reached home, she'd made a decision. She wasn't giving up yet. Chapter 84. She was embroidering a barcode onto a ticket for the opening night of Human Salt. It was fiddly, intricate work, so easy to get wrong, and she had several hundred more to do. A hand on her naked hip surprised her. Fingers were pitter-pattering along the top of her thigh, lightly touching off her most sensitive spot and moving away again. Hot breath on her face, then a voice said thickly, "I'll let you sleep as long as possible." Adrenaline spiked, moving her from the anxiety dream into grim reality. Liam was in the mood for sex. They hadn't done it since they got home from Italy. It was no accident. She'd been keeping out of his way, up early and home late. The few times he'd put the moves on her, she'd been blunt about how knackered she was. Today, though, he'd obviously decided she'd had enough of a rest. Going through with this would be a challenge. Right now, Liam was just a man with an erection who wanted to have sex with her body. If she refused, it would trigger a crisis, which she didn't want. Not after last night's decision that there was still hope for them. "I am agreeing to this. I am consenting. I am doing this to buy myself time." She closed her eyes, tried to disappear into her head, and reminded herself that she was giving Liam permission to do whatever it was that he was doing. It was over quickly. Panting, he lay on top of her. "What about you?" he asked. "I'm fine, tired." "Grand." He toppled onto the mattress, and within seconds was snoring. "Should I wear my boots?" Saoirse called to the household at large. "It's sunny," Bridie said. "But it's September. It's autumn. What if autumn arrives while I'm out, and I have to come home in the cold in my sandals?" Johnny kept his head down, afraid that Ferdia or Saoirse would ask for a lift to Erslannan. Something about this, the turn in the seasons, made him remember other long-ago Saturdays, when it had felt as if he practically lived down there. After Rory's death, he'd been given his own key and an open invitation. Almost every weekend he'd driven there, had a quiet dinner, then watched Saturday night telly, reassuring in its crapness. Sometimes Kiva dropped in, sometimes Izzy came by, but often Johnny sat there alone with Ellen and Michael, and no one seemed to find it odd. Being with Michael had made Johnny feel slightly less weirded out by everything. If, for any reason, Michael had to leave the house, Johnny followed him like a faithful dog. When a last-minute ticket checker was needed for the GAA quiz night, both Michael and Johnny rose from the couch simultaneously. Johnny was quite content to spend 90 useless minutes sitting next to Michael in a drafty porch, watching him tear tickets in two. When the Kinsella's nearest neighbours were short-handed on a night's lambing, both Michael and Johnny got up, put on Wellingtons, and crossed the fields to the barn, where Johnny obediently yanked lambs into the world. All the same, he wasn't doing so well. Even he recognised that. At work things, people made polite inquiries about how he was coping without really wanting the answer. He'd perform a palatable version of grief, a soft wry smile, a sad shake of the head, and some platitude like, "You learn to live with it." But the truth was, he'd scare people if he told them how he really felt. One night at an industry party, he crossed paths with Yannick, a man he hadn't seen since before. He liked him. He'd always seemed warm and easygoing. "Johnny, how have you been?" There followed that weighted pause, the unspoken words, "Since Rory died." Johnny had had too much to drink, and strange thoughts began to leak from his mouth. Yannick, you know that painting of the man holding his face? Is it called The Howl?" "You mean The Scream, by Monk?" "Maybe I do. The other day I saw it on an oven glove." "I know, an oven glove. Aren't people mad?" He gave a bark of laughter. "Anyway, I saw it, and for a split second I thought I was looking into a mirror." Yannick's pupils flared in alarm. He wasn't sure if he was meant to laugh. "Where do we come from?" Johnny asked. "I don't understand any of it. We get born, and we do some stuff, and then we die. And why? I see. Does it make any sense to you? Johnny realised he was pleading. Abruptly he stopped, made himself smile and said, I'm doing okay, Yannick. How are you? He struggled on one Saturday, not long before the first anniversary, when the leaves were turning red and orange and the air had an autumnal chill, Johnny drove to Erislannan and found Izzy at the kitchen table doing a Sudoku. You're supposed to be in New York. I broke it off with Tristão. Planes, lemon-scented towelettes. Johnny, suddenly my life seemed so flashy. Johnny understood. Rory dying had bumped each of them out of their habitual groove and caused them to re-examine how they were using their short, precious days. Those fancy holidays Tristão and I went on, Izzy said. All I was doing was experiencing sensations. Nothing wrong with that. There is if that's all it is. Fiercely she said, Johnny, I want to live in one place and get on a plane twice a year. I want to be part of a community and have a husband and children. I want to be in a book group and join the neighbourhood watch. He said nothing. If that was what she wanted, that was what she wanted. What about you, Johnny? You're not getting any younger. He wanted the same things Izzy did. Over the years he'd had relationships, some of them looking like they'd go the distance, but whenever it had come to crunch time, he'd backed away. During this time, his feelings for Jessie had risen and fallen. His longing would reach a peak, then ebb away, and for months, maybe even years, they'd be back to being mates. During those spells he was certain he was finally done with it all, but it kept recurring. So much so that he'd wondered if he should just accept that it would continue to afflict him occasionally, as if he were a person prone to chest infections. Meanwhile, he'd got himself a name as a heartbreaker. In his more self-pitying moments, he felt that was undeserved. But there was no denying that actually he had, albeit temporarily, broken one or two women. Every time another one bit the dust, Izzy would joke, No one's ever going to measure up to me, Johnny Casey. You might as well just make your peace with it. They'd always been that way, him and Izzy, sparking off each other. Once upon a time, when they'd all been so ridiculously young and carefree, he and his housemates were woken at 3 a.m. by a persistent ringing on their bell. When a bleary Johnny had opened the door, Izzy was outside, laughing. "Open wide," as the bishop said to the actress. "What are you doing here?" "Curiosity," she said. "Where's your bedroom?" He'd tensed. He fancied her, but he was besotted with the entire Kinsella clan, and he didn't want complications. She had already disappeared up the stairs. "Feck's sake, Johnny Casey," she called down. "I don't want to marry you. I just want a ride. Come on." In his room, she kicked off her boots and unzipped her jeans. "Yeah, but stop overthinking things." In the morning, she was just as breezy. "Nothing happened, okay? We don't want an atmosphere around Ellen's dinner table." "Yes, yep." His relief had been huge. Next time, he showed up at her home. Over the following few years, they made occasional booty calls on each other, sometimes a flurry of several in 1 month, then a long time without anything at all. Eventually it petered away entirely. In the months after she had broken up with Tristão, a routine developed, where most Saturday afternoons, Izzy and Johnny came to Erislannan and stayed until Sunday evening. Ellen would load them up with home baking, and they would indulge in gentle pursuits like Monopoly and Risk. If there was a birthday or some sort of celebration, Jessie visited with Ferdia and Saoirse, as would Kiva, Christy and their kids. They'd sing and eat cake, and carry on around the appalling absence in their lives. Johnny was still Michael's little helper. When Christy's van broke down, even though Johnny understood nothing about engines, he went along to help. During the snow, when a tree fell across a neighbour's gate, Johnny helped Michael chainsaw it away. It was Liam who eventually challenged Johnny. "Wait a minute, you're nearly 35. You spend your downtime sleeping in a single bed in your dead mate's parents' house. You need to man up." But Liam hadn't a clue. Too young and too hard. "Or are you, depressed?" Liam had asked. Go see the doctor, get some tablets and get a grip. Weeks later, Johnny looked up the signs of depression. Coincidentally, he saw he did have some of them, but there was no need to see a doctor. Time would take care of him. Chapter 85. Monday evening after work, both speaking urgently on their phones, Jessie and Mary Lane arrived at the hipster bar at exactly the same time. Gotta go. Jessie hung up, then hugged Mary Lane. Thanks for this. There's a table. Mary Lane pounced, then waved over a waiter. Gin and tonic, Jessie said to him gratefully. In a giant round glass, you know the one I mean, with loads of ice. Same for me, Mary Lane said. You had me at giant round glass. Then to Jessie. So what's up? Who would I talk to about changing the business to online? Mary Lane frowned. You want to do that? Not really, Jessie admitted. But Johnny does. She hesitated before confiding the next part. His birthday is coming up. This will be his present. Look, I know, she forestalled Mary Lane. I didn't say a thing. You're thinking he doesn't deserve anything after the total shambles he organised for my birthday. I felt sorry for him, if you must know. And you'd be right. But look, I'm over it now. This means a lot to him, but I don't know where to start. Talk to a management consultant. I don't know any, and I don't know who to trust. Carl Brennan, he's the absolute best. Well, thanks. The only thing is, he's sort of awful. Handsy, creepy, always having children with different women. Oh, thank God, here comes our giant drinks. It's like a goldfish bowl. Jessie admired her enormous round glass, then clinked with Mary Lane. To gin. After a glorious swallow, Jessie said, Remember when gin wasn't cool? What was wrong with us? We hadn't a clue. Mary Lane gulped a mouthful and sighed. Christ, that's lovely. They're trying to make whiskey a thing now, but I don't think I'll ever like it. Why would we when we have gin? Should I reach out to Carl on your behalf? I actually feel like singing a song about how much I love gin, Jessie said. She pulled back to study her giant glass. These must be stronger than I realised. I've nearly finished mine. That's because we're businesswomen. Energetic self-starters. Do. Reach out, but in strictest confidence. Strictest confidence it is. If Carl Brennan says yes, what do I do? Meet him. Take him for lunch. Keep it light and chatty. And he's the best, you say. Brilliant, unfortunately. Now's the time to get him, before he ends up in rehab. Or perhaps prison for some sort of sexual pestering. Should I be worried? Nah, be grand. Just don't try to save him. He has, she lapsed into a thoughtful pause, a repulsive sort of charm. Repulsive charm. Gotcha. Are we getting another fishbowl of gin? I'd better go. Thanks for the gin. Thanks for the info. Jessie was scoping out the street, looking for her taxi, when her phone rang. Unknown number. Jessie Purnell? Carl Brennan. Mary Lane was on to me. That was quick. Did she explain? Some. We should meet. Is now good? Christ, you're dynamic. Is that a management consultant thing? Always. I'm on my way home. Tomorrow evening? Jack Black's in Dawson Street. 7 o'clock. Email me your accounts for the last 3 years. I'll text the address. Cara, Raoul said. A word. What now? Today had been absolutely insane. Zachary was sick, so they were down a receptionist. Plus every possible thing that could go wrong had gone wrong. Guests arriving early. A departing guest developing a strange stomach complaint and being too ill to leave. A half-empty bottle of red wine accidentally spilling on the white carpet of the honeymoon suite 40 minutes before the happy couple arrived. Cara had been firefighting for hours. No sooner was one drama resolved than another blew up. Just now, a guest who checked out this morning had called, saying they'd left a pair of diamond cufflinks behind in a drawer. But the new guests were already in situ, with the Do Not Disturb sign on the door. The caller had talked wildly of injunctions, and it took every fibre of Cara's energy to persuade him to calm down. The phone rang again, as Raoul said, Don't answer. What about your snack? Oh my God, her snack. She felt sick with embarrassment. What time is it? It was 2:55 p.m. She hadn't eaten in almost 6 hours. "I'm fine, too busy to be hungry. Anyway," she indicated the phone. "Henry says you have to eat." Raoul sounded irritable. "We've a duty of care, but be quick." It seemed easier to comply than to stand there and argue, so she hurried towards the stairs to eat her handful of nuts in the locker room. "Where are you going?" Madeleine looked angry. And well she might. It was hours since anyone had even had a bathroom break. "Be back in a second." Cara scooted away, but not before she heard Ling say, "Where's she off to?" Several lone men haunted Jack Black's, all looking a little post-work desperate. But the one who stood out sported sharply cut silver fox hair, a paunch, bloodshot blue eyes, and a look-at-me suit with a faint but worrying metallic sheen. "Don't be Carl Brennan." "Jessie," Mr. Dodgy Suit asked, "let's grab a table." "Before we go any further, are you very expensive?" Jessie asked when the drinks were ordered. His smirk was lazily confident. "I charge in 6-minute intervals. My rate." He scribbled a figure on a piece of paper like he was in The Wolf of Wall Street and slid it across to her. "Not your hourly rate?" She had to check. "I'd better talk fast. Retail is dying, so everyone keeps telling me. Online is the future. Change or die." "Yeah, something tells me you're not crazy about making this change." "My husband's the one who wants to." "What's worrying you?" "A lot," she said. "Meter's running." Quickly she spilt it all out. Her fear of the banks, her fear of irrelevance, her fear of losing everything, her belief and pride in the current setup, her conviction that her chef pestering was a lucrative endeavour. "I did something similar for Antifreeze," he said. "Bespoke, high-end adventure clothing, operating from a lone store in London. It was all about the personal. Hand-fitted boots, goggles, everything. Converted the entire business to online. Managed to recreate some of the one-to-one dynamic, using computer scanning, instant messaging. Not perfect, admittedly. But turnover is up by over 2,000%. "That sounds hopeful. What now?" "I send you a contract. You pay a retainer. I look at your accounts, do my research, pull together a few different proposals." "Will they work? I won't go out of business." He rolled his eyes. "I'm good. I never said I was bulletproof." "How long will it take? I'd like to have something for Johnny's birthday, which is 4 weeks away." "That's insane," he said. "Too soon." "So how long will it be? Because at your 6-minute rate, I'll be bankrupt if it goes on much longer than that." He laughed, and well he might. "Not every second of my time is chargeable. I'll be waiting on information to get back to me. Now and again, taking some downtime." Another of those slightly repulsive smirks. "Ballpark?" 6 weeks, maybe 8. Well, it was a start. The expensive contract would make a lovely birthday present for Johnny, ha. In the taxi home she rang Mary Lane. "I met him." "He tried to lure you to a lap dancing club with his 23-year-old girlfriend? No? You got off lightly." "You must really love Johnny Casey," Mary Lane said, "putting yourself through this for him." "I really must." Chapter 86. Cara ducked into space in K, and within seconds was testing foundation colours on the back of her hand. This was like mitching off from school. The same sense of freedom coupled with fear of being caught. At 4 o'clock she'd left work, because today was Friday, and that was what everyone expected her to do. But she wasn't going to Peggy, so she had a free hour to do whatever she liked. On Monday or Tuesday she'd call Peggy's assistant with an excuse for next Friday. Something, anything, it didn't matter. She was an adult woman, a free agent. She wasn't obliged to see Peggy. The week after, she'd write a letter, bringing the whole charade to an end. It wasn't an easy decision. She'd grown very fond of Peggy. More importantly, she didn't want Ed to worry. But she knew she could do this. She would be okay. There would be no more overeating than vomiting. It was gone, done, in the past, and she was absolutely certain she had the strength to keep things that way. All she needed was enough time to prove it. When she got home, Ed sounded anxious. "How was Peggy?" She said, trying to sound positive, without actually saying anything. "Grand." Lying to Ed felt all wrong, but it was too soon to tell him the truth. He'd panic. He'd go straight into follow the instructions mode and insist that she return to Peggy quick smart. Getting her life back to the way it used to be would require careful handling. There were a few obstacles to manoeuvre, but by patiently dismantling the unnecessary scaffolding that had been constructed around her, she'd get there. 17 days ago, Tuesday the 22nd of September. Chapter 87. Nell! Nell! It was her dad, squeezed into his one suit, accompanied by Nell's mum, looking blow-dried and glam. She crossed the lobby of the Liffey Theatre to them. "It's only 6:30, you pair of idiots. We don't start for another hour." "We didn't want to be late," Angie said. "Big night for our little girl." "Will I understand the play?" Petey asked. "No? Grand. I won't bother trying so." "How you feeling, love?" "Anxious, knackered, excited. Listen, I've to do some last-minute checks. I'll meet you in the bar. Lorelei is up there with her fella." Nell had offered freebies to all her friends, as was the norm, but because the festival was on, Trina and Wanda were the only ones who could be there. It was actually a relief that Gar wasn't coming, because Ferdia was. At the end of last week, Jessie had texted, "Any tickets left for your opening night?" Nell had replied, "For you, always. How many you like?" Jessie answered, "Two be okay? Me and Ferd? He's your biggest fan, lol." What the hell did that mean? She'd reread it 1,000,000 times, agonising over the meaning. Particularly the lol. Was it meant to be sarcastic? But Jessie wasn't like that. In the bar, Petey said, "It's 20 past. Should we go in? Where's Liam?" "On his way," Nell said. "You four go on in and I'll wait in the lobby for Jessie." "Are you all right?" Petey asked. "You're very nervy seeming." Bloody right she was nervy seeming. She was a total wreck, and praying that Liam didn't turn up at the same time as Ferdia, interfering with any chance of talking to him. Here came Jessie now. Nell's heart was thumping in her chest. Behind Jessie, she spotted Saoirse. Why was she here? No one had mentioned her, and there wasn't a spare ticket. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Had she come instead of Ferdia? Nell! Jessie descended and pressed a bottle of something on her. Congratulations! Feeling crazed with disappointment, Nell submitted to an overexcited hug from Jessie, then Saoirse. "How many tickets do you need?" "2, thanks, me and Saoirse." "Just..." She cleared her throat. "You'd mentioned Ferdia." "Oh, I did, didn't I?" Her vagueness was almost unendurable. "No, he's up to something with Perla, so..." "Grand, fine." She forced a smile. "You two go on in. I'm just waiting for Liam." Once she was alone again, the loss felt like vertigo. She'd been so tightly wound, so ready, that she couldn't cope. She'd wanted eye contact with him, a chance to piece together what exactly had taken place that night in the button factory. Yeah, well, she knew now what had happened. Absolutely nothing. He wasn't here. In fact, he was out with his girlfriend. What else did she need to know? "Nell, you should go in." "What?" Still stunned, she turned. An usher was by her side. "Need to go in now, honey. They'll be starting." "Oh, but I'm waiting." Then she made her decision. Feck Liam. It was gone 7:30. He was legit late. Why wait any longer? The lights dimmed. The screen rose. The play began. Nell had a lot of arm squeezing and people leaning forward in their seats so that they could smile encouragingly at her. Making a concerted effort, she tried to concentrate on what was happening on stage. She'd already sat through this 6 times, but you never really knew if everything worked until it had a paying audience. It was not bad, maybe even quite good, but she was sad about the props they hadn't been able to afford, the little tweaks here and there that could have improved everything. Her self-berating concentration was broken as people near the aisle stood up. Liam had arrived. "Sorry," she heard him whisper as he pushed past them. "Sorry, sorry." It was 7:56, almost half an hour late. He finally reached the empty seat beside her. "Sorry," he whispered, "Chelsea being a bitch again." She acknowledged his arrival with a small chin incline. Her eyes didn't move from the stage. At the interval, they piled into the bar. "Congratulations," Trina said. "Yeah, totally," Wanda echoed. "It's really good. Your work, I mean. Innovative." "Not a baldy what's going on," her dad said. "But it's a solid-looking construction. Couldn't fault that.
I'll get the drinks in.
I don't know the right words, Angie said. But you're so clever. You have such imagination. A genius is what she is, Jessie declared. She is, Saoirse hugged her.
So, you're not going to believe it, Liam announced. Chelsea, right? Told her I needed to leave early. Told her why. So I'm there in the shop. It's 7:10. No sign of her. So I text, I need to leave. Tell her, you need to be here to do the till and lock up. And she texts back, says she knows nothing about it.
She'd forgotten. Angie sounded scandalised.
My arse she had. She's just a bitch.
Oh, Liam, you really need to get out of that place. The sooner you qualify as a massage person, the better. Nell felt as detached as if she were watching a movie. Liam turned and placed his hands on her upper arms.
I'm so sorry, baby.
It's fine.
Really?
He seemed uncertain.
Fine.
At 6:35 a.m, Nell woke again. Once more she reached for her iPad. Since 3 a.m. she'd been dozing on and off, refreshing the media sites, desperate to know what kind of reviews Human Salt would get. Finally, Wednesday's newspapers were live. Her stomach fluttering with fear and excitement, she clicked on the Independent's review of the theatre festival. Nothing. She scanned it more slowly, just to be certain her anxiety wasn't making her miss something. Still nothing. The disappointment was brutal. She moved on to the Irish Times. Anything? Liam had woken up. Not in the Indo, or by the looks of things the Irish Times. Now he was clicking and studying his screen.
Small mention here in the Mail.
Show me. She lunged at him.
Sorry, baby, nothing about you.
She insisted on reading it. An adequate production was the conclusion, but there was no mention of her or her set. Because she'd got such good reviews for Timer, she'd been desperate for further recognition of her work. She couldn't help it.
Another mention, tiny, on rte.ie, he said. Nothing about you again.
She had to read that one too before she believed him. It was mad to get hung up on reviews. A bad one could destroy your confidence, just as a good one could have you mistakenly thinking you were the second coming. Her own opinion of her work should be the only one that mattered. But she kept Googling and clicking, a few wisps of hope hanging on. Eventually she sighed and gave up.
Nothing else?
Liam asked. She shook her head, too disappointed to speak. It's the festival, he sounded sympathetic. So many shows on.
They probably don't have the reviewers to get around to everything.
It's grand, she said. I did good work, and that's all that matters. And maybe there'll be something in the ticket on Friday. Liam sounded irked.
Why does it matter so much? Like, you're always working or thinking about work.
Not always. Surprised, she stopped. You know it's important to me.
Actually, no. When I met you, you said that money didn't matter.
That wasn't what she'd said, or thought, ever. Money wasn't her motivation, but she was very ambitious. Confused, she said, They're two different things, money and work. Working makes me happy.
I don't believe this. He seemed angry. You sold yourself to me as easygoing, relaxed.
Sold myself?
Just a phrase. Don't get up on my grill.
She was too dispirited to fight.
Seriously, though, he said hotly. Last summer, when we went up the west coast on the bus, you weren't working then, or talking about it.
Because there wasn't any. Nothing new was casting. But I told you the very first night we met how much my work means to me.
Nope, no memory of that. Just this cool girl loving life.
But Liam... Again, she stopped. Back then he'd obviously decided she was some sort of skippy, free-spirited, unworldly type. Any evidence to the contrary jarred with who he decided she was. No wonder he was pissed off with her.
Hey!
His tone was friendlier.
Why don't I give you a massage? Practice for me and it might relax you.
Ha! The massage would last about 2 seconds before he had a hard-on and it became foreplay. She didn't want to fuck. Even the idea of him touching her gave her the giant ick. The day after an opening night was always weird. Nervy exhaustion mixed with anticlimax. Suddenly, after weeks of working 12 hours a day, there was literally nothing to do. Unless the reviews were great, Nell knew there was no way around this dip in her mood. It had to run its course. She and Lorelei had a text back and forth where they propped each other up with assurances that they'd done their best. The director emailed her thanks. Trina and Wanda WhatsApped to tell her again how great she was. And Liam was still hanging around. She was anxious that he'd stay home all day, trying to convince her that sex would cure her of her microdepression. She was more and more worried that his bad attitude would piss Chelsea off enough to sack him. There was no denying the practicalities here. One of them needed to be generating some dosh. Right now she was convinced she'd never work again. When, at nearly midday, he finally left for work, relief flooded her. On the couch with Molly Ringwald and her iPad, she escaped online. She did a quiz on BuzzFeed, then at least 20 more, before falling asleep, only to be woken at 10 p.m. by a WhatsApp from Perla. "Saw human salt. So good. Your set is clever. See you at Harvest at weekend." Her phone beeped again. Another WhatsApp, this time from Ferdia. "Hey, Perla and me just out from Human Salt. You're a genius. The set was the best thing about the play. Not isn't the play. See you at the Not Noovie Festival." They'd gone together. They'd gone together, just the two of them, on a date, being loyal and nice to Nell because she was the one who'd introduced them. All day, tears had been threatening, and finally she cried. For the failure of her marriage, the disappointment about her play, and most of all, for her giant, stupid crush on a 22-year-old boy. 2 weeks ago, Friday the 25th of September, Harvest Festival. Chapter 88. Just like the previous time Nell had had a positive review, Gar gave her the good news, this time via WhatsApp at 8:07 a.m. on a Friday morning. "Irish Times loving your work. See the ticket." "Liam," she nudged him awake. "Open the ticket. Gar says there's a mention. Oh God, here it is." She scanned the text. Blah-de-blah, dialogue acting. Oh, here we go. Nell McDermott's set is original and surprising. Rapidly becoming the go-to designer for innovation on a shoestring. It would be interesting to see what she'd pull off with a decent budget. In the world of Irish set design, she's one to watch. Her face was full of wonder. "That's me they're talking about, Liam. Me! I'm one to watch. Liam, me!" "Congratulations, baby." She scooped up Molly Ringwald and twirled about the room. "Your mama is one to watch. Bet you didn't know that now, did you?" She doused the cat with kisses. "Don't get too carried away," Liam said from the bed. "The world of Irish set design is a very small one." Abruptly she stopped. "You're pissed off. You'd be happier if they'd said I was shit." "Bollocks." "No, it wasn't." Maybe it was. A silent stare-off ensued. Then Nell swung off to the bathroom. "Come on," Nell said. "Grab your weekend bag and let's go." Liam made a face. "Yeah, I'm not feeling it." Startled, tripping over her words, she said, "This isn't just a jolly we can opt out of. Jessie needs us to work." Irritably he said, "She's got dozens of minions down at that festival." "We said we'd be there for her." "And I've changed my mind. My job as a mayor, I'm studying on my own time for another career, and I'm expected to work for free on my weekend off." There were 100 ways she could shoot this down, but suddenly she didn't care. "Well, I'm going." "What? Why?" "Because she's depending on me." "No, baby, don't. Stay here with me." "Will you even tell her you're not coming?" "You're really going? Then you tell her." She stepped into the kitchen and rang Jessie. "Nell," Jessie answered. "You okay?" "Grand, but Jessie, Liam isn't..." Why should she cover for him? "Liam won't be coming to Harvest." "Is it his bad back?" Jessie was so willing to give Liam the benefit of the doubt that Nell felt a huge rush of love for her. "His back is grand, and I'm still coming." "You don't have to, I can get..." "I want to. I'll text Ed, see if he'll give me a lift down." Cara let herself into the house to find Ed in the hall, his backpack at his feet, keen to get going to Harvest. She could have been home an hour earlier, instead of floating around Brown Thomas, but it was still too soon to tell him that she'd stopped going to Peggy. Another few weeks should do it. "Honey, go," she said. "Have a great time." "The car's being temperamental," he said.
I hope it survives the journey. Sorry to leave you all alone with this pair. Don't be sorry, I'm going out tomorrow night. Vinny and Tom would be spending the night with Dorothy and Angus. I know, If you're worried I'll go on some mad binge, I can tell you that I won't. I didn't mean... It's fine. She tried to wave away the acrimony. I'm sorry. I'll call you. He still looked unsure. Have a great time with Gabby. You have a great time too. When he'd gone, she put the boys in front of a movie and a giant bowl of homemade popcorn and slid on her headphones. One of her favourite YouTubers had just uploaded their stay in the Haritha Villas, Sri Lanka, literally walking her through every stunning step of it. It was over the top but oh so fabulous. After that, she immersed herself in a duplex suite in the George Sank. Then a luxury treehouse in Costa Rica. Mum! Her leg was being poked. She lifted off one of the earphones. Vinny was yelling, Mum! Movie's over! Ice cream! Okay, take it easy, sweetie. She moved to the kitchen and rummaged around in the freezer. What flavour? Pistachio? No! I'd rather die, Tom said primly. Chocolate? Yes. 3 small scoops in 2 small bowls. That would do them. As she shut the freezer door with her hip, she automatically licked the scoop. Oh my God, it was so intensely delicious that she felt lightheaded. In the living room, she watched the boys devour their ice cream. Sugar was not something she could avoid forever. At some stage, she'd have to start eating normally again. Now was as good a time as any. Back in the kitchen, she got herself 2 medium-sized scoops of chocolate ice cream, then sat down and ate them. Nothing bad happened. Chapter 89. Harvest boasted impeccable eco-credentials. Indeed, no sooner had Ed parked his car than Nell had counted 4 Teslas. This crowd really are eco-sound, she said to Ed. Yeah, he sounded doubtful. All the same, Jessie says they kicked off big time when the helipad was scrapped. It was almost 8 in the evening. The light was dimming, and dozens of people were crossing the field, heading for the entrance, carrying, even in the gloom Nell noticed this, very sleek-looking weekend bags, a lot of Louis Vuitton. Almost as soon as she was through the gate, a troupe of samba dancers, about 30 strong, kitted out in full carnival regalia, went dancing by, their feathered headdresses swaying. That's the pop-up Mardi Gras, Ed said. Mesmerised, she watched them go. Ed was consulting his app. Jessie and the gang are at the Singing Vegan, which is, he looked around and pointed, this way. As he led her past tents and stages, through groups of beautiful girls covered with glitter, she wondered if Ferdia had arrived yet. The eruption of longing was shocking. Even if he were there, he'd be with Perla. You really need to get a grip on yourself. Now they were passing through a cluster of street food vans from around the world, set against a giant cine screen of the Brooklyn Bridge. You could almost fool yourself you were in New York. It was stunning. This isn't the half of it, Ed said. As well as the bands, there's so much fun stuff, mad stuff, dance lessons, candle making, tantric something or other. They turned into a narrow street with small, vibrantly coloured buildings. They looked Nepalese or maybe Andean, just facades but so convincing. Following his app, Ed said, the Singing Vegan should be right here. So it was. They opened the door, and there were Jessie, Johnny, and what seemed like an army of children. But after the frenzy of hugging had died down, Nell registered that only Bridie, TJ, Dilly and Cassandra were present. Where's Saoirse? Not coming, TJ said. She's got a new friend, a goth. She cut her fringe really short and says she might dye her hair navy. Ill-advised, IMO, Bridie said. That means, in my opinion. We miss her, TJ said. But what can you do? That's sad. Clearing her throat, Nell aimed for a deeply casual tone. And Ferdia? Coming tomorrow with Perla. Perla. God. How sorry was she that she'd ever introduced them? But how could she grudge Perla happiness? You'd like to see her tent? Dilly asked. Or would you like to eat? Jessie asked. The tent. Come on. She was swept out of the door by all the females of the group. At first it will seem far, Dilly said.
And confusing, Cassandra said. So if you get lost, look up for the tower. You see it? Head for there, then you can ask a man. Not any man. They must have the uniform. We're nearly there. Then, this is your tent, Dilly declared. Isn't it adorable? Adorable was exactly right. A cosy, cone-roofed space with pink-hued lanterns strung across the ceiling. It even had a real bed, made from carved wood, adorned with patterned pillows and mohair throws. A solid-looking chest of drawers sported an old-fashioned wireless. Shoes off, Bridie said. Now try the carpet. The ground sheet was covered with 3 overlapping rugs, which felt deep and luxurious. Because Uncle Liam isn't here, Cassandra and I will sleep in with you, Dilly said. Thank you. I accept with pleasure. Is there room for me? Bridie asked. No, Dilly yelled. Of course, Nell said. Uncle Ed's tent is over there, TJ said. His isn't as fancy. That's because he's a man, and men don't care about any of that shit. She threw a hunted look at Jessie. Stuff. And Pearl's is down that way. You don't have your own bathroom, Bridie said, but they're not far. And they're not disgusting. Let's show her the magic bathtubs. Jessie ducked back outside and led the way through the rows of tents. They're outside, Dilly said, but hidden in the trees so nobody can see your bum. There's one over there. See that giant water jug beside the trees? TJ asked Nell. With the tulip drawn in it? That's the tulip bath. TJ moved closer, stuck her face between 2 tree trunks and yelled, Hello? Is anyone in the bath being nudie? She paused, appearing to listen. You can just check the app, Jessie said. That'll say if it's occupied. But I like shouting, TJ said. Tell us now, because we're coming in. Nobody answered. They didn't say they weren't there, so let's go in. Linked between TJ and Dilly, Nell was led into an enchanting little space. In a circle surrounded by dense foliage, a deep bathtub sat on slate flooring. Simple shelves made from tree branches sported towels and soaps. You like? Jessie asked. Nell breathed. I love. You're literally having a bath in a forest. When you book it, Jessie said, they'll run the bath so it's all ready when you arrive. And the water's great for your skin because it comes from hot springs. But not smelly. Can anyone use this? Nell asked. Course. Look on the app, see if a bath is free. There are 7. And put your name down. Easy. Let's get Daddy and Uncle Ed. We'll sit in the enchanted garden and we'll plan our gigs and stuff for tomorrow. Jessie, give me my orders, Ed said. Jessie produced her iPad. A shoal of people in patterned bodysuits fluttered by, wearing wings lit up by LED strips. Who are they? Nell stared after them as they flickered off into the night. Just people being fireflies, Johnny said. I love it here. I hope you still love it after you've worked 6 cookery demos, Jessie said. 3 tomorrow, 3 on Sunday. At 10, 12:30 and 4 o'clock, each 45 minutes long. Float around with a tray of food, have a chat. If they seem friendly, ask if they'd like to be on our mailing list. No need to be pushy. If they're not keen, be nice and move on. Just you 2 will be doing the 10 a.m. and 12:30 sessions, but Ferdy and Perla will be there for the rest. If you can get to each demo 15 minutes early, that would be great. Apart from that, your time is your own. But everyone is coming to Momoland at 5:30, Dilly insisted. A girl band, K-pop, from Korea. Oh, Nell, they're so cute. We love them, Bridie said. There's 9 girls, Dilly gushed. They all have different hair. They're too girly, TJ said, but I like the songs, and sometimes their videos are funny. It's bubblegum pop, Dilly said. That made Nell laugh. What do you know about bubblegum pop? It's what Ferdia said. Defensively, she declared. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'll teach you the moves. Furtively, Jessie leaned very close to Nell. You want to come to the burlesque dance class tomorrow afternoon? No. But don't you feel the pressure to keep adding to your sexual skill set? No, we're not performing dolls. Sex should be an equal loving thing between 2 people. Jessie looked perplexed. I struggle to keep up. I thought all young people did porn star sex. Maybe I'm not young. You are young. Don't forget Ferdia's thing, Bridie said. That's at 1:30. What thing? In the brainy people's tent. He's talking about free tampons for Perla. And other ladies, Dilly corrected her. Not just Perla. Didn't you know? Jessie frowned at Nell. I thought you would. He's raising awareness about period poverty. Johnny buried his face in his hands. Of all the causes he had to pick, he's doing it on purpose to mortify me. That reaction of yours is exactly why it needs to be done. Then Jessie muttered, Mind you, I'm a bit mortal myself. I didn't know. Nell was stunned. He's been pestering politicians, pharmacy chains, journalists, all kinds of people. He was working on it while we were in Italy. I was sure he'd have told you. It's very worthy. Mind you, he can knock it off now he's back in college. If he doesn't get a decent degree, I'll kill him. Nell was stabbing at the app, trying to get details. And there it was. Make period poverty history. Apparently, Ferdia Kinsella and Perla Zogabi were hosting a panel discussion at 1:30 tomorrow in the Lightbulb Zone, where the literary and political talks took place. This was astonishing. Suddenly it was all too much for Nell. Hey, do you mind if I go to bed now? Aren't you coming to make memories at Janelle Monáe? Dilly asked. Too tired for memory making tonight. She squinted at Dilly. You're 8 years old. Don't you need to go to bed? No, what did that lady say I was, Mum? Precocious. That word, that's what I am. Nell found her tent and tumbled into bed without ringing Liam to say good night. If he complained, she'd pretend her phone had no signal. Chapter 90. Johnny and Jessie were flanking the workstation, keeping an apprehensive eye on Henri MacDavitt, who was as famous for his outbursts of rage as for his skill with the scallion. Nell began circulating, iPad in hand. Pestering punters was daunting. Some were ultra-serious about food and cooking and did not respond well to any light-heartedness. Others were merely passing the tent and had popped in to be scornful. Heard about your man. What is it with chefs and anger management? Everyone willingly gave up their info, but even so, Nell was relieved when it was over. How'd you get on? Johnny asked. Johnny, you should be given an award for all the excellent talking you do. You make it look effortless, and it is hard. Any old-aged can do it. They totally can't. It is killer. Peasy. Ed had appeared. That's so, Johnny asked him. How many people did you get? 4. No, 3. Feck. I forgot to ask the last man for his email. What were you talking about? Mammals unique to Madagascar. Did you know that? No, and I don't want to. Nell, how many did you get? 31. There was only an hour and a half until they were on duty again, but she was so full of nervy anticipation about seeing Ferdia that she had to do something, anything, to keep her from going bananas. She looked at the programme. What was on now? Whatever you're doing now, can you take the bunnies? Jessie swung by looking harried. You okay? Grand, just chefs, you know. Slightly late, Nell arrived at the Lightbulb Zone. It was crowded, all the seats were taken, and some people were sitting on the floor. Ferdia was standing on the low stage, lanky and dishevelled, the sleeves of his shirt rolled up. Abolishing direct provision is the endgame, he was saying. That's going to take work. The current system, where Ireland seems unattractive to asylum seekers, suits our government. Only when the weight of public opinion becomes too great will change happen. Mic in hand, he was pacing slightly, looking like a hot young politician on the campaign trail. Nell felt horribly in love with him. Beside her, Dilly whispered, He looks like a man. He is a man, Bridie hissed. No, like a man off the telly, one we don't know. Sanitary protection costs approximately €10 a month, which is 6% of the annual allowance women in direct provision get from our government. It's a lot. He was loose and rangy, relaxed in his body. People were listening. One of the reasons sanitary protection for periods isn't free is that people are uncomfortable talking about it. His laugh was soft. Yeah, you know you are. An appreciative wave of laughter rose. Not so long since I was mortified too.
You're probably thinking I've some neck talking about period poverty. But the reality is that the public purse is controlled by men. If men don't ally themselves with this issue, the chances of change are reduced. Seriously, men need to get past their embarrassment. It's a bodily function that happens to 50% of the Earth's population. For the men here today, this analogy might help. Imagine you stepped in a puddle. Your sock is wet and your shoe is wet. You're far from home, so you have to walk around all day with your wet sock and your wet shoe, the cold seeping into your skin and bones. Your friends might laugh at you because you were so stupid to step in the puddle in the first place, so you say nothing. Now imagine that happening for up to 7 days in a row, and that it will happen again next month, and the month after, and the month after that. Being a woman is the worst, TJ said quietly. The literal worst. In living memory, Ferdia said, it was considered a bit off for heavily pregnant women to be out in public, or they were draped in circus marquees, loose enough to hide their condition. Now, a woman who's 9 months pregnant can wear a bikini without anyone batting an eye. But taboos don't bust themselves. That change happened because enough women ignored the unspoken law. With this issue, the more it's talked about, especially by men, the more we normalise it. Asking for free sanitary care for women in direct provision will kick off a lot of whataboutery. What about homeless women? What about women in refuges? What about women with low incomes? Here's the deal. In a perfect world, sanitary protection would be freely available to all. But we've got to start someplace, sometime. Thank you for listening. He finished to applause and 1 or 2 whoops. Next, Perla told her story, but now couldn't concentrate. As soon as the event ended, she hopped up, wove through the people, and intercepted Ferdia as he jumped down from the stage. "Nell!" He smiled. Almost angrily, she demanded, "Why didn't you tell me you were doing this?" The smile vanished. "I started a few times, but something always got in the way. I didn't want to be all performative about it. You know, I didn't want you thinking I was doing it for praise." "Wow. Then, you've changed." "I've been telling you." "You were great up there." Her chin wobbled. "You were amazing." "So what's everyone doing now?" he asked. "Food? I just need to get my charger from my tent." "Where is it?" "Opposite yours. I'm in with Ed." She was confused. Maybe for the benefit of the kids, he and Perla were pretending they weren't sleeping together. "What?" he asked. "You look..." "Just wonder why you're not in Perla's tent." He looked startled. "Perla's tent? Me?" "Aren't you..." She paused. She could barely say the word. "Together?" He seemed mystified. "We're working together on this project." "Wait, you actually thought we were... Do you mean together? She was irritated at how unlikely he thought it was. "Why not? Or was she too old?" Nell, why are you pissed off?" "I'm not pissed off." She was close to tears. "But it's not cool that you think she's too old to be like... She's only 29. I said nothing about her age. I think she's amazing. But it's just not that sort of thing." "Sorry." Tears had leaked onto her face. "I've had a weird week. Sorry." Nell lay in her bed, listening to the various cases outside her tent. "We need to be there early so Dilly and me can see," Cassandra wheedled. 5 minutes, everyone." Jessie clapped her hands together. "Then we go to Duran. Yes, I know it's very early, but who wants Dilly and Cassandra to cry?" "Me," Bridie said. "I wouldn't mind either," TJ said. "Bunnies," Jessie gasped. "No." Nell was exhausted. Being happy and dancing would be impossible. She had too much to process. So when Jessie called, "Time," she stuck her head out of her tent. "I'll catch up with you all in a while." Jessie gave her a hard look. "You okay?" "Grand." She forced herself to smile. "Fine." When their voices died away, she stuck her head out again, just to be sure they really were gone. Furtively she emerged and headed for the woods, moving in the opposite direction from the main stage. She'd cut back down to it in a while when she could cope.
Overhead, a tangle of branches formed a canopy, which muffled all sounds of the man-made world. The sun was going down, but a meandering path through the trees could still be seen. Out of nowhere, in a clearing, a tiny wooden house materialised. Startled, she came to a sudden halt. Gingham curtains hung at the fairy tale windows, and the little front door was painted red. Before Nell's surprised eyes, the door opened, and a woman in a long shimmery dress, with glittery stuff in her hair, came out. "Hello there," she smiled. "What brings you here?" Going to the gig." "Funny route to take." "I wanted some time to think. What are you doing here?" The woman smiled. "I'm from your future." This was creepy. It was getting dark now, and who knew where she was? But the woman laughed. "I love saying that line. It's so dramatic. No, you're grand. I'm ALTFY, a letter to future you. I'm on the programme. Take a look." "What do you do?" "I give you a pen and paper. You write a letter to yourself. Well, to the person you'd like to be in a year's time. You describe your life then, all the good things you'd like, all the bad stuff you want sorted out. Then we stick a stamp on it and post it to you in a year." "Why would I do that?" "Brings positive change to a life." She paused. "So they say. When you write down what you want, it helps you focus on the important stuff, allegedly." "How much does it cost?" "Nothing. Included in your ticket." A bundle of pages was passed to Nell, along with the pen. "They located me off the beaten track," ALTFY announced, "so that only those who needed this would be led here, which I get. But I've only had 6 people all day, and no Wi-Fi." "That sounds boring." "You have no idea. Anyway, plank yourself under a tree and work away. Don't overthink this. Be optimistic." As she faced the blank page, Nell was nervous. This felt like a big responsibility. If she got it wrong, she felt, her future would turn out to be a shambles. "I'm scared," she called to the woman. It's only a bit of fun." "How do I begin it?" "You could write, Dear future me. Dear future me. I'm writing this in my present, where I'm very scared. I don't think I love Liam anymore. I promised I'd love him forever, and I know nobody really thinks marriage is for life, but in fairness, 10 months is pretty poor, and I don't like myself very much. But in the new present, things are okay. I left Liam." "What?" She threw down her pen. Had she really written that? ALTFY looked up. "Keep going," she said. "Think happy endings." "You were scared sick, but it was totally the legit correct thing to do." "How do I know I'm doing this right?" "No wrong way to do it. Think positive." Liam's doing good these days. He qualified as a massage person. He left the bike shop, and he probably has a new girlfriend because he's Liam. Your work is good too, Nell. You've been working steadily since this letter, and you've just done a commission for Ship of Fools in the theatre festival. Feck it, why not shoot for the stars? Nobody was badly freaked out when you left Liam. It was news for like 5 minutes, then everyone moved on. After a while, even the Caseys didn't care. They stayed friends with you. Jessie said that once a Casey, always a Casey, so you still get invited to things, and you're still best buds with Dilly, TJ and Bridie. Also Jessie and Cara. Also Ferdia. Your lunacy passed. You were insane for a while, just because of the whole Liam thing. It seemed easier to think you didn't love Liam anymore because you'd fallen for someone else, instead of facing the fact that you got married too fast, to the wrong person. Soon as you left Liam, the feelings for Ferdia just disappeared. This made Nell feel suddenly very sad. Well, not exactly disappeared. They changed. You found you wanted to be good friends with him, because you have a lot of common interests like. He finished his degree and you didn't ruin his life. Nell found she was writing faster and faster. Now he has a job doing good work for a woke cause and he's happy. Your age difference seems less and less the more time passes. You are still very, very good friends, very close. She was scribbling at speed now. You see him a lot and none of the Caseys mind, not even Liam, and none of your friends think it's weird, and they all like him too and think he's cool. And if he has a girlfriend you don't mind, you think she's class. Suddenly aware of how self-obsessed she was being, she wrote, Gara's getting great work, and everyone knows what a genius he is. Wanda, Trina, all of my mates, they're living their best lives. Perla's case was heard. She and Cassandra got refugee status. Perla is a GP now, and it's all good. Who else was there? Jessie. But Jessie had no problems. Cara, though. Cara's eating disorder is cured, and she's happy. Mum and Dad are grand, and so is Brendan, even though his values are a bit fucked and all he wants is to be minted. Everything is good and fine, and life is going well for everyone I know, and I'm not obsessed with Ferdia any longer, and that is good, and everything is good. Maybe she should stop now. She'd established that in the end, everything would be okay. Good luck, Nell. From me to me. I'm done, Nell said. Quick, an envelope, before I lose my nerve. Write your address and I'll do the stamp. But who knew where she'd be living next year? Next week? She wrote her parents' address, then surrendered the envelope. Cara, Delma exclaimed. Hi. She led Cara into an alcove off the main restaurant. We're hidden in here. I guess they didn't want 20 drunk women upsetting the date night crowd. Are we the first? She barely knew Delma and had always found her a little too much. Yep, so. Unashamedly, Delma checked her out. She scanned every inch of Cara, from her face to her ankles, looking for... What exactly? You don't look too bad at all. Cara felt the blood drain from her face. Yeah, heard about your little adventure. Look, Cara, could happen to any of us. Here's Gwenny. Cara, Gwenny exclaimed, wafting booze into her face. Wasn't sure you'd show up tonight. Then, with a reassuring shoulder squeeze, you're doing great. Cara! Oh, hi, Quincy. Quincy gathered her in a clumsy hug. Fair play to you. It was a long time since she'd seen this group. Probably not since Gabby's birthday last year. If every single one of them was going to make a big thing of her eating disorder, she didn't think she'd last the night. Cara, how are you? Heather, hi, all good. You? Please tell me the name of the tablets. What tablets? They must have given you something to stop the overeating. I need them too. Swear to God, if there's crisps in the house, I literally cannot stop eating them. Am I right? A woman called Ida, whom Cara barely knew, steered her into a corner. They're idiots, insensitive bitches. They understand nothing. You need to take care of yourself here. You've a killer disease. Fuck them. Do you hear me? Fuck them. You have an illness that can kill you. So if you need to get up and leave to keep yourself safe, you do that. That actually felt worse than all the others put together. Thanks. Cara extracted herself as she spotted Gabby. She grabbed her. Gabby, who did you tell? No one. Well, Aaron, obvs. And I might have mentioned it to Galena, because she's always gone on about her weight. Trying to tell her she actually didn't have a problem, not, compared to you. Gabby looked contrite. Oh God, I'm really sorry. I didn't think she'd tell everyone. But you're okay now, right? Right. If she left now, everyone would say she'd gone home to eat herself into a coma. She can't help it. It's an illness, Pride meant she had to stick it out. And surely when they sat to eat, it would all calm down. But as time passed and the alcohol flowed, people became more intrusive, not less. I've never made myself puke, Milla was droning on to Cara. But I've wanted to, lots of... Jeanette shoved her way in and sat on Milla's lap. Cara, don't take this the wrong way, but why aren't you thinner? Excuse me? Isn't it the same as anorexia? And on it went. As soon as the chair next to Cara was vacated, another woman arrived, keen to probe. Dessert? The waitress yelled above the drunken hubbub. Who wants to order dessert? Yourself. She looked at Cara. Tiramisu, please. Are you allowed? Celine yelled from further down the table. You're bulimic. I'm fine. Cara managed to smile. When her tiramisu arrived, everyone watched Cara with the same avid interest as if she were swallowing fire. Casually, without any evident enjoyment, she ate 4 or 5 forkfuls, then abandoned it with about a quarter of the slice left. Jesus, fair play, Delma said, impressed. I could never do that. Cara waited, braced for a craving to kick in. Even if she got an urge to eat all the cake in the world tonight, she wouldn't give in. But nothing happened. She was fine. Nell wandered back the way she'd come. It was properly dark now. Maybe she'd see if one of those outdoor bathtubs was free. All 7 were up for grabs. It looked like no one wanted to be having a bath on a Saturday night. Nobody but her. She booked on the app, then wandered along until she found the narrow break in the trees. Slipping into the dark green copse, hot fragrant water steamed silently into the night air. Fresh waffle towels sat on a low rustic-looking stool, and a robe hung from wooden slats. The slate flooring was dry and faintly warm to the touch. Everything gave the impression that literally seconds previously, a team of people had been dashing about, making it perfect for her, but there wasn't sight or sound of a single human. The lantern strung through the branches gave off a pale yellow glow. On a shelf made from the branch of an ash tree stood 5 glass jars of hand-labelled bath salts. Nell threw in a handful of ocean mineral, which turned the water blue and milky, then stripped and climbed in, shuddering at the sudden warmth. As her body floated, she looked up at the tangled branches of the trees and was grateful that she could still appreciate their beauty. She was going to leave Liam when she got home tomorrow night. Maybe he'd once again promised to do better, but it would change nothing. She was grateful he'd been so horrible. It would be much worse if he was a nice man whom she'd simply fallen out of love with. Liam would be fine, that was for sure. She suspected that all the blame would be put on her, and his next girlfriend would be treated to stories of his crazy ex. But none of that mattered. What she needed now was to extricate herself from him and from all the Caseys. Then this obsession with Ferdia would evaporate. She'd missed them, but she'd had a life before, and she could build a new one. Floating on her back, her ears in the water, she heard a faint voice calling, "Nell?" Quickly she sat up, displacing water with a loud sluice. "Nell?" The disembodied voice was coming from just outside the circle of trees. "Are you okay?" "Ferdia?" "Mum sent me. She's worried. Are you okay?" "Grand," she called. "Changed my mind about the gig." "I'll tell her. Sorry for disturbing you." This was nuts, them shouting at each other in the dark through the trees. "Listen, come in. I'm decent." Suddenly he was in the copse. "Well, I'm not decent." She was very nervous. "But the water isn't see-through. Sit down, move the towels." He sat on the mini stool, determinedly avoiding looking into the milky water. "Sorry," he said. "Jessie was worried about you, because of Liam being a no-show." "How do you know I was in here?" "Your name is on the list." She pressed herself against the side of the bath, supporting her face on her folded arms. His elbows rested on his knees. His hands were so beautiful. His thin, knobbly wrists and raw knuckles seemed achingly vulnerable to her. God, she had it bad. "I'm leaving Liam." It was out of her mouth before she could stop it. "What?" "Oh, God, no. I shouldn't have said that. Liam should be the first to know." "Did something happen?" Ferdia asked. "Did you find out something?" "I found out that I don't love him anymore. Isn't that enough? I'm a terrible person." "Ferdia," Nell said urgently, "you can't tell anyone, not until I've told Liam. You can trust me, 1,000,000%. Unblinking, they gazed at each other in the shadowy light of the lanterns. "Are you single now?" That was so unexpected she actually laughed. "God, I don't know. I have no feckin' idea." Then, "Who wants to know?" "Me." "Oh." He swallowed hard. Croakily he said, "Just putting it out there. Nell, I think about you all of the time." "You do?" He moved his chin up and down. He looked miserable. "What happened? When?" "Maybe Dilly's first communion. I knew it wouldn't have been Liam's idea to give the money to Cassandra. It had to have been yours. Just your passion, your values, the way you walked or talk. It's how I wanted to live." "I thought you didn't like me." "I thought I didn't too.
if you wanted to be married to Liam. Then the weekend in Mayo, you told me to volunteer somewhere. So I did, because I wanted to impress you. Then, quickly. But now I'm doing it for real. I mean it. I'm committed to it. Remember when Perla was doing that talk? You walked in and bam, the most beautiful woman in the world. Ton of bricks. I nearly lost my mind. But so soon after Sammy? His smile was melancholic. Sammy knew before I did. On the train home from Westport, she called it. I knew I thought you were cool. I didn't know then there was more to it. But Sammy loves you. It's all good. He winced. Then Italy. That was agony. My birthday. Same. But you came to the button factory. I'd had a few drinks. I couldn't hide how I felt. Why were you there, Nell? Because I didn't have the stamina to keep resisting. Abruptly, he looked depleted of everything. Just tell me, is there any chance? For me, for us? Pass me a towel? Startled, he pawed around on the slate floor. Unfolding the towel to its full width, he got to his feet. She rose from the bath, water draining off her body, into its embrace, then let him wrap the towel around her and secure it with a chaste tuck near her armpit. He offered his hand to help her step out, but she shook her head. While she was in the bath, with some sort of barrier between them, she'd felt they were safe. Hesitantly, she reached for him, pulling his body against hers, drawing his face closer. She shut her eyes, felt his breath on her skin, then his mouth on hers, slow and aching and tender. His hands were in her wet hair, and the kiss intensified, becoming more urgent. If they didn't stop soon, she would start fumbling at his jeans. She'd wrap her legs around his waist and let him slide into her, or she'd pull him into the water, tearing at his clothes. Holding her tight, 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 pressing her hips against his gaspy, ragged breath loud in her ear, he whispered, "Get out of the tub, Nell, please." No. With an effort, she pulled away. Abruptly, he released his hold of her. Then, moving to the tree line, he pressed his arm against a trunk and tried to catch his breath. "Ferdia," she said, "this is the scariest mess of my life. I can't deal. I need to take care of things with Liam." "Nell, I think I'm in love with you." "Cop on." "No, you cop on. There's something special here between us. We both know it." "I'm 9 years older than you. I'm married to your uncle." "Step-uncle. By marriage. And 9 years is nothing. Sam Taylor Johnson is 24 years older than her husband. Yeah, I've been Googling all that stuff." "What about Jessie? I respect her. I really like her. She'd freak out." "Hey, we're all adults here." "Yeah, you know, we're kind of not. You're still in college. In 8 months, I'll be done." I can't trust myself, because I was sure I loved Liam. Because he was coming along like all Mr. Perfect, pretending he loved art and that. Me? You thought I was a spoiled kid, because I was, but I've been on a steep learning curve. She pressed her lips together. Until she talked to Liam, she couldn't promise Ferdia anything. He sighed and shrugged. "Look, you know how I feel. It's up to you. If you want me." Then he was gone. Nell dried herself slowly as the bathwater drained away. That was not cool. It shouldn't have happened, none of it. No matter what Ferdia said, he didn't really love her. He was simply young and idealistic. Likewise, the feelings she thought she had for him, the longing, the physical attraction, they were just a weird byproduct of this crazy emotional upheaval. Leaving Liam and ending their marriage was going to be tough. All of her focus and energy would be needed. She just had to trust that when everything was done, she'd be madly relieved that nothing had happened with Ferdia. Apart from that one, let's be honest here, fucking amazing kiss. Chapter 91. Mum. Mum! Mum! A sharp finger dug into her upper arm. Ouch! "Wake up!" Vinny yelled. We're home from Grandma's. Cara opened her eyes and had to shut them again. Everything hurt. Her head, her jaw, her shoulders, even her feet. What? She croaked. I need money. Memories of the previous night came flooding back. Gabby's birthday, that horrific meal, the humiliation of everyone whispering about her. She'd only had a couple of glasses of wine. Why did she feel as if she had the worst hangover of her life? Money, Vinny repeated. Slowly, every muscle aching, Cara managed to sit upright in bed. She'd obviously caught a virus. Is Grandma here? She whispered. She's gone to play tennis. Get Tom for me, she croaked. Money first. She managed to open her eyes. Get your brother. Vinny backed away nervously and returned moments later with Tom. The thermometer, she instructed Tom. It's in the box in the bathroom. I'm sick. But her temperature was normal. She didn't understand. She felt as if she'd done 10 Pilates classes back to back. Was it because of last night? Maybe. She'd felt under attack, so she'd clenched all of her muscles, trying to make herself so small that she'd disappear. Worse than the physical pain was the terrible depression that had descended on her, seemingly out of nowhere. Everything felt broken and strange. Her friendships, her job, herself and Ed. She could not have got out of bed if her life depended on it. As the day went on, the boys made her toast and a cup of tea, which they presented with the same pride as if they just managed to split the atom. She couldn't summon the praise they so obviously expected. Early evening, waiting for Ed to get home, they climbed into bed with her and put on Wreck-It Ralph. Tears began leaking down her face. Soon she was gasping and struggling for breath. Stop, Vinny said, not unkindly. Please, Mum, stop. Mums don't cry. Dropping her weekend bag in the hall, Nell found Liam in the living room. Anxiety buzzed in her stomach, making her feel sick. He needed to know now. Common decency said he deserved that. Hey, you're home. He moved to get up to kiss her, but she waved him back down. We need to talk. It was a surprise when he replied, Yep, we do. I'll go first. I've quit my job. Nell felt the blood drain from her face. What now? Yep, he was cheery. Just seemed obvious. Trying to work and study. It's too much. It was making me narky. And seriously, baby, all the grief I get from that place, for so little cash, what's the point? This can't be happening. Only thing is, we'll be living on whatever you make. You'll be supporting us, just for a while. That's okay? Softly he said. For richer, for poorer, right? Baby, don't look so shocked. His smile was gentle. We'll be grand. Exams are only a couple of months away. Soon as I qualify, I can start charging people. Might take a while to build up a clientele, but we'll be grand. She'd written nothing about this in that stupid letter to herself. Now, what was it you wanted to talk about? Nothing. How could she land all this on him now? Not important. Johnny whipped his belt from around his waist and threw it into the plastic tray, along with his wallet, his briefcase, his laptop and his iPad. Any liquids? The woman asked. Anything in your pockets? Johnny jingled around, burrowing for change. There was something about the woman, the twinkly way she watched him, that reminded him of Izzy. He threw a clatter of coins into the tray and moved on. But suddenly his mind was cast back to the past, more than 13 years ago. Izzy had called him at work. I need a +1, she'd said, for a gala night, a work thing. It was about 10 months since she'd broken up with Tristow, and it seemed to be permanent. Will you come with me? He barely had to think about it. Sure. The function took place in a shiny marble and gold hotel in the middle of nowhere. The long evening eventually finished, and without consultation they went to Izzy's room and had sex. Johnny was 35 now, older than he'd been during those carefree encounters of their early 20s, and a lot sadder. But when he was caught up in the sensation of Izzy's skin, her mouth, her hands on him, he felt normal, a man, a human animal, doing what he'd been programmed to do. In the morning, with Izzy sprawled unconscious across the sheets,
her long legs entangled with his. He wondered if she belonged in his bed. Did he belong in hers? Izzy was very special, but she was vulnerable. He was vulnerable. When her eyes finally opened, she said, "I shouldn't have bothered booking you a room. We didn't know this was going to happen. Come on, Johnny." He was shocked at his own naivety. "Izzy, you're one of the most important people in my life. I care about you too much for us to be. Fuck buddies, grand, no worries. So we're okay?" "Course we're okay, you big tick. We're Izzy and Johnny, we'll always be okay." A few Saturdays later in Erislannon, on a blustery October afternoon, they pulled on their wellies and went out for some air. As they cut through the fields, the light was already fading. Winter was on its way. The faint humming noise from the electric fence prompted Izzy to say, "Remember when we used to push each other into it?" "Yeah." It raised a faint smile. "That was what counted for fun back then. We were mental." "Well, you were." "Haha. Here, isn't the sky beautiful?" She looked up at the streaks of lilac and mauve. Then, "Johnny, I've something to say. Is there—" She stopped and started again. "Johnny, I think there could be something between the two of us. Something serious." His heart dropped like a stone. No way had he seen this coming. "I can't hurt her. Izzy, I think the world of you." "Course you do," said with an echo of her old swagger. "And that night in the hotel, right?" He felt he was slipping and sliding, trying desperately to grab onto the truth before it was swept from him. He'd thought they'd had an admirably adult, emotions-free fuck, but for Izzy he was fast realising it had been a meaningful romantic encounter. "You said you didn't want us to be fuck buddies," she said. "I did, but—" He'd meant they shouldn't be sleeping together at all. "Is there someone else?" She had stopped walking and was staring at him. "Izzy, listen to me. I'm in no state to have a girlfriend." "It's been nearly 2 years, Johnny. We've got to try." She managed her familiar optimistic smile. "Promise me you'll think about it." But the right words just wouldn't come. "Hey, Johnny Casey," Izzy had demanded down the phone. "Are you avoiding me?" "Yes." "Nah, work, mad busy." Since her proposition that day, being with Izzy had made Johnny feel shitty and weird. He'd realised that you couldn't go around sleeping with just anyone. Actions have consequences. He'd started skipping his Saturday nights in Erislannon. 1 here, 2 in a row there. He'd just missed 3 on the trot, his longest yet. "Look," she said, "I've obviously thrown a scare into you. The you and me thing was only an idea, a bad one. I didn't mean it." "Asher, I know that." Jesus Christ, the relief. "Off my rocker there for a while. None of us are exactly in tip-top condition now, are we? I'm sorry for putting the wind up you." "Nah, you haven't. Seriously, work is mental." Funnily enough, that was the truth. Jessie kept pushing forward, working herself harder and harder and dragging everyone else with her. She was currently fixated on finding premises in Limerick. "Come down this Saturday, though," Izzy coaxed. "We all miss you. I'll ring Jessie and tell her to give you the weekend off." "Right so, do that." A huge load had lifted from him. Suddenly he was springing around, full of energy. As it happened, a couple of days later he drove Jessie to Limerick to view potential premises. The site looked promising, good enough to get the architect involved. Jessie was too tired for another round trip the next day. Her nanny could spend the night with Ferdia and Saoirse, and Johnny was okay to stay the night because he had nothing on that evening, because he never did. They booked into a small hotel, then went for a sandwich. Johnny saw Jessie to her room, then checked there were no intruders hiding under her bed. He was almost out the door when she said, "You only wanted me because your buddy did." He could have left it at that. A short laugh, an admission that that was the kind of dickhead he was. Instead he said, "I do want you." Because yeah, he did. Hadn't he recently learnt that actions have consequences? That he couldn't live his life having sex with anyone and everyone? But this was Jessie. Flushed and delighted, she was suddenly unbuttoning his shirt, and although he tried to pretend it wasn't happening, he wasn't stopping her either. And sometimes he had to wonder just what kind of man he was. 11 days ago, Monday the 28th of September. Chapter 92. From his breathing, Nell could tell that Liam was already awake. Neither of them had a job, so neither had any reason to get up. It was a depressing realisation. "It's everyone's dream to skip work on a Monday morning," she said, "but when you've no choice." Liam rolled over. "I know what will make us both feel better." "No." She slithered across the sheets and clambered from the bed. "What?" He looked baffled. "You don't want to?" What should she say? "I'm sorry." "Is it your period?" "No, I'm just sorry." "You just don't want to?" He seemed shocked. "Don't you fancy me anymore?" "I just don't want to right now." "I don't get it." She shrugged nervously. She needed a reason to be out of the flat. The two of them trapped there together day after day felt dangerous. In the living room she rang her dad. "Nellie, what's up?" "Have you a job on right now? Can I help out? I don't need to be paid much." "Who are you, and what have you done with my daughter?" "Dad, yes or no?" "Yeah, big house in Malahide. Look, are you all right?" "I just need to be doing something, that's all." "Don't tell me so. Your mother will get it out of you and she'll tell me. You could cut out the middleman and... No? Righty-o. You want to start tomorrow?" "Thanks. Text me the address." "I could just tell it you, seeing as we're talking to each other. Why do we have to click every feckin' thing? Can't I just... Grand, fine, tell me." She heard Liam slam out of the apartment. With enormous relief she climbed onto the couch with Molly Ringwald, got her iPad and Googled. "I got divorced and I wasn't even married a year." It was amazing how often this happened. There were couples who had discovered on literal honeymoon that it was all over. For some, the wedding preparations had been so elaborate and time-draining that the happy pair hadn't exchanged a civil word in months. When they found themselves marooned together on a tiny strip of sand in the Indian Ocean, they discovered that actually they couldn't stand each other. Then there were the women who had panic married. Afraid they'd never find the perfect man, they decided they could put up with some substandard specimen, only to realise that actually they couldn't. Nell devoured each story, taking particular comfort from the ones most similar to her. Basically, that they got married too quickly, before they knew each other properly. It's too easy to tune out the details at the start. That really resonated. There was no point in blaming Liam. This was on her. She'd willed him to be Mr. Fabulous, and she'd refused to listen to those who begged her to be cautious. Why had they got married? What was the big fat hurry? Liam had wanted it, but so had she. She'd thought it was exciting. That was what it was. That had made her seem interesting and grown up. Now she remembered actually saying to her dad, "We can always get divorced." She'd been joking, but subconsciously had she sensed that this was not something for the long haul. She hadn't left Liam. Because if she had, the entire Casey clan would have been in uproar. She'd seemed so certain on Saturday night. But something had obviously changed after she'd arrived home. Had she decided to give him another chance? Realised she still loved him? Whatever it was, Ferdia felt like shit. Hands down, these had been the hardest few days in forever. On Sunday evening, when they'd all got back from the festival, he'd been holding his breath, waiting for the news to break that she'd left Liam. Nothing happened, so feeling uneasy he went to bed. The next morning, still no word. He went to college trying to style it out, but checking his phone every 10 minutes. All he got was a big fat nothing, every single time. Tuesday, same. He was distracted, jittery, and utterly fucking miserable. The worst was that he had no one to talk to, especially not Nell. Whatever she decided to do, or not, he had to be cool. Texting or calling would be stalkery. Who knew she'd have a thing with him even if she left Liam? But while she was still married, there was zero hope. It was crushing him. He felt abandoned, as if he'd lost someone precious, which was insane, because he'd never actually had her. Wednesday morning now, still no news. For the first time he admitted that there would likely be no news. This was his life now. He needed to carry on, act as if. Keep putting one foot in front of the other, and eventually he'd get over her. Up in the house, the breakfast mayhem was underway. Jessie thrust a plate at him. "Bunny, toast, it's going spare." Then to the younger kids, "Go now or you'll miss the bus." Ferdy looked at the slice of toast. His mouth was dry. He literally couldn't eat. "Mum," he croaked, "when their next family get-together?" She flicked a look at Johnny. "His birthday. Friday week. Dinner here at the house." "Who's coming?" "Usual. Us, Ed, Cara and the Nippers, Liam and Nell. Why?" "Just wondering." She was all set to interrogate him further, but her phone beeped. Zipping past, she took a glance. From Nell. "Liam's looking for bodies to practice his massage on." "What?" "His massage course." Jessie was impatient. "He needs volunteers." Nell was going into bat for Liam. This really didn't sound good. "I'm too busy," Johnny said quickly. "It can be any time over the next 7 weeks." "Even if I had all of eternity, I'm not having a massage." "Doesn't anyone ever consider how unnatural it is? One person scrubbing away at another person, like they're trying to get dog wee out of the rug." "When did Camilla wee on the rug?" Jessie glared. "It's fixed now." "Grand. I'm also too busy," Jessie said. So not loving the idea of a massage from Uncle Liam, Saoirse made an ick face. "Ferd? Seriously, you know what I think about that dick." "He could always ask Robin." Saoirse's voice was soft. "I'm sure she'd enjoy it. They both would." As Jessie descended the stairs into the gloom of Jack Black's, the barman spotted her and reached for the gin bottle. No! Gin was for evening times, not for 10:30 in the morning. There, at a sticky table, sporting yet another of his wacko suits, was Carl Brennan. In a different person his reliability might be impressive, but today, their third meeting, Jessie wondered if he actually slept there. She shook her head at the barman. "Just water, thanks." "But you always have gin." My God, these men with their fragile egos, looking for positive endorsement simply for remembering a person's drink, which was A, their job, and B, hardly the most challenging prospect when she was literally the only woman she'd ever seen in this small, desolate bar, which, for her own sanity, she'd renamed Last Stop Before Rehab. "Bit early for gin," she said, which caused 2 men at separate tables to give her startled, wounded stares. "Miss Parnell?" Carl gave an over-formal nod. "Always a pleasure." "Mr. Brennan." Jessie pulled up a stool. She had no experience of management consultants, but suspected Carl Brennan was wildly atypical of the breed. For a start, he seemed to do a lot of daytime drinking, also evening drinking. His suits belonged to the lead singer in an 80s band, as did his hair. But his ability to focus on the very things she thought were important heartened her. He'd asked for this meeting to drill down into her chef pestering. Her suspicion was that he was many things, many of them bad, but there was a chance that in his repulsive, dysfunctional way, he might be a genius. "Ed, no, I'd have to shave my legs, and maybe put on fake tan." "What? Why?" "For Liam to see me without my clothes on. I would die." "But didn't Peggy say you're to start being kind to your body?" "Yes, but..." It was almost 3 weeks since she'd seen Peggy. In a few more weeks she'd be able to tell Ed. "How about you tell Liam you're nervous?" Ed suggested. "I don't think he'd care. He'll be dealing with all kinds of people if he ever qualifies. This'll be a good opportunity for him. And for you." She could not bear to be massaged by Liam. He was not a good man. She wasn't quite sure when she'd arrived at that decision, but she felt it intensely. He was a bit of a lech. In Tuscany he'd been ogling Robin non-stop. She didn't think he was a kind person. She sometimes wondered if Nell was too young and too dazzled by him. But if she kept resisting this massage suggestion, there was a chance that Ed might do something like ring Peggy to get her to intercede, and that would be a disaster. "Okay," she said, "I'll do it." "Cara says you can massage her," Nell said. Liam winced.
No, I can't deal, not with her. Why not? Super judgy person. She's totally not, she's so sweet. It was a huge effort to get herself under control. When you qualify, you'll have to work with people you don't love, all part of your training. I'll only work with people I like. He noticed her sceptical look. What? I'm good at this now. I'll be able to pick and choose my clients. This was like being in a bad dream, trapped with Liam until he passed his fucking exams. Thanks to him, she'd lived rent-free for a year. Fairness said she should shoulder the financial burden for the next couple of months. A tougher person would have just walked away. They'd have told him he was a fool for jacking in his job and leaving himself with no income. But that wasn't who she was. As soon as he was earning again, she could leave. So the only thing she could do was round up plenty of bodies for his massage practice, which was a lot more difficult than she'd expected. His nearest and dearest weren't exactly knocking the door down, and she literally couldn't bear him to touch her. Her obsession with Ferdia was still eating away at her. If they were insane enough to start anything, who knew what chaos it would kick off? Horrible visions bothered her, of him crashing out of his degree, both of them living in penury, hated by all the Caseys, then eventually by each other. She'd probably see him on Friday of next week for Johnny's birthday. It would be absolute torture. 4 days ago, Monday the 5th of October. Chapter 93. Liam's massage table was in Violet's bedroom. Sit down. Liam waved Cara towards the pink rocking chair. Just need a few details here. You on medication? Injuries I need to be aware of? Any other pertinent info? No medication, no injuries, but she coughed, out of my comfort zone. This is a professional environment, Cara. Think of me the way you'd think of a doctor. That didn't help. She was also embarrassed whenever she revealed herself to a doctor. Liam stepped from the room, leaving her to undress. She clambered onto the table, tugging at the towel, desperate to cover as much of herself as possible. Lifting her face from the headrest, she bleated miserably, "I'm ready." Then she replaced her face and admired Violet's carpet. In he came, whisking the towel down to her waist, carelessly splashing oil across her back. Some drops ricocheted into her hair, which she had only just washed. His cold hands landed on her skin, making her entire body pop with goosebumps. Immediately he was kneading and knuckling as if he were a washerwoman by a brook, laundering a badly soiled bedsheet. He was energetic, she'd say that. Soon her skin felt as if it had been scorched with a lighter. He appeared to have landed on a particularly stubborn stain on her right shoulder. Jabbing both of his thumbs deep into the tissue, it felt instantly bruised. His knuckles dragged back over the same area, and she wasn't sure she could endure it. This is what it's like being tortured, she thought. Lying down, being subjected to unbearable agony. Except when you're being tortured, you don't have to pretend you're enjoying it. You're allowed to shout and beg for mercy. God, here he came again with the knuckles. Liam, she coughed again. I'm finding the pressure a bit intense. Yeah? He sounded surprised. Probably because you're not athletic, right? Yep, she muttered, hot with humiliation. Okay, toned-down version specially for you. There was an expectant pause. Thanks, she mumbled, into the headrest. Off he went again, the pressure less brutal, but at no stage actually pleasant. When he reached her thighs, he spent what she considered far too long on them, lifting and squeezing her cellulite, as if it was Play-Doh slime. She was certain there was no benefit in this, that he was just amusing himself. There he went again, lifting it and letting it wobble flop back into place. Eventually she had to turn over, so he could work on the front of her body. But when he made a move towards her stomach, she could take no more. Okay, he said. That's you done. Wow, you needed that. She smiled anxiously. Please get out and let me get dressed. You are literally the most tense person I've ever touched. Fuck off. So, how was it? He asked. Good. He continued to look at her. Very good. Then, in a flash of inspiration, dreamy. That is good. Great. His smile was wide. Cool. Any suggestions for improvements?
She shook her head. Please, could he just leave the room and let her put her clothes back on?
Dreamy, he repeated, and no need to improve. I'm totally killing this.
3 days ago. Tuesday the 6th of October. Chapter 94. The sound of her ringing phone startled Nell so much that she wobbled on her ladder. No one rang anyone these days. It must be an emergency. She grabbed her mobile. Jessie, you okay? Nell, sorry for ringing. Johnny's birthday dinner Friday night. I'm not sure it's going ahead. Oh, okay. Maybe she should be relieved. Being in the same space as Ferdia, behaving as if he was nothing to her. Would she even be able? But a jittery thrill shot through her whenever she thought of Friday. Jessie was talking quickly. Michael Kinsella, you know, the father of my first husband Rory, my father-in-law, we've just found out he's in intensive care, a heart attack. Johnny's in bits. Michael was like a father to him, a proper one I mean, not like that psycho Canis. Ferdy and Saoirse are very upset too. Then she added, and I'm not doing exactly fantastic myself. That totally sucks, Jessie. So, a birthday dinner in 2 days looks unlikely. Forget about all that. Just mind Johnny and the kids and yourself. Okay, thanks, bye, Bunny. She was gone. Nell took a deep breath. Ferdia had told her how important Michael was to him. So, should she ring him? As a friend? But she'd put 10 tough days into weaning herself off him. Any contact would reset the counter to 0. Okay, not calling him. Totally not calling him. Emails, Jessie thought. She'd answer emails. She glanced across at Johnny. Simultaneously he looked up. Should we? Ring Ellen? No. But, no, they couldn't. Ellen's husband might be dying. The poor woman must be going through hell. They had no right to distress her further. I could ring Ferdia, Jessie suggested.
Will he even have his phone on, if they're all in intensive care?
I'll give it a go. But his phone went to voicemail and she hung up. Early afternoon, Ferdia rang back. He flatlined twice. A balloon was put in to unblock his artery and he got a temporary pacemaker. His chances are only 30%. If he survives until tomorrow night, they'll have a better idea. That really didn't sound great. How's everyone? You know. Ferdia sounded awkward. Can you tell them? Jessie stopped. Thanks, Bunny. She related the facts to Johnny, who responded with a curt nod. Her heart sank. He was so upset. Though she wasn't anything like as cut up as he was, this had stirred up a lot for her too. Protective sorrow on behalf of Ferdia and Saoirse. Empathy for Rory, how hard he'd have found this if he were here. Most of all, memories of that part of her life when she'd been so young and happy, when Izzy and Kiva had made her feel real. She'd long ago stopped yearning for reconciliation. It was uncomfortable and embarrassing to be estranged from her former in-laws, but she got on with it. Today, though, she was overwhelmed with nostalgia. They really had had the best of times. Today she missed them terribly, particularly Izzy. The call from Ellen to Ferdia had come just before 7 that morning. Ferdia and Saoirse had raced around preparing to go to the hospital. Jessie was in the kitchen making breakfast for them when Johnny said quietly, "Should I go too?" Shocked, she realised that Johnny must be expecting, even hoping, that a life and death drama would trigger a reunion. In fact, a tiny pocket of hope had also survived for her. But the life and death drama was here, and a last-minute deathbed loving was looking increasingly unlikely. The only solution was for them both to undo everything that had happened since Rory's death. Jessie neither could nor would do that. If she had grieved Rory the way the Kinsellas had wanted, she would never have married Johnny or had 3 more children. The family and the life she had now simply wouldn't exist. But remembering how she'd broken the news to them, it was hard to believe her own insensitivity. She'd sat in their living room and said, "I think I was meant to be with both of them, first Rory, then Johnny." Which was utter bullshit. But in those gorgeous early days of sex and more sex with Johnny, Some handy part of her subconscious had silenced her guilt with whispers of meant to be. Michael, Ellen and Kiva had responded with a gasped silence. Izzy had erupted in tearful fury. "What is wrong with you?" Jessie knew about Izzy and Johnny's long-ago hookups, like everybody had known. It was never any sort of deal, because Izzy slept with everyone. So did Johnny, for that matter. Izzy had always been cheerfully dismissive, saying things like, "No man for ages," apart from a ridey night with Johnny Casey, but he doesn't count. In matters of the heart, Izzy was admirably resilient. Funnily enough, although she told Jessie about her most recent hookup with Johnny, she'd said nothing about her suggestion that they give an actual relationship a go. Johnny had been the one to tell Jessie. She'd read nothing at all into Izzy's omission. Life had changed, priorities were different. Now, through unstoppable tears, Izzy had gasped, "Rory is gone. You've taken everything, and we have nothing." Jessie had gone cold. She'd just realised that Izzy was in love with Johnny. She didn't know when Izzy's feelings for him had turned to love, but they clearly had. She adored Izzy, admired her, respected her, loved her, was in awe of her. Now she'd wounded her. Rory's family were never going to be thrilled about this development between her and Johnny, but she'd had faith that they'd eventually make their peace with it. This was a whole different problem. Panic took hold as she wondered how to fix it. "I'll have to let Izzy have Johnny. But I love him, and we're having a baby. I should let him choose. But no, that's absolute nonsense. I love him. He loves me. It's not a handbag that Izzy and I are tussling over." All four Kinselas had seemed much angrier with Jessie than with Johnny. "There's two of us here," Johnny had insisted loudly. "I'm just as much to..." But Izzy hissed, "Shut up, Johnny," and spoke over his attempts to blame himself. Even as Jessie and Johnny had slunk from the house, Michael had shaken his hand, and Ellen had grabbed him in a wild, tearful embrace. All Jessie had got was "How could you?" glares. As soon as she got home, Jessie called Izzy. Izzy hung up on her. Jessie rang back. She called again the following morning. Izzy hung up again and again and again. Apart from Johnny, Jessie had no one to confide in now. Comfort came from an unexpected source, her own mother. Dilly Parnell was by nature a low-key person. It took an awful lot to get her chatting animatedly. But hearing about Johnny and Jessie did the trick. To be given a second chance with love, that's a great blessing. And another baby on the way. But tell me, how were Michael and Ellen taking this? With a rush of relief, Jessie unburdened herself. They're awful upset. So is Izzy and Kiva. That's to be expected. But they're blaming me much more than Johnny, as if I was some heartless seducer. Women always get the blame. "They're not thinking with their proper heads," she said. "They think you stole both of their sons." "I stole nobody." "When you married Rory, you took him away from them. While he was in your care, he died. Now you've taken their, replacement, surrogate." "Ma, that's not logical. I'm getting blamed for... And I'm surprised because they're such lovely people, decent." "They're grieving. You had the luck to meet a man who might be Rory's equal. But they'll never get a replacement son or brother." "And what about Johnny and Izzy?" "I didn't think it was anything. But Izzy, her heart is broken. Maybe I should let her have him." "Don't be cracked. Anyway, you don't mean it." She didn't. Her survival instinct had kicked in. "You're alive again," her mother said, "and you like it." Over the following weeks and months, Jessie continued to click off texts to Izzy, pleading her previous ignorance about Izzy's feelings for Johnny. She sent emails full of abject apologies. She handwrote letters in which she swore she'd do anything Izzy wanted, except give up Johnny. Izzy ignored everything. It was well over a year before they even clapped eyes on each other again. One of Michael and Ellen's meticulously choreographed weekend handovers of Ferdia and Saoirse had slipped off its tracks. Mrs. Templeton, the neighbour who most frequently acted as the go-between, was bedbound with pneumonia It was Izzy who opened the door and let Ferdia and Saoirse into the house. Her glance slid over Jessie, in a way that was both dismissive and scathing. Then the door closed. It shook her, being that close to Izzy, feeling her hostility. On the drive home, she cried. Then from the back seat, 8-month-old Bridie began squawking, and her heart lightened. She wished she hadn't hurt anyone. She wished she and Izzy were still friends. But in this life, you get what you get. Now Johnny stole a look at Jessie across the office. For many years, missing the Kinsellas had been a low-level thing, frequently so faint it barely registered. But since that rainy Sunday back in June, when he'd driven Saoirse and Ferdia to Erislannan, that had changed. He'd let Ferdia and Saoirse out of the car, done a U-turn, and driven back along the narrow country road, heading for home. He'd gone barely 50 yards when he heard a muffled rhythmic noise, music with a heavy bass. A shiny burgundy-coloured Range Rover Discovery was booming its way towards him. There wasn't enough room for both cars to pass. One of them would have to pull in, and from the attitude of that yoke it would have to be him. Suddenly his heart was pounding pure adrenaline. Izzy was the other driver. It was years since he'd seen her. He watched her face change as she recognised him. Abruptly her car stopped, blocking his path. All of his muscles tensed, waiting for the confrontation. Then she smiled. 1 day ago. Chapter 95. He loves his grandpa. He must be in pieces. He'd want me to call. But what about Liam? What about my principals? Yeah, but I can meet Ferdia just as a friend. All day Wednesday, Nell back and forthed in her head. Now it was Thursday morning, and the mental table tennis continued with no let-up. She realised that if she didn't call, the agonising would go on into infinity. If she rang him, it would stop. Grand, she thought, awash with relief. I'm doing it. He answered after half a ring. Nell? Ferd. She exhaled, just from the pleasure of saying his name. I heard about your grandpa. I'm really sorry. How's he doing? Still hanging on. If he survives the next 13 hours, he should be okay. Oh God, right, fingers crossed. Yeah. Then, Nell, meet me. Okay. You will? Totally. Why else had she rung? But where? It couldn't be a bar or a coffee shop. Dublin was too small. Someone was bound to see them. Obviously, it couldn't be in Liam's apartment, and obviously it couldn't be in Ferdia's granny flat. What about her parents' house? No, that would be super scuzzy. Gara's place? No, it was wrong to involve any other person. A fleeting thought zipped across her mind. This house she was decorating? Only like the sketchiest plan ever, but it had given her an idea. What about Johnny's Airbnb flat, if someone isn't booked in there today? Silence followed. She was worried now. Had she gone too far? Then he said, How would we get in? He must have a key in the... I've a key. From painting it in the summer. I never gave it back. Well, I tried, but Johnny said a few of us should have it in case Cara lost hers. From what Johnny says, it's really busy, nearly always booked. She heard him clicking. The chances of it being empty are... Here we go. No. Someone's there today. But looks like tomorrow it's empty. Fuck. Nell? Was she doing this? Really doing this? Okay. Her voice wobbled. What time? Checkout is at 12. He had to clear his throat. Should we give it a couple of hours to make sure they're properly gone? So, we'll meet each other there at 2 o'clock? Nothing was going to happen. Not in that way. They were better than that. Ed had just moved over to the left-hand lane when his car engine began making alarming choking noises. Hitting the brake, he bunny-hopped to the hard shoulder and hoped to God his AA membership was still in date. The engine was emitting evil-looking black smoke, and he sensed that it was game over for the ageing Peugeot. Not ideal in terms of timing. It would never have been ideal, but at the moment, because of the expensive car's illness, they were more strapped than usual. If they needed a new car, She was likely to plunge into a fresh bout of remorse. He wished she wouldn't. He got it. She felt profoundly guilty. But it had happened. She was getting well, and it was time to move on. Maybe the car would be okay. Broken fan belt, something small like that. But when he lifted the bonnet, bluish flames jumped up at him, immediately burning faster now that they had oxygen. He strode quickly away down the hard shoulder, putting as much space between him and the car in case it decided to blow up. Never mind ringing the AA, he'd better ring the fire brigade instead. The car's buggered. What? Cara looked up shocked. Seriously? The engine went on fire in the M50. Oh, Ed, were you okay? Promise? So, does this mean we need to buy a new car? Afraid so. Oh no. How much? Could probably get an okay second-hand one for about 10 grand. Bank loan? She shook her head. It's only a month since we got an overdraft. To cover expenses they couldn't currently pay. Expenses that were her fault. Could we get a new credit card? He sounded exhausted. Pay for it with that? Ed, the interest rates. It would be almost as bad as a loan shark. They were both silent. She couldn't ask her parents. They didn't have it. He couldn't ask his. They wouldn't give it. I could ask Johnny for a loan, Ed suggested. Maybe. She hadn't done their accounts for a couple of months. Maybe they'd suddenly got a grip on their spending. Then there was always Johnny's Airbnb account. There was plenty of money in that. Okay, she said. Ask him. The worst thing he can say is no. Johnny? Jessie's tone was halting. They'd had a strange evening at home, she and Johnny floating in separate orbits, suspended in an atmosphere of imminent catastrophe. Ferdia and Saoirse were still at the hospital. They hadn't rung in hours. Soon they would know if Michael was going to make it. Despite their falling out, Jessie still thought of Michael with great affection. He'd been a lovely man, and the best father-in-law you could wish for. She hoped he'd survive, but a solid seam of acceptance ran through her. Sometimes people died. Both her dad and her mum had, and Rory. She knew better than most. Those who hadn't experienced the death of a parent, and Johnny was one, had an innocence that flew in the face of reality, an expectation that life would still deliver a fairy tale ending. All the same, she knew the last 2 days had been really tough going for him. He was half watching some car show. Jessie took the remote and muted it. Just for a second, she said. Then, babes, we made our choice. It was a good one. We've been happy. Johnny remained silent. Maybe if she articulated the truth he was trying to face, it would help. We've been hoping that, if we waited long enough, they'd forgive us. She didn't really mean we. She hadn't been convinced of the possibility for a long time. But she didn't want to risk humiliating him. I'm not so sure it's going to happen. Okay. His voice was barely audible. She wanted to say more, something to give him comfort or courage, but maybe she'd said enough for now. She presented him with the remote. Watch your cars. As if she was keeping vigil, she sat with him. The car show ended and another one began. This must be the car channel. How could there be enough car shows to fill an entire channel? Her phone vibrated. Ferdia! Bunny? Beside her, Johnny's phone rang. It felt as if every phone in the house had suddenly started ringing. Yeah? Johnny got to his feet and left the room. Ferdia said into her ear, Mum, Grandpa's going to not die, the doctor says. Like, not yet, you know what I mean. His vitals are returning to normal. Saoirse and me are coming home now. Great, great. Drive safe. See you soon. She hung up and called, Johnny? She found him in the hall. That was Ferd. He says Michael's going to be okay. Johnny put his face into his hands. Silent tears leaked from his eyes. Today, Chapter 96. You're okay to do this? Raoul asked Cara. Totally. Billy Fay was on his way from the airport, and Cara had asked if she could check him in. Madeline can manage, Raoul said. Trust me. She made herself smile. Let me. In the 6 weeks since she'd returned to work, Billy Fay had stayed at the Ardglass twice. Madeline had taken care of him on those 2 occasions. Everyone was still walking on eggshells around her. But she had a plan. It was time to be her own hero. If she managed to banter her way through Billy Fay's insults, while still remaining professional and polite, it would boost her opinion of herself. Even if her colleagues didn't know the details, they were bound to pick up on the improvement in her self-esteem. In her idealised version of events, she'd take Mr. Fay to his suite. When Anto, or whichever bellboy, brought up his luggage, asked where he'd like his bags, her most ambitious imaginings had her saying in light-hearted tones, "Remember, last time I checked you in, you suggested that Anto shoved them up my butt? Is that still your favourite place?" Hard to know how he'd respond, but her intention was to smile, smile, smile and keep talking. "You told Anto to stick them up his butt. He said it was too small, so he suggested that he stick them up mine instead. You must remember, it was so funny." And then, "So, Mr. Fay, do you need anything else? Or should I just get out now, fat bitch that I am?" Finishing up her perfect scenario, she'd give a cool smile and swing out of there, leaving him gulping like a dying fish. It was a delicate tone to strike, but it could be done. Anto managed to be both cheeky and respectful. All Cara had to do was be a bit more Anto. Billy Fay might find it amusing. Maybe. Bullies often dropped the front when their victims stood up for themselves. Or he might find himself shamed into better behaviour. Not entirely impossible. There was a chance that he'd lodge a complaint, but she could insist that they'd simply been sharing a laugh. That he'd instigated some light-hearted teasing, and she'd responded in kind. That she'd been demonstrating how good a sport she was. It was potentially risky, but technically speaking, she wouldn't be in the wrong. All she had to do was act innocent and keep on acting it. She might even become a cause célèbre for bullied receptionists the world over. The very idea made her smile. And Billy Fay would be blacklisted at every 5-star hotel on earth. There was a teeny possibility that she might lose her job. But it was genuinely very small, and at least she'd have regained some self-respect. Anxiously, she paced back and forth behind the front desk. Her phone buzzed. A WhatsApp from Jessie. "Johnny's birthday dinner tonight, back on, 7:30. Oh no. The sudden crushing disappointment. She loved Johnny, Jessie, all of them. But in her head, she'd already eased into an uncomplicated Friday night, watching TV in her pyjamas. Instead, she'd have to summon gallons of adrenaline, which had already clocked off for the weekend. Hoist her energy up from the basement and hold it above her head until about 10 o'clock tonight. Her internal line rang, making all of her nerve endings frizz. "Incoming, Alexander," the doorman said. "Mr. Fay." Taking the key and the iPad, she went to the front step and watched Billy Fay push his way out of the car, as if he was trying to escape a chokehold. Then he thumped his flat-footed way up the steps. Honestly, he had some nerve calling her fat. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fay." Her mouth made dry, popping noises. Without answering, he lunged for the lift, Cara in his wake. "I would ask how your journey was," she strove to sound pleasant. "But as I remember, you prefer silence." The look he gave her was perplexed, suspicious. "The McCafferty suite." She opened the door and bade him enter. "Your usual. Your minibar has been stocked with the American beer you like. The bathroom has extra towels." Here came Anto. "Where would you like your bags, Mr. Fay?" Now! This was her moment, when she stood up to the fat-shaming creep, when she handed him back the shame he'd foisted on her. "Last time you suggested that Anto shoved them up my butt. Is that still your favourite place?" But when she opened her mouth, the words wouldn't come out. She needed them to be said. Her self-respect depended on it. "On the rack," Mr. Fay muttered. "Whatever." Anto dropped them and scooted away. She could still say it. There was still time. She heard her voice say meekly, "Would you like me to take you through the room features?" "No." He sounded tired and bad-tempered. "Just get your fat ass out of here." "Quick, say something now. Anything." Time slowed down. She stood motionless in the middle of the room. He frowned, looking at her with mild curiosity. Her mouth opened again. This time she was going to say something. "I need to take a nap," he said. Her mouth shut. Her body moved. Then she was out in the corridor with the free-falling desolation of anticlimax. She'd only gone a couple of steps when fury at having squandered her chance blazed in her. She was raging at herself for being a target, for being a coward. She couldn't bear feeling this way. Ravenous emptiness and hunger erupted, filling her with a great roar. She had a desperate need for food and more food, to pile it into her, to muffle this appalling discomfort. Was this what Peggy had been talking about? The connection between unbearable feelings and the desire to numb herself? Probably. She'd just never seen it before. Did this mean there really was something wrong with her? Call it an illness, an addiction, the name didn't really matter. Whatever it was, she thought she had a handle on it, and she clearly hadn't. What had she been thinking with her crazy plan to challenge Billy Fay? She could never have pulled it off. He was too sure of himself, and she wasn't. A swirl of dirty emotions was sucking her down into the dark, and she wanted to binge and vomit. Well, she did, but she didn't. Her feelings craved a painkiller, but she already felt terrible loss. Afterwards, she would wish she hadn't done it. The solution, when it appeared, felt like balm on a burn. She'd ring Peggy and plead for an appointment, today if possible. She stepped into a quiet nook between two bedrooms and rang the hospital. The switchboard operator said, "Mrs. Kennedy is with the patient." Of course she was with the patient. But Peggy had been so consistently available in the past that the letdown was disorienting. "I can connect you to her voicemail?" "Okay. No, wait, it's all right." She wondered if she should ring Peggy on her mobile. Peggy had said she could, but that had been back when she'd been Peggy's client. Actually, patient. That was the word. She'd been Peggy's patient. Could she call while she was with another patient? Wouldn't that be terribly wrong? But if she didn't get to talk to her, she was going to go out and buy far too much food, then eat it. Peggy's appointments began on the hour and lasted for 50 minutes. If she called her at about 5 to 2, she might pick up. But when Cara made the call at 5 to 2, Peggy's mobile went straight to message. Quickly she hung up. "Cara?" Raoul said. 2 o'clock, your lunch." It was all over. She had no more say in this. She had no more fight. Except there was no place she could do it. Her little bathroom in the basement was far too risky. She considered the ladies' room in another nearby fancy hotel, but that wouldn't give her the privacy she needed. Wildly she considered renting a hotel room, which was such an extreme idea that sanity began to return. From the far side of the busy street, Ferdia watched the door, waiting for Nell. He had arrived early, feeling like he was losing his damn mind. She wanted to see him. That must mean something. The heavy Georgian door opened from the inside and he tensed in readiness. Maybe she was already there. But the woman emerging from the building wasn't Nell. For a moment the confusion was too much. What the hell? What was Izzy doing here? Dropping in on a mate? Seriously, what were the chances that Izzy had a friend who lived in the same building as Johnny's flat? There were only 6 apartments in that place. Way too much of a coincidence. Izzy cast a quick look over one shoulder, then the other, then stuck her arm out and hailed a taxi. She jumped in as if she couldn't get out of the place fast enough. This was not good. This was so not good. Then the door opened again, and the person who came out was Johnny. Fuck. Ferdia's heart thumped painfully. Johnny repeated the same furtive, over-the-shoulder checks Izzy had, then just as she had, flagged down a cab. It was obvious they'd been together. What the hell had they been up to? And what kind of a stupid question was that? Poor Mum. That was his overriding thought. This would ruin her. He had often wondered about Johnny. In the past he decided he was a cheater, because believing bad things about him had felt good. Lately, though, he'd liked him better. Just because he literally never shut up didn't mean he was a player. But Ferdia had been wrong. The world was bigger, badder and far darker than he'd ever realised. Chapter 97. I should have bought new underwear. Are we going to have actual sex? I wish I'd worn deodorant. Wait, I didn't bring condoms. I shouldn't be meeting him. Why did my hair have to go bushy when I needed to be beachy wave? It was okay until I combed it. Will he have brought condoms? What will I do about Liam? This is crackheadery and I am losing my mind. Would he be literally lurking outside on the street? Hey, maybe he wouldn't show at all. No, he was not going to change his mind. She was certain about that. The street curved around and now she could see the building. Ferdy wasn't there. But as she got nearer, she spotted him across the street, wearing a long dark coat and clumpy lace-up boots, looking like an elegant tramp. Forcing her body to carry on as normal, she got the key from her satchel. On the edge of her vision, he was crossing the road. The key wouldn't fit into the latch. Oh God, no! Had Johnny changed the locks? With trembling hands she tried again. It slipped in, twisted easily, and with relief she fell against the heavy door, pushing it open. Stepping into the hallway, Ferdy was behind her. She could actually smell him. Fresh sweat, cold day, washing powder, and a slight hint of mustiness, probably from his coat. Her skin goosebumped. The door shut, and the bright chilly street disappeared. In the dim hallway, the only light came through the fan-shaped window above the lintel. Nell turned to him, their glances locked, and fear flared through her. This was insane. It's okay. He sounded really pretty sure about this. The flat, she said. It's on the first floor. She gave him the key. Can you? Oh, okay. He had no trouble with the lock, she noticed. His fingers were all confident slides and turns. He gestured her ahead of him into the hallway, and the door echoed shut behind them. So, what now? A friendly chat? How's your grandpa? Getting better, he spoke quickly. I didn't say because you might have cancelled on me. So why'd I have to open the door? Because it can't seem like I'm, taking advantage of you. Nell, could you please not? He sounded exasperated. I'm hardly a teenage boy, I'm a man. Okay. And what's even the issue? You're married. You're not leaving your husband. Why are we here? Technically, you asked me. But feck it, I didn't show up so you could cry on my shoulder. Might as well be honest with myself about it. Why do you think? Okay. Her chest contracted so tightly that her breath was happening in short, sippy gasps. He moved his hands to her body. Slipping his thumbs along her hip bones, he pulled her against him, and oh my God, this was on. Their lips touched in a clumsy bump. In anguish he clutched her jaw. Did I hurt you? No, please don't stop. It became a kiss of slow and aching sweetness. Oh God, I remember this. Her hand slid under his big coat and around his narrow waist. Slowly pushing her palms along his stomach, she loosened his shirt from his trousers so she could touch his cool, bare skin. It was the sudden rush of cold air that told her they were no longer alone. Disentangling herself from his arms, she turned. Cara. Cara was there. Cara's gaze moved from Nell to Ferdia. She looked beyond, shocked. What are you? Nell gulped. Then she saw the shopping bags in Cara's hands. Visible through the thin plastic were packets of chocolate biscuits, multi-packs of twirls, colourful bags of jelly sweets. Oh, Cara, no! Cara turned and stuck her foot through the door before it closed. She twisted out through the space, Nell following, then Ferdia. Cara, it's okay! Cara hurtled down the steep staircase, going far too fast. With several steps still to go, she stumbled, then fell, bumping herself against the banisters and steps, cracking her head smartly against the oak post at the bottom. Biscuits and sweets skittered across the polished wooden floor. Cara! Nell had reached her. Oh God, are you okay? I'm fine. Cara was agitated. Take a second. Ferdia laid his hands on her shoulders. You banged your head really hard. Can you see properly? I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. She was already trying to stand. We can take you to A&E. I'm fine. Sorry for interrupting you. I thought it was empty. I checked the bookings, but I'm going back to work now. But Nell gestured at the food on the floor. Is there someone you could talk to? Your therapist or someone? Yep, yes. Can we just pretend none of this happened? Sorry, you two. She'd slipped towards the door. It slammed shut behind her and the dust motes vibrated in her wake. Nell stared at the chocolate and biscuits scattered on the floor and realised that the mood was completely gone. Ferdia began gathering up the stuff. After a moment she joined him. Instead of recommencing their blissed-out kissing, she felt as if they were two conspirators cleaning up a crime scene. I'm worried, he said. That was a bad bump. Maybe I should go after her. A breath. Then she said, You know, I think we should leave. This doesn't feel good. She looked helplessly at the packets in her hands. What'll we do with these? Leave them in the apartment for the next people? I suppose. Yeah, look, something weird. Johnny was here earlier, just before us. He was with Izzy, you know, my aunt. Her eyes flicked from side to side as she thought through the implications. Oh my God, no! Poor Jessie! Then, are you okay? It's bizarro, just poor Mum. And we're all seeing each other tonight for his birthday. We'll be doing some Oscar-winning acting. Cara pushed through the Friday lunchtime crowds, making her way back to the art glass. Her head was swimming. Ferdia and Nell. Nell and Ferdia. Affairs happened. Everyone knew that. Those two? Although, was it that unlikely? They were closer in age to each other than Nell was to Liam. She wondered if Nell was going to leave Liam. If Cara were somehow unlucky enough to be married to Liam, she'd leave him. A wave of nausea swept through her. What on earth? Her stomach calmed, then leapt again. Now her head was thumping. The utter irony if she puked now. Weirdly, the need to overeat had vanished. Seems like catching your nephew and your sister-in-law in a sexy clinch would do that to a person. She decided to ring Peggy one more time. And to her surprise, this time Peggy answered. Cara? There was a smile in her voice. I'm sorry I stopped coming, Cara blurted, but can I start again? Of course. Would you have anything free today? Not today, let me see. After some clicking sounds, Peggy said, Tuesday, 8 a.m, I know it's early. That's great. Did she just slur her words? A little bit? Cara, Peggy asked, you don't sound too well. I whacked my head a few minutes ago. That's not so good. Do you think you could be concussed? Briefly, Cara saw double. Really, I'm fine. Concussion can be very sneaky. I'm fine, thank you. See you on Tuesday. Anxiety flared in Ed when he discovered Cara was in the house when he got home. Why aren't you at Peggy's? I bumped my head. Work sent me home. Please let her be okay. Please don't let them be pissed off with her. You cancelled Peggy? You'd better see her twice next week. Make another appointment. I've got one. When? Tuesday, 8 a.m. Really? Really? She offered him her phone. Call her if you like. Sorry, honey, I was afraid you'd stop going to her. Now he felt guilty. What happened to your head? How did you bump it? A wooden sign fell on me. That sounds odd. Life is odd, she said. What about tonight's dinner? You able for it? What did Johnny say about loaning us the money? He said he'd see. Then we need to be there. Really, I'm fine. He wasn't sure, but there was too much to worry about, so he let it go. Now, Chapter 98. Johnny launched into a fit of energetic coughing, a bit of bread down the wrong way. But the chat around the long dinner table carried on. Lovely. He could die here, literally die on his 49th birthday, and would any of them even notice? Jessie was his best hope, but Jessie was off in the kitchen readying the next elaborate course. He could only hope he survived to eat it. A sip of water didn't help. Tears were streaming down his face, and finally Ed asked, You okay there? Manfully, Johnny waved away his concern. Bread down the wrong way. Thought for a minute you were choking, Ferdia said. That'd be a shame, Johnny croaked, to die on my birthday. You wouldn't have died, Ferdia said.
One of us would have tried the Heimlich manoeuvre. You know what happened recently? Ed asked. Mr. Heimlich, the man who invented the Heimlich manoeuvre. Finally, at the age of 87, he got to do it on someone. And it worked. This was from Liam, right down at the end of the table. It'd be a bit mortifying if he did it and then the person died. Liam really did bring the snark to any situation. Like Mr. Segway, Ferdia said. Said they were totally safe, then died on one. In fairness, Ed said, his only claim was that you'd never fall over on one. So what happened? Johnny, despite his resentment, was interested. He accidentally drove one off a cliff. Oh, God. Nell dissolved into giggles. Started believing his own publicity. Got high on his own supply, Ferdia said. You'd know about that. Liam threw his nephew a dark look. Ferdia glared back. So the feud between those two was on again. What was it this time? He'd ask Jessie. She'd know. Here she came, carrying a tray full of sorbets. Palate cleansers, she declared. Lemon and vodka. She resumed her spot at the head of the table. What about us? Bridie piped up. We can't possibly have vodka. We're far too young. On it, Jessie said. Course she was, Johnny thought. Fair play to her. Never dropped the ball. Just lemon for you guys. Bridie issued stern instructions to the younger kids that if their sorbets tasted in any way funny, they must desist from eating them with immediate effect. Everyone okay? Jessie asked. Cheerful noises of assent rose, but when the hubbub quietened down, Cara said, I'm bored out of my skull. Good-humoured chortles ensued, and someone murmured, You're gas. I'm not joking. I am bored to tears. Jesus Christ, was she serious? I mean sorbets, Cara asked. How many more courses do we have to sit through? OK, Cara had one or two issues, to put it mildly. But she was a sweetheart, one of the nicest people he'd ever met. Johnny's gaze went nervously to Ed. It was his job to keep his wife under control. If that wasn't a very sexist thought, and yes, he admitted it was. Ed looked stupefied with confusion. In an attempt to pull things back to normal, Johnny adopted a light-hearted tone. Come on now, Cara. After all the work Jessie has done. But the caterers did it. What caterers? Someone asked. She always has these things catered. Jessie would never use caterers. Cooking was her thing. Up and down the table, the mood was one of scandalised commotion. Why was Cara, normally the loveliest person, saying such stuff? How much have you had to drink? Ed asked Cara. Nothing, she said, because I had that bang on the head. Ed finished her sentence, and his relief was audible. She got a bang on the head earlier. A sign fell off a shop and hit her. That's not what happened. We thought she was okay. You wanted me to be okay, Cara said. I knew I wasn't. You should go to A&E. Jessie was struggling to recalibrate to her default nurturing and bossy personality. I insist you go this very moment. Why are you even here? Because Ed needs Johnny to loan him the money, Cara said. Right on cue, Jessie asked. What money? From the other bank account, Cara said. Then, oh God, I wasn't meant to say that. What bank account? Jessie asked. What loan? Cara, the hospital, right now. Ed stood up. Johnny? Jessie asked. However, he still had something in his arsenal. Jessie, what caterers? Ferdia glared at Johnny. You're really doing this to her? I'm entitled to know. Ferdia's tone had many layers. You're entitled to nothing. In Johnny's stomach, eels of dread slithered. Ferdia knows. But how? Pinned by the collective gaze, Jessie looked panicked. Yes, okay, yes. She sounded exasperated. Caterers, sometimes, so what? I've 5 children. I run a business. There are only so many hours of the day and... Cara stood up. I'd better go to the hospital before I fall out with every one of you. Come on, Ed. Hey, Cara, do you really like my new hair? 18-year-old Saoirse sounded wobbly. Don't ask me that, Cara said. You know how much I love you. That means it's bad. Oh, sweetie, that fringe makes your face look like the moon. At Saoirse's devastated expression, Cara said, I'm really sorry, Saoirse, you shouldn't have asked me.
But it's only hair, it'll grow back. Come on, Ed. Cara, before you go. Liam leant forward, his eyes narrowed. Did you really think that massage I gave you was, what was the word you used? Dreamy. I hated it. Forget being a masseur. You are terrible. Hey. Nell jumped in to defend her husband. He's doing his best. Why are you bigging him up? Cara asked. Suddenly Liam was scrambling to sit upright. He smelled blood. Why wouldn't you back me up? Tell us, Cara. Come on, tell us. Cara, come on. No, Cara. Nell's voice was sharp. Bridie. Jessie was urgent. Take the kids up to my room. Put on a movie. Go. Even as TJ, Dilly, Vinny and Tom were being ushered out by Bridie, Liam was demanding, Tell me. Don't, Nell said. Cara, it'll come back on you too. Tell me. Liam's tone was urgent. Why my wife wouldn't stick up for me. No, I'm not saying any more. Nell suddenly spoke up. Liam, stop it. I was in Johnny's flat today. Doing what? Johnny sounded scalded. Meeting Ferdia. Unbelievable! Johnny exclaimed. Hey, Ferdia yelled at him. I saw you too. Where? Now it was Jessie's turn to sound panicked. Mum, I'm very sorry. Hold the fuck on, Liam croaked. Nell, you were there, in that flat, with him? He threw his head at Ferdia. Jessie was still addressing Ferdia. What did you see? Her face was the colour of parchment. Johnny and Izzy, Ferdia said, coming out of the flat. I'm sorry, Mum. Nell? Liam asked again, his tone deadly calm. What were you doing with that little prick? You can't be angry at Nell. Saoirse was in tears. I know about you and Robin. What? Several voices demanded. Is it true? Ed asked Liam, who shrugged in irritable assent. She's a teenage girl, Ed exploded. Almost a child. She's no child. Johnny? Jessie seemed on the edge of tears. Were you really in the flat with Izzy? It wasn't what it sounds like. Cara, Ed interjected. Why were you at the flat? I thought it was empty. But why were you there? I needed to eat chocolate. Then, you know... Her scratchy irritability faded to nothing. I see. Ed sounded calm. He stood up. Well, that's that. After. Friday night, Saturday morning. I don't belong here, Nell thought. I never belonged here. Everyone was caught up in different crossfires of accusation and defence. Most horrible of all was Liam and Robin. She was so painfully young, only a kid. Not that Liam's cheating balanced out Nell's. She felt doubly ashamed, as if she were also to blame for his behaviour, or perhaps for not noticing. Suddenly, Nell's survival instinct kicked in. She needed to leave, pick up Molly Ringwald, clear all of her stuff out of Liam's apartment, and find a place to sleep tonight. Ferdia was tensed in his chair, watching her. Meaningfully, he glanced at the doorway into the hall. Discreetly, she slid from the room, Ferdia following. We need to get your things out of his place, he said. We need to go now. It's better if I do this alone. If we left together, this would escalate like crazy. Everything's gone insane. Can we just take a moment, let everything calm down, see how things are tomorrow? But where will you stay tonight? Who'll help you to pack? I'll call my mate Gar. It'll be okay. Please, Ferdia, if we both disappear now, it'll make everything extra crazy. I'll message as soon as I'm sorted. He was reluctant to let her go, and panic was rising in her. I really have to go, she said. I'll be okay. And Ferd, don't let anyone put the guilt on you. Nothing happened with us. It would have if Cara hadn't arrived. But she did. Outside she hailed a taxi and found her phone. Gar, serious shit has gone down. I'm leaving Liam, like right now. Any chance you can... I'll meet you there. I hate to ask, but can I, just for tonight, stay as long as you like? But she couldn't do that. He lived in a shared house. There were other people to consider. Grab my work stuff. She scooted past Gar, piling things into a nylon sack. Portfolios, models, I need it all. Can't you come back tomorrow? I don't trust him. He might chuck it out. Even though he was with that young girl. A wave of disbelief made her dizzy. Isn't it the most messed up thing ever?
What about you and the young lad?
Don't ask me. I'm too goofed to have any clue. I just need to find a place to live and get calm. Priorities. When Rory died, Jessie's one consolation was that she'd never again have to live through something as bad. Her dad's passing was painful. Her mother's was worse. The wound of being cut out of the Kinsella inner circle had taken a while to heal. Giving up on having a sixth child had, for a patch, been oddly unbearable. But nothing had ever come close to the visceral punch of Rory ceasing to exist. Over the years, whenever a big drama had blown up, her second or third thought was, I've already survived the worst thing that could happen. It had made her feel safe, almost lucky. But this, tonight, was as bad as Rory. That same light-headed combination of disbelief and stone-cold certainty. Something terrible had happened. She didn't want it to be true, but everything had already changed forever. Once more, the jigsaw of her life had been thrown up in the air, and she had no idea where the pieces would land. For all their tussles about money and work, she'd believed she and Johnny were solid. Suddenly she felt in freefall. After all these years, Johnny and Izzy? Her shock was profound. She knew this because she felt as if she were dreaming. Through past experience, she'd learned that this was how the unbearable was born. Her helpful brain muffled her perceptions so that appalling reality only impacted in manageable drops. But despite her brain's best efforts, waves of fear kept heaving through her. This, Johnny cheating, with Izzy. It had a humiliatingly inevitable feel. Even though she was shocked, a voice in her head was saying, oh yeah, it's bad, but it's not really a surprise. The mistake she'd made was thinking she had grown out of being the person whom others mocked. She'd got used to being broadly happy. But the wheel of life was just going to keep on turning until it delivered her right back to the person she had always been. It wasn't just her and Johnny who'd fallen apart tonight. The entire family had imploded. Sadder still in this whole mess was that Cara was once again binging and puking. Her body wasn't able for it, and neither was Ed. Mum, Bridie broke into her introspection. Movie's over. It's 11:10. Where will I put Vinny and Tom? In my bed? I can sleep with Saoirse. You put Jilly to bed and I'll do TJ. Then, Jilly, behave for Mum. Bad things happen tonight. Quickly, anxiously, Jilly crossed to her bedroom and pulled her duvet to her chin. Good girl, Jessie said. Go to sleep. Mum, Jilly said, as Jessie's tears splashed onto her. Your crying is falling off your face. Go to sleep. Everything will be okay. You shouldn't lie to children, but now wasn't the time for the truth. Downstairs, Johnny was at the kitchen sink, up to his wrists in soapy water. Babes, please. He abandoned the washing up. Just let me explain. Nothing happened. But it did. Not like, look, yes I know, but can I just explain? Why? You, Izzy, apartment, secret meeting, secret bank account. I can join the dots. Please listen. Johnny talked quickly. A few months ago, in the summer, I gave Saoirse and Ferdy a lift to Arislannan. I bumped into Izzy, totally random. Expected her to be pissed off. She was friendly. Few days later, she sent a friend request. And you accepted? Without telling me? It was delicate. You wouldn't have wanted me talking to Izzy, but... He spoke over her uprush of complaint. I was trying to find out if they still hated us. His mouth sounded clacky. Without straight out asking, I thought if she trusted me first, it would give both of us a better chance with all of them. To be friends again. But we were fine without them. I thought you wanted... He looked confused. It would have been nice if we were all pals again, but, you know... He seemed dismayed. I thought we were both still hopeful. I guess you dealt with it better than I did. And then you started fucking her. Tears began, once again, pouring down Jessie's face. All we did was talk. Have you been using the apartment for lots of... Christ! I swear to you that all we did was talk. That's the oldest line in the book. Oh, Johnny, I trusted you. The smell of urine, trolleys wedged tightly together, and orderlies literally running from cubicle to cubicle. Cara had been triaged within an hour of arriving, but a steady stream of new arrivals, suffering from knife wounds, heart attacks, burns and beatings, had pushed her paltry little concussion way down the list. Another gurney rushed past Cara and Ed, bearing a man with evident head injuries. She took a breath. She felt faint. "Oh yeah, that's right," Ed said. "You were out for the count last time. You missed the show." His tone sounded strange. "Second time in 3 months we're in an emergency department because of your hobby." "But Ed," her earlier hair-trigger irritation had entirely vanished. All she was now was confused. "I'm ill. It's an illness." "Not so long ago you were telling me there was no such thing." Her thoughts were too muddled and slippery to hold on to. "Cara Casey?" a man in scrubs called. "Here." She sat up. "It's going to be a while." He looked at Ed. "You should go home." "I'll stay." After the orderly had moved off, Cara said, "Thanks, honey." She took his hand in hers. Deliberately, carefully, he disentangled it. "Ed, I don't understand." "Because you had a bang to your head." "But you sound like you've had one." "I told you I wouldn't go through this again. I'm only here because concussion can be serious. Soon as you're okay, you're on your own." "But Ed, I didn't do it, the eating and throwing up." "You would have, if Nell and Ferdia hadn't been there." "Yes, but..." Then, "Nell and Ferdia, can you believe it?" Ed remained silent. Nell's haul of belongings was so small that it took only one trip to unload the taxi outside Gar's house. Wow, she actually had to laugh. Back where I was living the night I met Liam, life is gas. She stashed Molly Ringwald in Gar's bedroom, which had been a sitting room in a previous, more prosperous household. None of the current crop of housemates are allergic, are they? If they are, they'll soon let us know. Anyway, don't worry about it tonight. "So, any spare blankets? Maybe a pillow?" "Sleep it on the floor. Don't be mad, it's a double bed." It wouldn't be the first time. A few years earlier, they'd made a tentative shift from friends to lovers. It lasted mere weeks before they admitted it had been a mistake. They'd been lucky to have successfully engineered a reversal. She messaged Ferdia. "Staying with my friend Gar. I'm okay. Hope you're okay. Talk tomorrow. X." "You texting Liam?" Gar sounded concerned. "No, just, the young lad." "It was nothing like you think," Johnny said urgently. "We sent each other the occasional message. Light, jokey stuff. Cat gifs." "Cat gifs?" Jessie said. "You hate cats." "I do, but Jessie, can you look at the messages? You'll see there was nothing like that." "Sure, I'll look at your light, jokey messages." Then, "Whoops, Jessie, looks like I accidentally deleted them." "Why would I do that? I wasn't doing anything wrong." He scrolled along his screen. His hands were shaking, she saw. Well, he'd been caught cheating. Was it any surprise? "Just read them." He thrust his phone at her. Izzy's first message said, "Mad bumping into you in Erslannon last weekend." It had been sent 4 months ago. Fear reverberated like the clang of a giant bell. Izzy had been back in Johnny's life for all this time, and she hadn't had one clue. Johnny had replied, "Gas, all right." Jessie felt sick. What does she look like now? This was an important question. "I dunno, the same." She glared at him, and he said defensively, "The same! Lots of hair, tall." In the next message, Izzy, in recognisably Izzy fashion, said, "That's some piece of shit you're driving." "Ha ha," Johnny replied. "Least I don't look like a drug dealer." "What's her car?" Jessie asked. "Discovery." Ugh. Next was a cat gif from Izzy. Then Johnny sent Izzy an attachment about an armed robbery in Kildare, captioned, "You up to your old tricks again, lol." "Lol?" Jessie furrowed her brow. "You're a lol person now." Another cat gif from Izzy. Jessie would never have seen her as a cat person. Life really took people in some strange directions. She spotted her own name, and her heart nearly jumped out of her throat. "Jessie's 50th this weekend,"
Johnny had written. Doing murder mystery thing in fancy hotel.
Izzy hadn't commented. Nothing from her for an entire week. Then she sent a photo of lambs in a farming championship, followed by a little back and forth between Johnny and her about how busy they were.
I'm always on a plane, Johnny wrote.
Haha, me too. Never settled down with the babies in the book club. Jessie spotted her name again.
Off on my summer holidays with Jessie and the kids. Tuscany.
Izzy's next message wasn't until 10 days later. Ouch, with an emoji of a footballer. What does this mean? Jessie asked, distressed because she didn't understand. Football? Johnny said. Liverpool must have been beaten that day. I can't even remember. Johnny, her voice was faint. I can't believe this. All of it. I didn't do anything. You did. I can't believe you and her are best friends. As she read the stream of messages, many were so bland she thought they must be code. Nice weekend? Johnny had asked in late August. Down in Erislannon.
Sounds great. How's everyone?
Grand. Whenever Johnny mentioned Jessie or their kids, Izzy made no comment. She still hates me, Jessie said.
I was trying to find out.
For the 1000th time, Jessie reminded herself that back in the day, before she'd started sleeping with Johnny, she'd had no clue that Izzy wanted him. This wasn't her fault. If she had known, would it have stopped her? Maybe. And maybe not. Life is rarely black and white, and how could she ever know now? Thinking out loud, she said, I won a competition that I didn't even know I was competing in.
It wasn't a competition, Johnny said. I loved you.
I only wanted you. Except when you wanted her.
That was a million years before, and you know that, Jessie, you know it.
Watching Jessie scrutinise the messages from Izzy, Johnny's heartbeat hurt his chest. After an exchange featuring several laughing emojis, Izzy had messaged, It would be good to see you in real life. Cautiously, Johnny had bounced the ball back into her court by replying, It would. A few days later, she'd said, So are we meeting up? He hadn't known what to say, because he still hadn't a clue what she wanted from him. Trying to get a steer, he said,
What were you thinking?
Drink after work? Someplace city centre? No, he didn't want to meet her in a public place where he could easily be seen. If word got back to Jessie, before he knew how Izzy felt, it was open to misinterpretation, to put it mildly. But neither did he want to lurk with Izzy in shady corners, like he was up to something scuzzy. He replied, Thinking Erislannon would be better. City centre suits me. Then, Erislannon too far to drive on a school night. He didn't buy it. The drive wasn't that long. It was clear that both of them were being cagey. He didn't want to meet her in public, and she didn't want him anywhere near her family. They were at an impasse, and while he was in Italy, he decided he was no longer sure this was worth bothering with. But the day they got home from holidays, Jessie told him about Ferdia falling out with Barty. It troubled him deeply. He felt as if the ties remaining to the Kinselas were becoming fewer and fewer, and the thought that soon none would be left made him persist. So he messaged,
Any other suggestions?
She replied, You know what? We could prob have a drink at Dublin Airport, sometime when we're both travelling, seeing as we both almost live in the place. It wasn't a great suggestion. Airports were in constant motion. He had wanted their first face-to-face to be in a peaceful place, where he could ask her about Michael, Ellen and Kiva. And even though they both complained about almost living in Dublin Airport, he suspected it would be a monumental challenge to pin down an overlapping time when they were both in the vicinity. It was then that he'd started thinking about his apartment. It was in the centre of the city, but it was private. Limited availability, however. He could reserve it for himself, but that started to feel like a whole other thing. Despite his hopes for a reconciliation with the Kinselas, it seemed easier, safer, just to let things slide. A week elapsed quietly. then 10 days, 2 weeks. Then Michael Kinsella had a heart attack and Johnny found out about it from Ferdia. Nothing from Izzy, not a word. That first day he rang her several times and her phone went to message again and again. He was deeply shaken. He thought he and Izzy had recovered plenty of their old easy intimacy. But it wasn't just Izzy he was upset about. It was all of them. Ferdia's intel said that Michael likely wouldn't survive, and Johnny was confused. He'd always thought that at some stage he and the Kinsellas would be okay again. How could that happen if Michael died? On Wednesday and Thursday he brooded on everything, moving back and forth along his memories, like fingers up and down the keys of a piano, wondering how he could have averted that long ago falling out. In the middle of it all, Ed had texted, asking if he could borrow 10 grand. He was so distracted that he gave a vague, "I'll have to see," as a reply, then promptly forgot about it. Suddenly, around 9 o'clock on Thursday night, Jessie's phone buzzed, the family WhatsApp chimed, and Johnny's phone started to ring. The person calling Johnny was Izzy, and he went light-headed with hope and dread. Either Michael had died or he hadn't. The relief of that, coupled with Izzy considering Johnny meaningful enough to be told, rocketed him back into hope. This was fixable, all of it. Izzy said, "We really need to meet up soon." And his response was, "Yes, remember my old apartment on Bagot Street? Hold on a sec, I just need to check. Wait, this is great, tomorrow, 1 o'clock, 1:30. Okay, 1:30, see you there." Jessie appeared before him to tell him the good news, which he already knew. And he was so overwhelmed with hope and guilt and the past accelerating into the present that weak tears dampened his face. It was almost 5:30 a.m. and she was already better by the time it was confirmed that Cara had had a concussion, which was why she said those cruel, out-of-character things. As Ed drove them home, the previous night began revisiting her in bursts of vivid imagery, telling Liam that he was a terrible masseur. Oh my God, dropping Nell and Ferdia in the shit. Admitting that she'd been all set for a food binge. Upsetting Saoirse, whom she loved so much, by saying she had a face like the moon. Instigating some revelation about Johnny and Izzy Kinsella. It was hard to fathom, actually horrifying, the damage she'd unleashed. She had a lot of apologetic calls to make as soon as people were up. In the darkness, Nell looked at her phone. 5:35 a.m. 3 missed calls from Ferdia. She was finding it hard to believe that she'd gone ahead and met him in that apartment. Last night. My God, was it really only last night? When their thing was revealed to everyone around the dinner party, the spell had broken. Everything seemed entirely different this morning. She felt older, wiser, far less starry-eyed. She must have been temporarily crazy. Ferdia was way too young for her. To think that if Cara hadn't shown up, they'd definitely have fucked. She liked Ferdia. Objectively, she could see that he was hot, but her feelings for him had reverted to the way they'd been before Italy. He was only a kid. She'd got an insane crush on him because her marriage was falling apart. Maybe he'd be on the same page as her, realising that there was nothing real here. She needed to call him, but couldn't summon the nerve yet. There was nothing from Liam. Not a text, WhatsApp, nothing. She wondered if she'd ever hear from him again. None of it had played out like she'd hoped. She'd expected that when the end eventually showed up, they'd be civil to each other. But her business with Ferdia and Liam's with Robin. She couldn't deny her sadness. The initial sweetness with Liam had turned very ugly. And Robin was so astonishingly young that she felt ashamed of Liam. What wacko way had the planets been aligned last night? Every marriage around the table had hit the skids. "You okay?" Gar whispered. "Will I turn on the light?" "Thanks." She was very grateful to have him to talk to. "I cannot understand how I got married, and 11 months later it's over. Who does that? I've been thinking about all the stuff when people split up. The two names on like a mortgage, bank account, bills. Liam and I own lit nothing together. His ex-wife pays for the apartment, but the bills are in his name. I paid half of them, but nothing documenty connects us. That's probably good, Cara said. Yeah, but it's not really normal. Anyway, soon as it's a sensible time, I'm going to call Mum and Dad, see if they'll take me in while I look for another gaff. Weakly she punched the air, so winning at life. Stash your gear with them, but you can stay here if you want. Could I? That would be the best. Just for a couple of weeks. Whatever you need. What are you going to do about the young lad? I feel so bad about him. He's great, but he's too young and I'm obviously a bit mad, and starting a thing with someone else would be the worst. She eyed her phone. I need to tell him. Do it. I'm getting a glass of water. Room's all yours. Oh, God. Then, okay. Ferdia answered immediately. Nell, are you okay? Can we meet? Ferdia, listen, I need to say this. You and I, we need to stop. I've got to sort my head out. Oh, God. He sounded shocked. I thought we were going to... That's my bad. It's like I was insane for a while. Now I'm sane again, and I don't like the way I've been acting. I don't understand it. I need to stay out of relationships. I was hoping... I know, I'm sorry. But you'll get over it quickly. You're young, so people keep telling me. I wish we'd had a chance to, but hey, okay, I get it. Just, you're great. And you're great too. You're the best. Okay, gotta go. Quickly she hung up, feeling almost euphoric that this unpleasant thing had been done with dignity. At about 6:30 a.m, Ed and Cara got home to a cold, empty house. Exhausted, they traipsed up the stairs and into their bedroom. Do you need anything? He asked. I'm fine. Try to get some sleep. I'll wake you in 4 hours just to check you're okay. Aren't you going to bed? Not in this room. Then she'd known. She waited. I'm leaving you, he said gently. You know that. She nodded. I'm sorry. He began to cry. Sweetie, don't, please, it's okay. Something strange had happened to her over the last several hours, as if weeks of tension had come to a head, then burst, blowing away all her self-hatred, her resentment at being labelled, her distance from Ed. For the first time in months, her love for Ed, the real, unsullied version, had rushed back in like a delayed high tide. She had also had an unprecedented overview of her problem with food. She had no control. She couldn't fix herself, and Ed couldn't fix her either. If I stayed, he said, I'd be complicit. The most important thing is that you get better, for you and the boys. More important than me or us or... Lots of people wouldn't understand his actions. They'd think he was deserting her when she most needed help. But she wasn't one of them. Being without him was going to be horrible. Right now she was unable to imagine the depth of the loss. But this was all her own doing. Some part of her had known they were going to end up exactly here. He had told her he couldn't cope with her starting again, and he'd never been one to fling around meaningless threats. From the very first time she had lied to him about Peggy, they'd been headed towards this very outcome. She'd known it, and she hadn't been able to stop. Get some sleep, honey, he said. I'll be next door. Morning, Mum. All fine, but bit of bad news. Liam and I have broken up. Nell, love. Angie's voice was soft. Everyone has big, shouty arguments. You think it's the end of the world, but... Seriously, Mum, we're done. We'll be getting divorced. Oh, Nell, how can we help? Hold on, Dad wants to know what's... Nell heard Angie's muffled voice say, Nell and Liam have split up. They're getting a divorce. Then Petey's muffled reply, I never liked the chap. Petey took the phone. Ah, dear, Nellie. That's sad now, so it is. Are you okay? Because that's all that matters. Look, that wedding of yours at the North Pole probably wasn't even legal. There was a thing on Joe Duffy about people taking their kids to see Santi there. And even the snow wasn't real, never mind the elves. You can live with us. We could do the telly bingo together like we used to. Dad, you're the best, but I'm going to kip at Gar's place. Petey's brief silence spoke volumes. Gar, he demanded. Hold up there, Nelly. Is there something you're not telling us? Dad, don't be a plank. Gar's my best friend. And Angie McDermott is my best friend. In the background, Nell heard her mum say, Niall Campion is your best friend. Jessie woke up from a Xanax-induced sleep. She was crying. Johnny was there, up and dressed, with a mug of green tea for her. She didn't know where he'd slept last night, but most probably on the couch. Angel, he touched her wet face. I've no friends, she gasped, with tears. I'm your friend. You're not. This person who was my best friend once upon a time, and now she hates me, and you've been meeting her, and even if you weren't sleeping with her, and how do I know that? You still should have been messaging her all friendly and gas with your old in-jokes and lols. Only because I hoped she might be our friend again. Our friend. But I didn't need it. You went behind my back. I'm so sad. Jessie's tears began again, seeping and spilling down her face. I thought you and me were on the same side. We are. I was doing it for both of us. Tell me. She sat on the bed and looked into his face. Have you had sex with her? Even a quick one off for old time's sake? No. You were always slippery. You could never keep it in your pants. A long time ago. I'm different now. Those messages you showed me, they could be fake. You could have another phone with the real stuff on it. You know I haven't. I would never do that to you. Even simple logistics back me up. On Friday I left the office at 1:10. I was back at 2:05. In that time I did 2 taxi journeys in lunchtime traffic. It would have been a very fast fuck. Jessie had also calculated Friday's timings and concluded that there hadn't been much time to do anything. Also the tone of the messages, it wasn't flirty. But none of that made any real difference to how she felt. You were messaging her without me knowing anything. You betrayed me, and Johnny, I can't handle it. I feel like I have nobody. You have me. Explain to me again about the bank account. A bank account for the income from the Airbnb, kept separate from the rest of our stuff, just in case we hit the skids financially. If the bank ever decided to call in our overdraft or cancel our cards, that money might have kept us going until we were back in the black. You were that worried, weren't you? Why wasn't it a joint account? Because I didn't want you to know about it, until it was necessary. Why? Because I'd have spent it? Well, maybe, yes. Last night she'd been certain it was his running away money. This morning she believed this version of events, but it still made no difference. I want you to leave. The house, I mean. I want you to live somewhere else. Not with me. No one else would understand why this was such a big deal. They'd think that Johnny had wanted to reconnect with an old friend at a time of crisis, and there was nothing wrong with that. Jessie, I swear to God. He was white with panic. There is nothing you can tell me that will make this okay. What about the kids? I didn't create this mess. And sometimes with kids, all you can do is feed them and keep them safe from physical harm. You leaving isn't ideal. You mean you kicking me out isn't ideal? You meeting Izzy Kinsella on the sly isn't ideal. You pretending you like cats isn't ideal, but it's happened. Please, Jessie. Michael was going to be okay. I don't understand why you wanted to see her. It was that thing of, you get a big scare, then a big relief. I just got carried away. No, you wanted me, and you wanted the Kinsellas, and you thought you could have both. Cara was awake. The house was noiseless. No sounds of kids playing came from outdoors. Her phone said it was 9:20. It was surprising how calm she felt. She'd always thought that if Ed left her, she'd literally be tearing her garments with grief. But right now her soul was silent. Perhaps because it was still merely theoretical. But in 6 weeks, or 4 months, or 2 years' time, it would be agony. All of these thoughts rolled around like smooth pebbles between her fingers. She found him in Vinny's room. "Honey," she whispered. He turned towards her, and his eyes filled with tears. Pulling back Vinny's duvet, she got in, pushing herself into his warmth. She had never loved him more, and her calm acceptance began to shatter. "It's the best thing I can do for you." He pulled her tight against him. "I can't be your warden. Only you can do this for yourself. I didn't actually do the binging, Anne. You would have if Nell and Ferdia hadn't been there. I could have changed my mind at the last minute." He shook his head. He was probably right. "Ed, I'm sorry so much for all the damage. You couldn't help it. You're an addict. You weren't able to accept help. Maybe I will now." "The kids," he said. "Can we try and keep things as normal as possible?" "Of course. What will we tell them?" "The truth. Although that might be a hard one for them. You're sick, so in order to help you I'm leaving." A fresh spasm of weeping shook him. "We can't tell them a lie like we've drifted apart. Can we tell them the facts? They might get it." She took a breath. "Ed, is this really happening?" "Don't." His voice was thick. "It's all so sad. When should we tell them?" "Now. We could bring them home and tell them now." "Okay, and then I'll have to go." Nell steeled herself to ring Jessie. There was every chance she wouldn't answer, but she did. "Jessie." Nell raced through the words in case Jessie hung up. "I'm very sorry about me and Ferdia. Nothing much happened if that's of any help. You've been so kind, taking me into your family, and I've embarrassed you, caused mayhem, and I'm just really sorry for all the crap." "I didn't see it coming." Jessie sounded nothing like her usual dynamic self. "I don't know what to feel. So much happened last night, and this is only one thing I'm trying to... Look, you're both adults, you can do what you like. But he's my son. You're my sister-in-law. Although I'm guessing not for much longer." "I don't think so." "We were all mad about you," Jessie said. "Everything's gone to shit and I'm finding it very hard. I have to go. Take care. Good luck." "Thank you. You too." Nell hung up. That had been brutal, but it could have been much, much worse. Moments later, a text came from Liam. "Lawyer up, bitch." She was shook, but he was just posturing. She hadn't a penny. Neither had he. There was nothing to tussle over. She sat and waited for her insides to stop shaking. "Liam says I can stay with him." Johnny was hoping that now, surely now, Jessie would change her mind. "Kay." She carried on emptying the dishwasher. "And when would you like me to leave?" "Now." "Right now? 2:15 on a Saturday afternoon?" "Yes." She suddenly became irritable. "Right now. When the fuck else? Next effing spring. Go." He deliberately packed almost nothing, so that he had plenty of reasons to keep returning home, then drove to Liam's. "How are you?" he asked Liam. Liam shrugged. "You and Nell?" Extravagantly, Liam rolled his eyes. "It's over?" Johnny asked. "Of fucking course it's fucking over. I wouldn't touch that tramp ever again." "And you and Robin?" Liam smirked. "Me and Robin? You don't think she's a bit young for you? If you want to stay here, you'd better keep those thoughts to yourself." "Okay. Which room can I have? Either of them." Johnny looked in at Violet's bedroom, very pink. Then Lenore's, even more pink. "I'll take Violet's," he called to Liam. "Just unpacking my stuff." "Don't get too comfortable," Liam replied. "This is only very temporary." Moving a family of velvet pigs out of the way, Johnny put his various chargers on the beveled little dressing table. He was still in a state of shock. It was barely more than 24 hours since he'd buzzed Izzy Kinsella into his apartment building and his life had collapsed. At the time, his hopes were once again being slowly, painfully hoisted, but he was no longer entirely convinced that persisting with Izzy would be worth it. He couldn't get past the fact that none of them, not even Izzy, had bothered telling him when Michael had gone into hospital. That said, it was an urgent, stressful time for them, And Izzy had rung as soon as the news was promising. But Ellen hadn't called. Michael, on his sickbed, obviously hadn't summoned Kiva and whispered hoarse, "I want to see Johnny." He'd kept bumping against painful pockets of probability. I don't matter to them, and I thought I did. Yesterday, Izzy had come bounding up the stairs, her curls hopping. She'd brushed past him into the living room, rattling a steel beaker onto the low table, thrown her coat onto the arm of the couch, and flung herself into the tub armchair. "Fancy chair!" She twinkled with mockery. "That's me," he replied. "Coffee?" "Got my own." She nodded at the beaker. "Happy birthday. So, how are you?" "Jesus, you know. Thanks for last night's call." "Yeah." She exhaled long and hard. "It's been the longest few days. I can't believe it's only Friday. Do I look horrific?" "You look exactly the same." "Exactly the same?" She sounded offended. "The Johnny Casey I know can do better than that." "You look lovely." He shifted in his chair. He needed to stop this chit-chat. He'd endured 4 months of playing out a line without moving anything on. It was time to do some straight-out baldy asking. "So Michael's definitely getting better?" "He won't be running a marathon anytime soon, but I thought he was a goner. When they said he'd be okay," her face lit up. "The relief was like, being on drugs." "That's how I felt when you rang." "You were one of the first people I thought of. I guess something this serious shows you what's important." In a quieter voice she said, "I've missed you." "Here we go." "Me too." He was energetically cheery. "I've missed you all. That's why. As you said, a shock like this puts things into perspective. So Izzy, is there any chance we could move on from the past?" "Could who move on?" "Could all of you and Kiva, your mum and dad, forgive me and Jessie?" Izzy's gaze roamed over his face. Her mouth opened as if to speak, but she closed it again. Then, "We could be friends, Johnny. You and me." Oh, shite. Well, his instincts had already been telling him this was a bust. But had he played her? Had she played him? Were they both to blame? His heart heavy, he said, "You know that Jessie and I have always thought the world of you." Her face froze. After a long moment of silence, she said, "Honest to God, Johnny Casey, you giant chancer." He sat sheepish and mortified. Pushing her through this was downright shabby. "I think we're done here." Sweeping up her coat and coffee flask, she made her way to the hall and slipped through the doorway. As she turned towards the stairs and disappeared from view, her knowing smile, that familiar despairing shake of the head, might have been genuine. Leaning against the shut door, self-loathing like sour milk washed in his stomach. Neither of them had got what they wanted. This was over, done, finished. "You left her!" Johnny yelped. "You left her!" Liam demanded. "Ed, what the fuck is wrong with you?" "For once, Ed, could you just not, Johnny saw the words, "not be weird." "Can you stop shouting at me? Just for a while," Ed said. "Which is my room?" "Seriously," Liam said. "Don't get too comfortable here, either of you." "Thanks a fucking bunch," Johnny said. "Thanks, bro." "Paige might kick me out." "Right, that wouldn't be great." "Have you really left Cara? Have you told the kids?" Ed could hardly bear to think about it. Yes. It had been even worse than he'd expected. Vinny had cried. His little hard man of a son, crying because his daddy was leaving. Tom had asked anxious, suspicious questions. "What sort of sick are you, Mum? Are you going to die?" And, "Dad, you're supposed to mind her if she's sick." "I have to get strong by myself," Cara said. "But it's only for a while," Tom insisted. "You'll come back when she's better. Mum, you will get better." Who knew whether she would or not? "You've really done that to your kids?" Liam asked. Kettle, pot, but whatever. This was better than Cara having another seizure. At least this way, both of their parents were alive. Monday.
God almighty, Petey said to Nell. You're jet-propelled today. Splitting up from your husband obviously suits you. Then, did I upset you there? I was only...
Stop, I'm fine. Give me something else to paint. There had been no contact from Ferdia. This was good, great even. It had cut out a lot of emotional noise, clearing her thinking. She got it now. Her fixation on Ferdia had happened because her subconscious was trying to distract her from what an arse Liam was. Things made sense and she liked that. Jessie filled the kettle, tears streaming down her face. Cat gifts! Cats! They were dog people, a dog family. Rummaging around, trying to find spaghetti for the kids' dinner, she heard the front door open. Johnny appeared and she called down the hall. You don't live here anymore.
Just picking up some clothes for Berlin, going tomorrow.
Good. It had been strange and awful sitting opposite him in the office today.
How long for?
He came into the kitchen.
I'll be back Thursday evening.
You need to get another job, she said. We can't work together. You're great at your chatty, charming Johnny thing. You'll get something. Money. That was a problem, she acknowledged. It had been a problem before and it was a bigger problem now. But she would wait until Carl Brennan delivered his report. He might suggest something helpful. It was ironic. Or was that what irony meant? She'd always been afraid to assume, since poor Alanis Morissette had been so humiliated all those years ago, that she'd consulted Carl Brennan to placate Johnny. But now he might provide the financial solution to facilitate their split. You knew she hated me. You should never have met her.
I didn't know anything. I was afraid to ask too soon. When I did ask, I made it clear that you and me came as a job lot.
She didn't want me. Anguished, he said.
I'm sorry you had to find that out.
She only wanted you, and not as a friend.
I should never have. I hate myself. Try being me. I feel unloved, friendless, left out, abandoned, humiliated and stupid.
Tuesday. If you've lost nothing, Peggy said, why would you change? Cara nodded in agreement. Ed had had no choice. But it was so sad. Her thoughts were way more evolved than her feelings. In theory, she agreed with Ed, but emotionally, she was an ocean of tears. She could cry forever. And yet things could be worse. The logistics of their separation weren't as devastating as they might be for other couples. As things stood, for 3 months of the year, Ed was away during the week. She and the kids were used to it. They coped. Then there were Dorothy and Angus. They were mad about Vinny and Tom and always available for babysitting, doctor's visits, any emergencies. Ed needed a place to live. Finding the money for that would be a challenge. But Ed didn't need material comforts. He'd happily sleep in a cupboard. I've broken his heart, she told Peggy. I've broken mine. If I do everything you tell me to do, how long before I'm better? Peggy laughed. Piece of string? Cara asked. Yep. And don't do this for Ed. Don't do it to fix your marriage. Do you think it's fixable? It's not for me to say. What I'm saying is, you have to park all of that. If you want to get better, then do it for you, Cara. In a way, she felt that she had already lost too much to bother with any of this. You get one precious life, Peggy said. Why not try and have a contented one? But she had her sons, and she had herself. They were good reasons to try. Wednesday.
Nell, watch out, the Jesus architrave!
Dumbly she looked. The yellow eggshell she'd been rolling onto the walls had dribbled onto the white gloss woodwork. She hadn't even noticed. Sorry, Dad.
You're a liability today. What's up with you?
What was up was that her giant fucking crush on Ferdia had come back, like a cold sore she thought was healed. At Johnny's birthday, her utter mortification had efficiently corralled her feelings. It was crystal clear how terrible her flirtation with Ferdia had been. That conviction had lasted all over the weekend and into Monday. But yesterday it hadn't seemed so terrible. And this morning it didn't seem terrible at all. Small matter of an age difference, and yeah, they'd met in a way that wasn't strictly out of the meet-cute playbook. But so fucking what? Thursday. Into the ether, Nell sent an experimental, "Hey." The aftermath of adrenaline and fear made her pull Molly Ringwald hard against her chest. "Are we watching this movie?" Gar asked. "Yep, let's go." Molly squirmed away, leaving a layer of ginger hairs on Nell's shirt. The poor cat was shedding fur by the handful, probably due to stress. If they didn't get settled soon, she'd be completely bald. Which was looking increasingly likely. Nell had been viewing places every evening after work. For 1,000 different reasons they were all unsuitable, sometimes disastrously so. "Hold on 2 seconds." She went to the cupboard under the stairs for the hoover. She scooted around Gar's room, vacuuming up Molly's latest fur deposit. "Okay, done. Hit play." She took a sneaky side glance at her phone. Nothing. The movie had won an Oscar for Best Cinematography, but she kept giving her phone sneaky peeps. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Then a curt, "Hey." Happiness flooded her, and it must have been obvious because Gar gave her a look. "The young lad?" "Gar?" "Yeah?" "Could we not call him the young lad?" Gar looked surprised. "Oh, sure, grand, whatever." "His name is Ferdia." She clicked out, "You good?" After another long wait, he replied, "What can I do for you?" Oh, she almost laughed. But he was right. She told them they were finished before they'd even started. What was he meant to do? She clicked out, "Are you over me?" The answer zinged back, "Yep." On Thursday night, having got off a flight from Berlin, Johnny automatically drove to the family home. It was only when he parked the shitmobile outside the house that he remembered he didn't live there anymore. He let himself in anyway. He wanted to see his kids. Also, ever the optimist, he thought it was only a matter of time before Jessie let him back. "Daddy, daddy, daddy!" The girls were delighted to see him. Jessie poked her head out of the living room. She looked confused. "What are you doing here?" He shrugged. "Wanted to see the bunnies." "You can't just drop in with no notice. We need a schedule." His blood chilled in his veins. She was as implacable as she'd been last Friday night. For the first time he truly believed that she might not change her mind. Jessie was generally quick to blow up and quick to forgive. But tomorrow would be a week since that dinner from hell. The younger kids clamoured for bedtime stories, for him to put them to bed, so he ferried them up the stairs. He took his time, promising that he'd soon be living at home again, just that he and Mum needed to sort out some grown-up stuff. It was gone 11 p.m. when he came back down. Noiselessly he entered the living room. Jessie was slumped in an armchair, sightlessly scrolling through her iPad. He'd been nursing a sneaky plan that he might hang around and sleep on the couch, the first stealthy foot in the door of his reinstatement. But Jessie snapped from her torpor. "Time for you to be going." "But this is terrible for the kids." She muttered, "We'll have to sort something out." Then she began crying again and said, "You ruined everything." "Jessie, I'm begging you. Have I ever given you any reason to not trust me?" "Lol," she said. "Could you leave now?" Helplessly, he did. "I fancy him," Nell addressed Gar's ceiling. "That's all. And you can't go around having sex with everyone you fancy. Civilization would collapse. People would be riding each other in the streets." "Uh-huh," Gar said. "It's just simple physical attraction. Strong, simple physical attraction in this case, but I can outthink it. Like, I'm not an animal." She shouldn't have said that word, because now she was thinking along very animalistic lines. Words like ripping and biting and thrusting ran through her head, accompanied by erotic images of Ferdia, naked and beautiful. It's the almost but not quite that's wrecking my head. 2 times we kissed and it got very... And then we had to stop. And Gar, that's not healthy. So what would unwreck your head? Finishing what we started, just once. That might sound like bullshit, but I genuinely think it would give me closure.
Could you please just go and fuck him? I can't take much more of your angst.
He said he was over me.
Yeah, well, maybe he is. Or maybe the man just has some pride.
So, should I call him?
No. You should get 2 empty bean cans and string them on a taut rope between here and his house. Or you could hire a small plane and do a leaflet drop over Fox Rock. Yes, Nell, for feck's sake, ring him. I'm going out to walk the cat. The room is yours.
As soon as Cara was gone, she rang Ferdia. She wasn't even sure if he'd pick up.
What do you want? He asked.
She was sweating. You said you were over me. After several beats of silence, he sighed.
Nell, this is so not cool. You told me what you wanted. It's been tough, but I've been doing it. You're playing games with me.
I can't be in any sort of thing until my head is sorted. But, and now she was so incredibly nervous, could we have one night together?
You think this is just about sex?
Yes or no?
Is that what you want?
She paused. It's hard to know how much I can trust my feelings right now, but yes, it is. Another of those long, alarming silences. Then, when? Soon, as possible. I can get time off. I'm working with my dad.
Okay.
He was immediately all business. I'll sort something. I'll text you. But he didn't. Friday passed. Saturday passed. Sunday passed. Monday. Ferdia finally called. He asked,
You still want to do this?
Yes. Nell swallowed. Okay, tomorrow. Can you get the train to Cara? It's down the coast.
Cara?
Where the lighthouse is?
Yep.
Not many trains there because it's small. Could you get the 4:15 out of Greystones?
Is it okay if I see you at Cara station instead of getting the train with you?
Sure.
Text me when you're near. I'll be there.
On Monday evening, Liam looked up as Johnny came in from a work do.
She's still holding out on you?
He seemed irritable. Johnny swallowed. I don't think. He sat and put his head into his hands.
I'm not sure this is fixable.
It's been 11 days. That's nearly 2 weeks.
I think she means it.
Nah. When she needs you to pick the kids up from horse riding.
Horse riding? Or whatever hobby it is that particular day. I don't know, ballet or stuff. She'll need you then. She won't last long without her little errand boy. I'm not her errand boy. You totally are.
Sudden hot rage burst from Johnny's mouth.
Shut up, you fucking paedophile. She's 18, you prick. 18, fuck you. Fuck you too. No, fuck you, you sap. Your problem is you're scared of Jessie. I'm not. Totally are. You need to man up. Then, where are you off to?
Jessie was turning off the lights and shutting the house up for the night when the doorbell rang. It was Johnny.
What the hell? She said. They're all in bed. I'm here to see you, not the kids. What for?
He followed her down the hall and into the living room.
We need to talk.
Don't apologise again, she said.
I won't.
He took an armchair at an angle to hers.
Because I did nothing wrong.
His conviction surprised her.
I didn't go looking for anything with Izzy. It felt like a random opportunity that life sometimes drops in your lap. Messaging her, meeting her, I did it for both you and me. I'm sure about that. It was a mistake, but I wasn't up to something bad.
He seemed different tonight, Jessie thought. Nothing like his meek.
You saw all the messages, he said. And don't start that secret messages thing again. There aren't any. Nothing sexual happened with Izzy. It literally didn't even cross my mind.
She was upset by this ardent speech, without knowing why.
When I was younger, I didn't have any respect, not for myself. Compared to other men, Rory was one of them. I felt like a shallow fool. I was careless about the women I slept with. Careless about a lot of things. I'm ashamed of who I was. But I'm not that man now. I haven't been that man for a long time. I'm a joke to you and the kids. I'm the joke, her commandant and all that. And I'm Johnny the idiot who can hardly lace his own shoes. But, and this is something I've thought about a lot, I'm a decent man, I'm sure. I try my best to be a good father. I live my life around you because that makes me happy. If that was true, you'd never have messaged Izzy. You're hurt by what you thought was in my head. And you're hurt by Izzy not wanting both of us. I'm sorry that my actions caused you that pain. I couldn't give a damn about Izzy. Before all of this, we were happy. Happier than most people. Well, I was. You were worried about money. Everyone's worried about money. Are you still waiting for the Kinsellas to welcome you back? I have my own family now. Finally. And Jessie, this is the last time I'll say it. His confidence was very unsettling. She'd got used to him abasing himself with remorse. I only said lol once, and I despised myself for it. Plus, I never sent a single cat gif. I'm leaving now. That's the last time I'll say any of that. Tuesday. Soon after Jessie arrived in the office, Carl Brennan's name lit up her phone. She answered quickly, because he'd probably put his meter on the second he thought about ringing her. I'm done, he said. 4 proposals for you, lovely lady. How come you were so quick? Because your setup is so small. She bristled, and he must have sensed it because he laughed. You're hardly Facebook. So, the report includes projections, market research, focus groups, ops. Emailing it now. Heart beating fast, her mouth dry, she asked, How much are you charging me? Oh, Christ, loads. She hung up and held her breath until the document landed in her inbox. There was page after page of figures, percentages and words, but she couldn't focus. She had to call him back. Give me broad brushstrokes. It's easier in person. I'll come to your office. Meet me in Jack Black's. God, he bloody loved that place. It was probably where he was right now. It probably was his office. To no one in particular, she announced, I'm out for a couple of hours. A meeting. In the hellhole that was Jack Black's, Carl Brennan had a tall glass of dark liquid before him. She nodded at it. Tell me it's a Coke. A Manhattan. It was 20 to 11 in the morning. I'm never drunk, he said. And seldom sober. He hit a key on his laptop, and the screen filled with numbers. You might need a drink too. Just tell me. Right. 4 proposals. 1. Carry on as you are with your chefs and your shops. And, surely it couldn't be that easy. You'll be out of business in 2 years. The blood drained from her face. Seriously? Oh, yeah. He seemed pleased. Rising rents, dying retail, all the blah. Next option. Seek an equity raise to fund your online arm. Not going to happen. Your moment was 12 years ago. You're too small and too risky for anyone to invest in. And you, personally, are too controlling. She swallowed hard. Option 3. Close all of your shops. He watched her flinch. Yeah, all of them. And the cookery school. Release the equity in the property you own. You get to stop paying rent on your leases, and you get to stop paying your staff. By the way, your payroll is insane. Then you'd be liquid enough to create a decent online setup. Only problem. Brand recognition. Strong in Ireland, trusted, you'll be pleased to know. Rest of the world, not so much. You called it yourself. It's a crowded marketplace. You'd struggle. You might not make it. The 4th option, I'd sell my children. Or, his bloodshot blue eyes gave her a sudden speculative look. His imagination had gone to some place she did not want to think about. Option 4, close 5 of your retail outlets. You get to keep 3 stores in bigger towns and your cookery school. Plus, you've freed up equity to invest in the online side of things. Warehousing, couriering, new staff. What you won't have is the cash to get yourself up Google rankings and reach more international audiences. Here's the thing though. Your stuff with the chefs gives you an advantage. I told you that. Yeah, hooray for Jessie. But to optimise you need a YouTube channel, interviews with the chefs, online demos. This could be the thing that makes the difference, and you need to accelerate. Currently you do 4 chefs a year. Bump it up to 1 every 6 weeks and you could be golden. That was not going to happen. It already took so much of her time. Get a new hire. He'd obviously read her mind. Who elected you the only chef-getter in town? I see it all the time with mom and pop outfits like yours. You can't delegate. Whole thing comes down to ego. Ultimately, it implodes.
He spread his hands on the sticky table.
There you are. Broad brushstrokes like you asked for.
There was so much information to process, but the hardest chunk to digest, like a snake having swallowed a pineapple, was that she'd have to change, and quickly, when she was already living through so much upheaval.
Which one would you go for? She asked. Not my gig, is it? But I like a risk. Option 3, put everything online. Might work, might not, but you go out in a blaze of glory.
Blazes of glory don't pay the mortgage. He had a good laugh at that.
You'll grab onto option 4. That route, you'll likely be small time forever. No one's going to swoop in and buy you out for billions. But if you become very adaptable, very fast, you might actually survive.
He took a long swallow of his Manhattan.
I need another of these. Are you having a drink? A drink?
Yeah, she said.
Yeah, I am.
What's with your suits? She asked. It was 3 drinks later, and she was feeling considerably more optimistic.
You like them?
There aren't words for how much I hate them.
I get them hand-tailored in Hong Kong.
By who? A plumber? A blind one?
By whom? By a tailor who copies designers' patterns.
For really cheap?
Who are you ringing?
Shh. She held up a finger, then spoke into her phone. Johnny, can you stay with the kids this evening? Late. Maybe very late. I'm fine, just out in the piss. Then, I want to have fun. I'll be sad again tomorrow, but now I feel nice, so can you stay there till I get home? Which will be at, God, I dunno, something o'clock. But promise me you'll stay and mind the bunnies. But don't worry, Johnny, I'm quite drunk but very healthy, and see you when I see you, as they say.
Abruptly she hung up. What's going on?
Me, my husband, my other husband, his sister. Jessie did her best to explain. Carl Brennan's frown deepened, and at some stage he waved for more drinks. When she finished, he said,
You're being ridiculous. Nothing happened.
How do you know?
You just told me what was in those messages. If he was looking for a booty call, he could have had one months ago.
He was meant to be my friend.
So he made a mistake. He got your woman's motives wrong, but his intentions were good. She's hurt you, but you're punishing him. That's what's going on here.
Is it? Maybe it was. Are you a decent man, Carl Brennan?
No, he said. Definitely not.
Johnny says he's a decent man.
Maybe he is.
Says he's devoted to me. But he's been on my case for ages about changing the business.
Even if he was riding every woman in Ireland, he still did you a favour with that.
Suddenly she felt sad again. I'll never forgive him.
Are we getting another drink? He asked. Or are you coming home with me?
Are you out of your mind?
That's a maybe.
She rolled her eyes and briefly saw double. I'm drunk. I'm vulnerable. My life has fallen apart.
That's definitely a maybe. We'll have one for the road.
It was a bit late now for Nell to become a woman who owned lots of sexy dresses. Anyway, the weather was cold and rainy, so somewhat defiantly, she dressed in dungarees, a jumper, and her warm padded coat. But underneath was her new underwear, a lacy gold bra and matching pants. It was impressive, that sheeny thing they did to her skin. In fairness, though, this wasn't good, partaking of capitalism just because she was mad about Ferdy Akinsella. For the last 3 stops on the rattly old train, she was the only person on board. Now and again the sea heaved into view, a grim, bleak expanse. Above it, in paler tones of grey, the huge sky went on forever. 2 short platforms and an unattended ticket office made up Cara station. There he was, in his long coat and big boots. Hey! His eyes shining, he took her hands. I'm so glad you're here. He insisted on carrying her satchel, even though it was her literal handbag. Maybe all of this should be awkward, but he seemed so happy.
You okay for a bit of a walk? He asked. 7 minutes, I timed it.
Where are you taking me?
Local B&B with a judgy landlady and a crucifix above every bed.
And a glowing red picture of the Sacred Heart in the hall. Cool. Moving off the path and across a grassy plain, they were walking into the wind. Squalls of painful rain smacked against her face.
This wasn't part of my plan. He sounded stressed. I apologise.
Seriously, where are you taking me? Surely we can't be in a tent. We'll literally be blown away.
You'll see in a minute.
They crested a gentle hill, which dipped into a previously invisible hollow. On the far side, the land began climbing again. Hidden until now by one of those tricks that uneven ground plays was an isthmus of land. On it stood a lighthouse. The lighthouse.
There, he said. That's where we're going.
A giant metal key opened a thick wooden door. Inside, in a bare-floored entrance hall, he shut out the sound of the wind. Stone steps curved up and around, out of sight.
They're the worst part, he said, unlacing his boots. 87 of them. After that, everything's golden. Andiamo.
A metal handrail attached to rough stone walls twirled up and up. She began to climb and climb. Her thighs were turning to jelly.
Nearly there, he said. Then, we're here.
Hold on, I just need to. She took in a lungful of air. She stopped.
Breathless? He asked. But we haven't even started.
Then he lost his nerve, dipped his head, and pushed into a warm, whitewashed living room, plain but cosy. 2 armchairs and a sofa were clustered around a sturdy little table. Playing very quietly with some southern Gothic-y blues she couldn't identify.
There are other rooms, he pointed upwards, stacked on top of us. A kitchen, then an bedroom, and right at the top a bathroom.
He pulled off his overcoat.
The bath has a view. It's class. You'll see. So, can I take your coat?
He sounded so polite she almost laughed. He got to her zip before she did. Holding the tab, he started sliding it down. Too slowly. Startled, she looked at him. Sudden change of mood there. Very sudden. Maybe not so polite after all. Holding her gaze, he eased her coat zip down its length. The nearer he got to the end, the more leisurely his pace became. She needed to swallow, but her throat wouldn't work. When finally her coat fell open, something happened to them both. A shaky exhale, a repositioning of their bodies. Moving his hands beneath the coat, he eased it from her shoulders. His thumbs smoothed their way along her collarbones. The palms of his hands stroked down onto her arms. He hadn't done anything remotely unchaste, yet her body was pulsing. Her coat fell to the floor. He whispered Nell, and she went weak. Lifting a thick strand of her hair, he rubbed it between his thumb and fingers. I love your hair. With his other hand he cupped her face. Their kissing was hot and sweet, romantic and sexy. This wasn't supposed to happen here, he said hoarsely. Not in this room. Can we? He took her hand and led her up more stone steps. On the next floor there was a circular kitchen. Above that a small bedroom, with 3 huge windows overlooking the grey sea. It's nicer here, he said. The bed was a simple metal affair, with a plain white duvet. The only colour in the room came from a faded Persian rug and a red Angora throw. He made straight for the bed and pulled her down with him. Sorry for assuming, he said, his eyes mischievous. He opened the buckle of the bib of her dungarees and slowly slid the strap over her shoulder. Then the other side, running his hands along her as if she were made of glass. She opened one of his shirt buttons, then another, until his chest was bare. His inkings dark against his pale, perfect skin. She remembered how she'd felt that day in Italy, the hunger she'd had for him, the shock of it all. This, right now, was exactly what she'd wanted. Then his hands were roaming under her top. With a sudden snap, he'd opened her bra. This reminded her of teenage snogging sessions. But she and Ferdia weren't kids. They didn't have to stop. Pulling the shirt from his body, she reached for his zip, but he gently pulled her hands away. It'll be over too fast. He snapped open the row of metal buttons along her hips. Together, they tugged off her dungarees, then her underwear. His dark head moved between her legs, inflicting a row of gentle bites to the inside of her thighs. Using his tongue and lips, he inched closer to her centre, while from the other direction, his hand pressed down hard. Ferdia, can you? He looked up. Is it not okay? But I need you, like now? Oh, okay. Bumping against each other, he tore off the rest of his clothes while she ripped open the condom wrapper. Hands trembling, she hurried it on, then slid herself down onto him. Go slow, he sounded anxious. But she couldn't. Within seconds, her hair tangled in his fist. He was rearing beneath her, pulling her hip bones against his, saying her name again and again and again.
Put your hand on it, Jessie.
I'm going home.
Just for a second, here under the table, no one will see.
Carl, you're repulsive. Perplexingly, that's a hard word to say. You're still sexy, but the repulsive bit wins. And the thing, Carl, that I have just remembered.
Yeah?
Is that I have a very sexy, non-repulsive husband.
40 minutes ago, you could never forgive him.
Time is a great healer.
He could have been riding your woman.
I didn't believe that for long. I was more upset about the cat gifts and the great fun they'd been having. No one likes me.
Don't they?
Not really, I'm too pushy, so I hear. Mary Lane likes you. I like you. Gilbert likes you. He indicated the barman. We hear you coming down the stairs, all business in your clicky-clacky shoes, and it's too early for gin. It lifts our spirits. Johnny likes me. That's what I'm trying to say. She sighed. It was horrible, seeing him be so nice to someone who doesn't want me. But it's not his fault.
I just told you that.
He came to see me last night. He was different. Very sure of himself.
Uh-huh.
She nodded thoughtfully. He has brilliant upper body strength. Always had. Still got it. Not just the upper body strength I'm talking about.
Yep, thanks for sharing.
She picked up her phone. If I ask him to come and get me, who'll mind the kids?
It's 26 minutes past 3. In the day.
She blinked. Seriously? This place always feels like it's 4 a.m. and I've just been declared bankrupt. She put her phone to her ear. Johnny, could you come and get me? I'm in a terrible bar called Jack Black's. She hung up and said to Carl Brennan, he's on his way.
You want me to disappear?
Oh God, yes. And you'd better pay the bill. I have to be careful with money now. She folded away her laptop, combed her hair, threw on her coat and finished her drink. It seemed like she spent almost no time fiddling with her phone before Johnny was jogging quickly down the stairs, his eyes searching for her. As he crossed the room, she was sure she'd spotted the reappearance of his habitual handsome swagger. Johnny? She stood up. Hello? He sounded cautious. Hello indeed. She linked her arms at the nape of his neck. Would you like to stay for a drink? He cast a look around. No. Then, definitely not. Correct answer. She couldn't help smiling, a great big happy beam. I'm so happy to see you. And I'm so happy to see you. Okay, let's go home. Nell woke up. Her hair was spread across his chest, his arms tightly wrapped around her. Raindrops rattled against the glass, almost as loud as hailstones. The light had almost faded from the day. Are you asleep? She whispered. No, he whispered back. Can I turn on a light? Cover your eyes. A lamp clicked on, and there he was, with his skin and his ribs and those eyes. This is amazing, she said. It happened too fast, I'm sorry. Well, you have me for another about 17 hours. You can take as long as you like the next time. Softly, he laughed. How much of a gap do you need? She answered her own question. Oh yeah, I forgot. You kids need 0 recovery time. Ha ha,
I think you'll find him very much a man. But you need to eat, he said. To keep your strength up for my manly demands, there's stuff in the kitchen. I brought pyjamas. I'm putting them on. I'm shy. Work away. He pulled on his shirt and trousers. I've seen it all already. Down in the kitchen, Ferdia said, I can cook if you'd like, but see what's here. She wandered around the circular kitchen, so high above the sea. How did you find this place? Usual, online. But it's good? He felt ridiculously proud. For you, it had to be somewhere really special. He didn't tell her of the hours he'd spent Googling not normal hotels and most romantic place in Ireland. How he'd dismissed dozens of them for being not Nell enough. You're not a boutique hotel woman. You don't do that lifestyle shiz. And you're so not a big glitzy mum-style hotel person. No shade at mum, he added quickly. Then I started thinking castles. I could see you striding about on ramparts. Next thing, creepy Google, which knows more about us all than we do ourselves, suggested here. If it wasn't so fucked up, it would be cool. It is cool, though. It's so cool. Nell opened a cupboard and laughed. Ryvita! Hello, you blast from the past. I love Ryvita. Peanut butter and Nutella. Those three things together are the bomb. You have to try some. Did all this stuff come with the house? Yeah. She poked her head into the fridge. Purple cherries, more expensive than gold. I love them. Halloumi cheese. Grilled halloumi would be my literal death row meal. He watched her notice the cans of cider, the Dairy triangles, the char-grilled artichokes. Her body language suddenly alert. She returned to the cupboard for a more detailed look. Rummaging, she found a jar of Lotus crunchy biscuit spread, 4 cheese scones, and a tub of tea cakes, the fancy ones from Marks and Spencer's. Were you spying into my head? She demanded. He shrugged and laughed. You actually told me your favourite food. I paid attention. What can I say? I'm obsessed with you. No, don't say that. I've liked you. Is that acceptable? Yeah, liked you for a while. I'm interested in what you like, not just food. She yanked open the freezer to find 2 tubs of stem ginger ice cream. Is there anything for you to eat? Are you not giving me any of yours? She insisted on making him Ryvita peanut butter and Nutella open sandwiches. Do you totally love it? She watched him. Totally. Haha, I'm not so sure you do. This is going to sound like the worst question, but is there Wi-Fi? No. Then, you'll be feeling panicky now, it'll go. I'm grand. She had felt a whoosh of fear. The panic will come back maybe like once an hour. It got me that way this morning when I realised. But you'll get through this. So, no Wi-Fi, no Netflix. What are we going to do all evening? Joking, she said, as his eyes flared with shock. This couldn't be more amazing. She surveyed the array of goodies she'd lined up on the table. Where do I start? I'll have you. She selected the tea cakes. And you, a bag of Tang Plastics. You, a box of Lind balls. And you, obviously. She pointed at Ferdia. Let's go. Back in bed, sitting up and eating, Ferdia said, Tell me why you do your job. I'd love to. Ha! I think I'm on a sugar and carb well-being buzz. Nah, probably just because you're with me. He was being funny, but with a plunge of fear, she thought he could be right. She felt ridiculously happy. So I tried to create feelings. The set has to convey the emotion of the piece. It usually plays out as a series of challenges. I try to produce creative solutions. Some just don't work. Others I have to compromise on, usually because of money, sometimes health and safety. That's frustrating. But on the opening night, when I see what I've designed and built becoming part of the whole, supporting the play, then I feel... She caught the way Ferdia was looking at her and immediately felt shy. Proud. So, tell me how you're getting on with your stuff. I will afterwards. After what? After you take off your pyjamas. First show me what you've got. He shrugged and popped the top button of his trousers. The head of his erection peeped out. That was quick, she said. He rolled his eyes. It's been there for like the last 40 minutes. She laughed with delight. Well, let's not keep it waiting any longer. We need to make sure you're ready.
"Oh, I'm ready." "Yeah, I'm not sure you are." "I am." He wound his hands through her hair and kissed her. She tried to push him off and go straight to business, but into her ear he said, "Wait a little while." She almost howled. "You've been riding ready for the last 40 minutes. I want it now." But he wouldn't do as she asked. Tender though his touch was, it was also a kind of agony. He played with her expectations, sometimes sliding himself a little way in, but always retreating. When, after a long time spent suspended in deferred pleasure, he finally filled her, she thought she might die from the intensity of sensation. "Told you," he growled into her ear. "I'm a man." Wednesday. Ed was in Liam's kitchen buttering toast when he heard the front door open. It was Johnny. "It's 7:30 in the morning," Ed said. "You dirty stop out. You want coffee?" "No, I'm grand." Johnny disappeared into Violet's bedroom and Ed followed him. Johnny was unplugging his chargers and flinging them into a bag. "What's going on?" Ed asked. Johnny whipped 3 shirts from the wardrobe and threw them into the bag too. "I'm forgiven. I'm out of here." He gave a big smile. "Going home to my wife." "Nice one. Something you should do too." "Stop." "Seriously, cop on. Go home to your wife." Ed kept his mouth shut. Johnny didn't get it. Almost nobody got it. The only other person who understood was Cara. Ed wasn't going home to his wife. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not ever. "Ferdia, I need to leave in about an hour." Sadness flashed across his face, then he smiled. "Let's have a bath." Right at the top of the house, a big tub overlooked the waves. "Look at the sea," she exclaimed. "It's so fabulously dour. Like it's got a grudge against us." In the bath, she leant against him, her back on his chest, watching the restless switch and turns of the tides. Their mood had become sombre. "This really is just a one-off?" Ferdia asked. "It really is. I'm repeating myself, but I need to get my head straight. I've done things I don't approve of, and I don't want to do them again. Me staying single for a long time is the right thing, like it's necessary. But being with you, it's been the best, thank you. Nell, if you wanted, I could wait for you." This was kind of breaking her heart. "One day when you're like 47 and you've lived several more lifetimes, you might vaguely remember this. Same for me. The memory will be happy, but small. A tiny, shiny gem in the mosaic of our lives. That's what we are to each other." He nodded silently, his chin touching her head. "In my mosaic you can be an obsidian," she said. "That's dark, nearly black." "And what are you? Tell me one that's rare and beautiful, gold-coloured." "Citrine? Tiger's eye?" "Tiger's eye. I like the sound of that." After further silence he said, "So when you get on the train, we block each other's numbers, contacts, everything?" "Yes." At the small drafty station, waiting to say goodbye felt too awful. "Ferd, it's better if you don't wait with me." "I should go?" "It's just the whole waving me off thing. It feels a bit World War II.
"Got it."
"Bye," she said. "Thank you. You're, great.
"And you're fucking amazing."
But promise that you won't wait for me."
"I won't wait for you."
He was resigned to this, she saw. It was good. "Tiny, shiny gems," he said. That's it. Tiny, shiny gems. 8 months later. It was a sunny June evening, and a few kids were out playing football on the green. As Ed cycled towards the house he used to live in, he spotted Vinny sprinting towards the ball. And was that Cara, tearing up the grass just behind Vinny? God, it was. It was quite a while since he'd seen her so carefree. It was great. Since he'd moved out, they'd kept to their promise of civilised co-parenting. Their only contact was a series of brief, painful intersections, always to do with Vinny and Tom. The boy spent every second weekend with Ed. These days, he was living in a small caravan in a corner of Johnny's giant back garden. It was an unorthodox solution to his housing problem, but it cost almost nothing, and the kids, being kids, loved it. On a day-to-day basis, money, work, childcare, he and Cara were managing. 2 nights a week, Cara went to a support group run by the hospital. Ed spent that time with the kids, but he tended to avoid Cara. It was just too painful. On a night such as this, when she was going out, she'd slide past him in the hall with a quick, nervous smile. When a couple of hours later she returned home, they'd exchange another wobbly smile. Then he'd disappear. He never asked questions about her treatment. Whatever Cara did or didn't do, it had to be for her alone. Harsh though it sounded, it was none of his business. In the house, Tom was at the kitchen table, reading a hefty hardback. "Hi, Dad," he said. "Did you see her out there? Football. I feel like I don't even know her anymore." Ed managed to laugh. "Ed?" Cara tumbled in through the front door. "Ed?" "Kitchen." "So sorry." She was glowing, vibrant. "Lost track of the time out there." Mutely, he nodded. This was the most eye contact they'd had in months. "Quick shower," she said, "and I'll be off." Then she frowned. "You okay?" He forced a smile. "Course. Grand." "'Kay." She hurtled up the stairs. 10 minutes later the hall door slammed shut behind her and she was gone. Ed switched on the oven to prepare the boys' dinner. His hands had a slight shake. He and Cara were done. It was over, and he knew it. For the last 8 months, he trudged through his days, doing what needed to be done. Give him a task, and he'd do it. Tell him to show up at a particular time and place, and he'd be there. But his future was a blank expanse. He never wondered if he'd meet someone else. Nor was there any hope, tucked away in a tiny corner of his heart, that one day Cara would be well enough for them to be together again. Life was simply about survival in the short term. But seeing Cara looking so happy had shattered the walls he'd constructed around his feelings. He saw now that he had been holding on. He felt flooded with loss. Cara was getting better. That much was obvious. It looked like she was peeling away on a different path, about to graduate to a bigger and better life. How could he object to that? As he mechanically slung oven chips and corn nuggets onto plates, he was dying a quiet death. People thought that Cara was weak, especially so since her dramatic meltdown, that he'd been the caretaker in their relationship. But they had it wrong. Cara was the strong one, the only person who had ever made him feel secure. 14 years ago she'd promised him, "I've got you, you're safe." He'd needed it then, he still needed it. In a bare room, 9 people sat on upright chairs, arranged in a circle. Peggy was tonight's moderator. She began by inviting a contribution from Serena, a newcomer, followed by a man called Trevor. When he'd finished, Peggy asked, "How are things with you, Cara?" Today I kicked a football around with Vinny. He was much better than me, but to feel so free in my body." To her surprise, tears spilled from her eyes. "It's new, good, something I never thought I'd do again." "So what's with the tears?" "I don't know." Peggy waited. None of the others dared to cough or shift in their chairs. The silence would endure until Cara found her truth. Eventually she said, "I think I'm becoming a better version of the person I was. And that's breaking my heart because Ed missed out on it." She paused. "He deserved to get the best of me. I love him. I feel like I'll always love him. And he's not coming back." Peggy remained tight-lipped. After a pause, punctuated by shuddery sniffs, Cara said, "I wish we got a certificate here signed by you, Peggy. Cara Casey is now cured. Then he'd have proof that it was safe for us to be together." She gave a watery laugh. "It doesn't work like that, I know." Peggy nodded to indicate, "Keep talking." "Time is passing too quickly. I hoped that after a few months you'd see I was committed to this. But it's been 8 months. I think it's sinking in that this is permanent." "How do you think you're doing?" Peggy asked. "Overall?" You'll probably disagree, but I think I'm doing okay. Not one binge since Jessie's 50th. I haven't missed a single weekly session with you in the last 8 months. I've come to every meeting of this group except for when Vinny broke his ankle in January. I've obeyed my food plan so much that now it feels instinctive. I don't panic if I have to go out to eat. At the start it felt like there was no joy in eating. And now? Peggy was interested. I've got used to it. The dullness of how I eat. No highs, no shame, they're just my meals. I'm lucky to have them, but they're not my, she sought the word, my entertainment, not anymore. What would you think if someone else in this group said what you've just said? Cara was wary. I'd say that they sounded like they'd learnt a lot. They were in a good place. Good enough to resume a marriage? I suppose, yes. Then, with more conviction, yes. Any hope was shattered when Peggy asked, good enough to survive the end of their marriage? Cara pressed her hands over her eyes. God, she whispered. Then, yes, I guess. It's going to be really fucking hard, but yes. Peggy smiled. There you are. Whatever happens, you'll be okay. Ed heard Cara call out, I'm home. This was his cue to gather his stuff and vanish from the house. Instead, he went into the hall, blocking her from scooting up the stairs. Cara? He indicated the living room. Can we talk? She followed him in. About what? He took an armchair. About how you are. Cautiously, she sat opposite him. Doing well, all the right things, even Peggy says. You looked happy, earlier, playing football. I guess, yes, I felt happy in my body, free. Free? Maybe it was already too late. Ed, what's going on? She swallowed. Is it time to make this, our split, official, like get divorced? Is that what you want? You were the one who left. Then, sorry. If it's what you want, then okay. He decided to risk it. No, Cara, I do not want it. Her eyes flicked from side to side in confusion. Look, I want to come home. To you. To the boys, but mostly to you. If that's not what you want, I'll live with it, but... Stop! She looked stunned. Wait, are you serious about this? Completely. Because I couldn't take it if you're... I mean it. Then yes, do. Seriously? Seriously? The relief was too much, and he began to cry. She was there, climbing onto his lap. He buried his face in her neck. I haven't touched you for 247 days. He half laughed. Not that I've been counting. I've been so scared without you. There's no need to be scared, she said. Say it, he said. Humour me. But I mean it. Go on then, say it. I need to hear it. I've got you, she said. You're safe. Acknowledgements. It takes a village, as they say, and I'm immensely grateful to so many. I need to mention that the Loch Lane Hotel is inspired by the dreamy Hotel Europe in Kerry, where I've had happy Easters with my nieces and nephews, but there are differences. For example, there is no boathouse in the Hotel Europe for the young people to meet up late at night for shenanigans. The other hotels, the Ardglass and Gulban Manor, are also invented, as is Harvest Festival, the towns of Beltibbet and Errislannan, and I took wild liberties with the location of Loch Dan. Further liberties were taken with the date of the Spice Girls Dublin concert, also with the Fleet Foxes gig. I hope you don't mind. Various people very generously helped me with all kinds of research. Leanne Bell, Richard Chambers, Suzanne Curley, Monica Frawley, Emma Keys, Luca Keys, Vicky Landers, Peter Hjortsberg, Jimmy Martin, Anne McCarrick, Judy McLaughlin, Fergal McLaughlin, Brian Murphy, Aoife Murray, Stephen Crosby and Rachel Wright. Special thanks to Louise O'Neill. I am immensely grateful to all of them. The goddess that is Nigella Lawson helped me out with some Italian translation. In addition, my friends on Twitter jumped in to assist with all kinds of random inquiries, usually medical questions. I appreciate all the information given, and any mistakes or inaccuracies are mine. One of the greatest ways a person can help is to read the book as I write it and offer insight, encouragement and opinions. I'm deeply indebted to Jenny Boland, Kathy Kelly, Katrina Keyes, Rita Ann Keyes, Mammy Keyes, Louise O'Neill again, and Eileen Prendergast. Kate Beaufoy deserves a worn, pea-sized tome of gratitude. She read the manuscript in various forms approximately 1 million times and kept me on track with suggestions, unstinting support, and once or twice a sound scolding. You'll have seen the term direct provision mentioned in this book. This refers to how the Irish state treats people who are seeking asylum in Ireland, having escaped war or trauma in their country of origin. While they wait for their application for asylum to be processed, they are provided for directly, as in their food and shelter is provided for, in one of 36 centres around the country. Their lives are subject to a variety of restrictions and indignities, from being ineligible to work, being unable to cook their own food, sharing sleeping space with people from many different countries and cultures, and not being permitted to have visitors. Many asylum seekers live like this for several years. It's a terrible way to treat people who are already traumatised, and I suspect that one day Ireland will feel great shame that we let this happen. The book also touches on the issue of period poverty. Obviously this affects those in direct provision, but also many others. My gratitude to Claire Hunt from Homeless Period Ireland, who has done great work in this area, and of course to everyone else working to make sanitary protection free to those who need it. My visionary publisher Louise Moore has championed me from day one. As an author, I'm unusually lucky to have such an amazing person to encourage, support and promote me. She gives me all the time I need until I feel my book is there. There aren't enough words in the universe for my gratitude. Likewise, my wonderful agent Jonathan Lloyd, who always has my back. Louise, Jonathan and I have worked together for over 23 years and I owe them my career. Enormous gratitude too goes to every single person in Michael Joseph, the sales team, the marketing team, the editorial team, the artwork team. Everyone works so hard and imaginatively to get my books out into the world, and I'd like to extend a special thank you to Liz Smith, Claire Parker and Claire Bush. Likewise, thank you to everyone at Curtis Brown, Foreign Rights, Film and Audio. I'm immensely grateful. And where would I be without the lovely Annabelle Robinson from FMCM, who manages my publicity in the UK? Or indeed the powerhouse that is Cleena Lewis, who takes care of my Irish publicity. PRH Ireland published me with great energy and enthusiasm, and I'm in awe of the achievements of the sales team, Brian Walker and Carrie Anderson. Thank you, Gemma Correll, for creating such a beautiful jacket. This is my 14th novel, and may I offer deep, heartfelt thanks to you, my readers, for your faith and your loyalty. It's a huge honour to have people who believe I'll write a book they'll enjoy. I never take any of this for granted. The person I'm most grateful to is my husband. He offers unstinting support and encouragement, never lets me do myself down, and has unwavering faith in my work even when I've none myself. I don't know what I ever did to get so lucky. I should mention that thanks to the menopause, my memory has gone to hell. If there's anyone who should be on this list and who isn't, please accept my abject apologies. You've been listening to Grown Ups by Marion Keyes, narrated by Marion Keyes. Published by Whole Story Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. House Limited. This work is copyrighted Marion Keyes 2020. This recording is copyrighted 2019 W.F. House.